All right, all right, all right. Excuse me. I do believe we are live. Hello, everybody. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Thursday to you. Hope your week is going well. And as always, we're excited to see what messages are going to come through from Spirit this evening or this morning if you're on the other side of the planet. So, hello, hello. What we'll do before we get into everything, I'd like to come back to this moment. If you'd like to join me in doing that, I think I spilled something on me. I just felt wet water. I'm like, oh wow, maybe I'm having silent tears. I don't know. But welcome. And so I'm gonna start off by taking a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as feels comfortable, and then slow exhale out. And um that will bring sorry, I think, when I brushed my teeth, I might have got water on my on my chest here because 'cause I'm like, "I feel like it's wet." Yeah, you can see there's a wet spot here. It says, "All you need is love." So that'll dry here. Just didn't notice that. Um, or I'm lactating, you never know. So, anyway, what a great day it's gonna be if I'm already being silly. So, if you wanna join me in coming back to this moment of love, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, come back to this moment, you can join me in doing that, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more messages from Spirit as well. So, if you wanna join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we're doing that, we can just let that beautiful love energy just flow down into us, fill us up, and flow out to the outside world, going into our mind and all our stories, into our heart and all of our emotions, all of our physical body, and all the cells within our body. And then, of course, our energetic system, our chakras, meridians, our auras, filling us completely up and then going out to the outside world to let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. So we'll do that. After the third bong, I will bring in the magical feather, take some of the energy, bring in, clear out our minds, clear out our emotions, clear out our physical body and our energy and our auras. So if you want to join that, when I'm doing that, you'll see the head, the heart, the body, and then I'll do the energy. Overall, you can join in, and that'll help us all cleanse all of those areas of lower vibrational energy, allowing space for higher vibration. So we like it. um, yeah, so that's what we're going to do. Oh, of course, something we can do to always help raise the vibration of ourselves is focus on gratitude, right? Gratitude is one of the most powerful, right under unconditional love, that helps us immediately just raise our vibration, allowing us to become magnet for what we're grateful for, but also open up to hear messages from Spirit. So remember, gratitude. All right. So here we go. Buckle up, buttercups. Remember gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. It just feels so good, doesn't it? I just makes you want to just sit in that energy for a moment. So please do so if you'd like. So I'm, like I said, I'm excited to see what messages come in. Thank you guys so much for being here and for all your love and all your support. So grateful for you having you guys here. If you're new to my channel or any of these readings, welcome, welcome. I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea from spirit, see what we can find out, what we can learn, how we can grow together. It's always an amazing experience. I know I love learning new things from all the readings, every session, good reminders, new information. So welcome. We have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Thank God, because I love to laugh. I love to have a good time. So welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. It's a safe space we try to create, high energy, and also we try to support one another and give love. So I hardly ever, ever, ever have to. And it's all this love energy. Darkness can't come in. So we're a big bundle of love. So we have a giant hedge of love around us. So I love that. You can feel the energy, right? If you want to know how the whole reading process works, it's all detailed down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. You can make a donation using the super chat at the bottom, or in the description area, it does have my Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. I don't have any set dollar amounts currently, but I'm going to start to have it kind of, if it's $1 donation or so, it'll be ankle deep. If it's, the donations get higher, we go, knee deep, waist deep, up to our necks. So just for the sake of time, since my sessions are starting to last like almost consistently 8 hours for the last couple weeks. So we're going to kind of whittle down a little bit on some of the donation readings, just for the sake of we'll do the messages, of course. We just might not expand as much as we usually blah blah blah, which is all right. What else? What else? We do get to free readings every session, and at the end of every um, session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with the timestamp. So, and like, I think it's been 4 times now, I haven't been able to get to all the free readings after an 8-hour session, sometimes 8.5 or 8 plus. But at some point, my energy starts to go down. I am an old man. No, I'm not. But so I've been coming on in the morning to finish them up. In fact, I posted it just a moment ago. Well, probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. So here I have a little clown. The reason I have the clown is because I was calling him. Yeah, I did. I left it as makeup session here. I'm changing it to catch-up session. Just so that people don't think bruddaZEN is gonna start to do makeup tutorials. It would be a clown. It wouldn't be a drag queen, that's for sure. I would be a clown, which would just be kinda scary. But, that's the one from last night, and what happens is, like last night's pinned comment, I list all the readings completed. I also list all the readings I didn't get to that I had, and then, when I like this morning when I completed the morning session, I went and took that link and I posted it in there saying, "And here's the link for the morning session, catch up session." So if you ever have a free reading and you wonder, did I get to it? I always in the pinned comment mention if I got to all the free readings or some or none, but I list all the stuff. It's all detailed in the pinned comment just for reference. So I know, right? It's my Capricorn rising. I'm very organized. I tell you what. Um, so I think that's the main thing there. And then also, I haven't come out with my next podcast yet. Here's the last one. If you want to catch up on my Easier Path podcast, I haven't put one out in 3 weeks. Actually, yeah, this would be week 3. So I'm working on it, but all the wonderful sessions that I've been having. I think I had like 43 hours of live sessions last week, so it's taken a little more of my time than normal, and I'm not complaining at all. Just, I'm not having a lot of extra time to work on my podcast, which is all right. It'll come out in the perfect timing. I'm not worried. And I know you guys are, like, "Oh, chop, chop. You get an F, bruddaZEN." But if you wanna catch up on any of the others, now's the time to do it. We got some great episodes out there about abundance, about why people cheat, all sorts of fun stuff. So, fated love, different things as well. All right. So let us do some shout outs and then we will get into the reading. Oh, yeah. We're going to be using the tarot of the shadow realm this evening. It is a super mysterious looking deck. I mean, this is the back of the card. Woo. So we'll be using that. If you make a donation of $5 or more, you do get a fortune cookie from this beautiful Whispers of Healing. For other donations under that, you'll get one of these Law of Attraction Oracle. For as long as these last, we still got plenty here. I think we'll still have those left over. I have some backups just in case, of course, too. But that's what we're going to be using. So let's get the list all updated, do all our shout outs, and get into the readings, right? So thank you guys again so much. All right. So we'll start from the bottom, work our way up. We do have obviously Cancer. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And thank you for your dual donations. We'll get you on here. Oops, that's not right. There we go. That's better. Oh, that's why I hit the cap button. All right. And then for this first one here as well. Make sure I didn't do the same one twice. Okay, no, I didn't. All right, we'll give those loves and likes since I know I have those on my list. So thank you. I'll give an update on what the list looks like before I start. And we got Leslie in the house. Hello, hello. Amazing, right? You're so cute. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, good to see you, Sean G. I do have your uh, little Z Cash app that came through here. So we will get you on here. Make sure that we are all on proper timing here. All right. And then Leslie, I do see your free question here. Excuse me. Yes, I've been outside doing my walking. So I do have the wonderful, wonderful grass pollens and tree pollens welcoming my sinuses. All right, and we got JV in the house. Hey, JV. I see you all. Free question. We'll get you on the list there as well. Hello, hello. And let's see here. All right, yep. And then Crystal Ray, I do see you here. And let me take a look here. Oh, it's up here. That's why it's down on the free ones. I'm like, hello. Yeah, I got you here with your donation from earlier. Pardon me. It'll clear up here in a sec as I talk more. It's all rumbling and getting it out here. We got CJ and the cats in the house too. Hey, CJ. We'll get you on the free list here. There we are. Right. And Olivier Vagata. Hello, hello. We got you. You like the shirt? And I didn't see a question from you yet. Oh, yeah, it's on here. It's right under Sean. I totally went over that. So let me make sure I get you in the right spot here. You're after, you're before JV right here. All right. All right, I need to slow down. Let me make sure I did all this right here. Yeah, absolutely. Lemon lime Lulu. Yeah, and just for the whole chat, you never have to ask to be added. It's assumed that I'll say yes. So you can just put out your question because I may not see the your question asking if you can join, and then you get 5 to 10 people might get ahead of you. So just put your question out there, and I'll assume it's free unless I say a donation is how I generally roll. So yeah, so appreciate your question there though and asking. I'll get your other one out there. Obviously, cancer too. I'll get your third one on there. Let me give that 11 likes since I'm down here. Absolutely. You're very welcome. All right. I'll get you on there. And then let me finish up the list here. All right. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anybody since I missed Livier on the way up. Oh, God. How could I? All right. So we said those are highs. We got that. We got Sean G. I got your question for your donation. We got Leslie. So I got Leslie. I got JV. And Crystal, I got you. CJ got you. And I think that's it there. And then Jamie G, if you're in the house. I did post the makeup session link. So if you don't see that, well, I you might not be listening in this exact moment, but I always update the pinned comment from the night before with the new link once I've completed the morning session as well. That's just for everyone's information too. And then I got Cat Mia. So Cat Mia, I do have you on the free list here. So I think I might be cut up here. So we got Cat Mia, we got Lauren Smith. What? No spicy pick? All right, PJ. All right, I got you on the list there. We got Lotus of Serendipity. I got you on the list here too. And Betty Joe. And of course, we have Chelsea. Hey, Chelsea, got you on there. And we got Blueberry. We got Polite. Um, is that Kumzilim? I'm gonna murder that. I'm just gonna call you Polite to be polite because I don't want to mispronounce your name there. And then Ascending Universal a Butterfly. Hello, hello. Thank you again so much for all your assistance in the chat. I got you on the free list too. And Maria P, we got you on the free list. And then also two donations via Z PayPal. So we got you on there. We also have Sudeshna. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. Let me give that a love or a love earlier. I'll give that a like. So I know I have that one. And all these are that. And we got Sudeshna. That's the second one, the third one, the fourth one. We got Swaroop Bobby in the mix there too. Yep, I got that too. Right. Very good. Good job, Zen. Good job. And then we got Debbie O, my tech Zen friend who's on the road, as they say. So, Debbie, I got your donation, and I also got your free. Yes, I got your free one as well. Did I get your? Yeah, I got your donation and your free one. And then Minnie Hill from earlier today on the free list as well. So, I think I have got everything up to that point. Let me see if we have some new ones down here. Yeah, we got Ruby Grimm. Hey, Ruby. Thank you so much for your donation. And we'll get you added on there. All right. So I think I might be up to date in the moment. So let me get these a little more organized real quick because that's what it's all about. So I got all the free readings there. Let me make some more space down here. Okay. Hey, Debbie, love and light to you. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well, enjoying the southern heat down there. Hope you're making it to the ocean. Get to the ocean, dip in the ocean there, cool off. All right. So this is the list so far. We got Debbie O up first, and then we've got 4 for Sudeshna, and then we've got Maria P, and then times 2, and then Crystal. I think. Hold on a sec. I thought did. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. Thought I missed one of Sudeshna's, but no, I don't. That was last night. It's all coming together. All right, so 4 for Sudeshna, and then 2 for Maria P. Then we got Crystal Ray, and then Sean G, and then 3 for obviously Cancer, and then Ruby G in the house. You'll be up after that. Oh, how fun. You're looking for a house to buy. Fun, fun. That's always exciting, right? So, we'll do a little I got my little beet juice with some I do 2 tablespoons of lemon juice and 1 teaspoon of apple cider vinegar with some beet juice, powder. It's supposed to help a lot of stuff in your body. So that's what I'm drinking before I drink my coffee because I didn't get it done. It was a very busy day, so you'll see me drinking my blood like a vampire. So, but cheers, everybody! Thank you so much for being here. I'm so grateful to have you on this journey. Thank you for all the thumbs up, the likes, the comments, the that you make of attending these sessions, watching my podcast. All of it helps spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful that you're part of the love tsunami. It does definitely help. So cheers, cheers to you. I love you guys. It's really good. And it helps clear out my sinuses. Yeah, it's kind of beet juice by itself. It'll be like, whoa, ooh, tart, right? The lemon juice and the apple cider vinegar just help it. It's like smooth. All of those things individually, you know, lemon juice, apple cider vinegar, all of it, but it somehow just tastes really good. So that is it. Let's dive in, everybody. Cheers, cheers. All righty. I'll try not to clear my throat in the microphone. My apologize. All right. So Debbie, oh, you are up 2319. The temporary Cali girl. Hope you're enjoying California. Thank you for your donation. And you want to know, will there be any flirting with a male interest while you're in California, or do you still need to journey back to Texas for some hope? I love you. You're so funny. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on your current energies, will there be any flirting with you, right? You could be flirting with whoever you want, but is there someone going to be flirting at you, right? In California. So let's take a look here. What do they have here? And I do want this one, do want this one, and this one. All right, let's see what we got here. Ooh. Well, well, well. Well, the bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Cups. What, woo. Ooh la la, mon chéri, you know? So it does appear there to be some flirting in California. So let's see what this is about. We got the Two of Swords. Yeah, there's the power of story here. That's important because you get to choose what things mean and the limitations that there are or not, you know, when it comes in here, right? You got the Eight of Swords as well. And the Eight of Swords is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that would have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So that's kind of bookending these 3 cards in the middle, which tells me that there is flirting available beyond your boundary of, oh, you know. So once we're able to do that, you know, so we have that, you know, that energy of going beyond what our comfort zone, right? And it's chatting up with someone if you're attracted to them or, you know, whatever, you know, especially when you're traveling, you're like, oh, what the chances of me seeing them again? Maybe not, maybe you won't. So you can flirt, you know. We'll see here underneath if there's anything that comes from it here. Wouldn't it be the the luck that you flirt with someone and you find out they live in the same city? You're like, oops, or yay, right? So you have the Nine of Wands, Frankenstein monster, which is, of course, the blockade, right? And this invisible shield that you might have up. You have the 9 of swords. Yeah, these 9 energies, this hermit energy, and you have the 5 of cups, which is the lower vibrational fear energies. So there is a little bit of a block here, those fears, right? The 9 of swords. So that's what they're talking about. You have to make a change of story. You have to make a decision to be open to it and step into your heart and go, I'm here. We're protected. and and there will and so we're going to be open. Let's let down the shields. Let's allow stuff to come toward us, right? Underneath the surface, you do have oh my gosh. So you got the Lovers card too. So it's definitely there, this energy below the surface. You have the 3 of swords again, which is the fear of disappointment, the fear of heartbreak. And when we have expectations, that's what sucks the life out of a moment. If you just enjoy it for what it is, it's beautiful. You get to just talk and not with, is this gonna lead to something, or are they, what kind of person are they, whatever. Let's get curious instead of, focusing on the comparison or the judgment of according to our expectations, right? Let's just check out the expectations, turn them off, enjoy the adventure kind of energy that's here. Yeah, the 6 of swords. Leave behind old ways of thinking, see things from a higher place. It allows movement from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I like this. And the more you do it, the more comfortable you feel just being you and not worrying about that there's an outcome or some sort of attachment to a future outcome. Just enjoying it in this moment, right? I like it. Yep. And the King of Cups. Beautiful balance between head and heart. I feel like this is your energy here. And I just feel like, realizing you are the love of your life and that's what you're working on. And you're just going to be able to see how things have changed from a year ago about how you interact with others and um, with no history with someone. And it's this wonderful flow energy compared to before would have been, you know, nervous and that. I just feel like you're just going to be calm when this unfolds. So there is great possibilities. Got to let down the wall is all. And it's at least the outer wall, right? Because there's like a series of walls. Let out the outer one and let people wander into the, at least the castle gardens. What, that sounded bad. Not that castle garden. I'm talking about wolf. You do what you want, girl. But I'm just saying, um, that you let them into, not inside the castle, big walls, but there's outer castle gardens and stuff as well. So anyway, I'm going to move on before I get in trouble. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. So you have hidden blessings. Ooh, blessings in disguise. Oh, sorry. Hold on a sec. This little thing popped up here on my computer. Get out. Okay, there we go. Now I can see. So you've got hidden blessings. Look at that beautiful butterfly energy. And that's number 26. So there is a gift in every adversity. Your love, intentions, prayers, good wishes, and realizations are held in the consciousness of the universe. This energy circulates around you and may act as a source of comfort to you. Additionally, it may show up as nourishment, wisdom, and teachings. You may draw on this energy whenever you're in need. So, this card brings the important reminder that you are not alone. Whether you need encouragement, support, or wisdom, you can draw on the teachings of others. Adjust yourself throughout the frequency of their messages. The greatest blessings are the ones that are hidden within you. Your love and your heart will continue to grow until you attain happiness, healing, love, and enlightenment. So, this card expresses peace, calm, and trust through the color blue. This signifies a friend showing up in a time of need. Every situation has a gift. Even in the darkest hour, there is a blessing. It may not yet be in your awareness, but it is there. The maiden peers into a scene that is blossoming with a rose. Fairies of all shapes and sizes rush to her aid. Although the card is very dark, there is a light emanating from everything. There is hope, light, and help coming to you from all corners of your world. I like that. I even heard, you've got all these wingmen. They call a wingman is when, you know, we're flirting or, talking to other people and, you have your wingman that protects you. Well, you got plenty of wingmen protecting you. So nothing to fear. You get to go forward. All right. So that is what they have for you, Debbie O. We'll circle back around for the free readings as well, eventually, of course. All right. So many blessings to you. And let's see. I already get that one. Yeah, I just didn't give that a love and a like. So I got that Ruby. And we got Blueberry in the house. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So I think that is nothing new. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 for Sudeshna coming up here. So 32, 37 is for the first one here. So thank you for that. And this one is for the last 3 days, you're having a migraine headache in the night. Oh, the right side of your head. Why isn't it getting better? Why do I have headaches every few weeks? All right. Of course, disclaimer in the description box. Of course, I'm not a licensed medical professional. So tarot's for fun, for entertainment purposes. Definitely consult medical professionals for any guidance for our physical bodies. Let's see here. What does Spirit have to say? Why isn't your migraine getting better? All right. And why do you have them every few weeks? All right. I like that one, and I like that one there too. All right. What's on the bottom of the deck here? Yeah, I figured it's going to have something to do with the head. 7 of Swords. There is a lot of mental conflict. And I do feel like this, a lot of this is stress related. It feels like with that 7 of Swords, because that's the, you know, our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets when we feel this pressure and when we're in fight or flight mode, our blood, is pumping, pumping, pumping. And so if we're constantly feeling that, it can impact our brain, especially, like our head. And if we're not drinking enough water and taking time to rest, and if we're not getting enough sleep and we're worried about things, it just, if we have a tendency for migraines, then that can be a big indicator for it, right? But let's take a look here. Why isn't it getting better this time? Yeah, you got the Page of Coins, the Five of Cups. There is a lot of lower vibrational emotional energy with that Five of Cups. Let's see if I can get it to not be so glowy there. But the Page of Coins has to do with new opportunities in the future. So I feel like you're kind of extra stressed here around trying to find a new job and trying to go through that. And there's some lower connections below the surface as well. They just told me to look at this book. We've got this You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. Let's see what she says about migraines real quick. This is good for all of us, right? So, migraine headaches, it's about dislike of being driven, resisting the flow of life. There's also sexual fears. Can usually, I'm not going to say that on. There is some relief through uh, the self. We'll just leave it at that way, it says. But the affirmation is I relax into the flow of life and let life provide all that I need easily and comfortably. Life is for me. So it also says check headache. And headaches is about invalidating the self criticism, or fear, as we were saying, right? So I do feel like those are things that are at the root of it. The affirmation for headaches is, "I love and approve of myself. I see myself and what I do with eyes of love. I am safe." So I like that. So hopefully that helps a little bit in all of us. But I feel like it is stress and fear about, I'm not going to find a job. I'm going to be stuck here forever. Oh my God. Right. And then why do you have them every few weeks? You got the Seven of Cups. So you have the Seven of Swords and the Seven of Cups, both emotional and mental conflict, right? So I feel like there's also all of that coming in here. What's on the bottom here? Yeah, we've got the Nine of Pentacles along with the Ace of Swords. I'm going to try to, maybe if I move in closer, it might just be that it's still bright outside. I know here it is. It's only 5:30. The sun goes down here now around 8:30 at night. So we got the Ace of Swords, which is the need to see things differently around yourself, your self-worth and your self-sufficiency, a little bit here. There might even be some of this fear or emotions around not finding like a husband or a mate kind of energy, with all the emotionalness and the Nine of Coins with the Pentacles. So at the core of it all, it's stress, 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 right? So, you know, it's about resting. It's about, breathing exercises. If you can do those will help alleviate. In fact, you might even just kind of Google or search the internet for breathing exercises for migraines, is what I'm hearing. That might help out too. All right. So, and if it's not getting better, definitely, of course, consult a physician. But I feel like it is stress related. Your fortune cookie is reflection, which says, deep introspection is needed. The answers lie in understanding your past and your present. Take time to journal, meditate, and analyze patterns in your life for insight and clarity. The flip side of that is avoidance or self denial may be preventing growth. So face your truth with honesty and courage. So I like that. All right. So that's for your first one there. And then for number two, we're at 3857 here. Oops, let's try that again. There we go. So here's for your second one. And so you've included your new manager on the old email regarding your leave request for June 17th, going to your friend's house. Did your new manager see the email? Right, we'll ask that first. All right, thank you. Yeah, it looks like here, Page of Coins. That's an affirmative kind of energy. So that is a yes. They have seen it. Will you be able to go based on current energies? We have the Eight of Cups and the Six of Cups. Yeah, this is a flowing energy. Both of those energies are, you know, even numbers. So there is a flow here. And I feel like there might be, oh, it's funny that the Six of Cups is the old coming back. So the old manager, um, with leaving the Eight of Cups. So I feel like there is this, I feel like, again, we talked about like there's a going back and forth between the old and the new manager and saying, hey, is who's going to approve this, right? Are you going to approve this since I requested it before I got my new manager, or is it my new manager? I need to know because I feel like both think the other person's going to do it. So I definitely feel like you need to contact like one of them, and and say, I submitted this. I don't know if they approved it or if you're going to approve it, and and kind of put them with each other instead of, expecting an email. I feel like they're very busy. So since this is an important date coming up next week, I would reach out to one of them. And probably your um, probably your new manager, and then they can decide. They can go, "Oh, I'm not sure if they did or not, but you know what? I will," because it kind of is like puts them in the position of power, and that's who you have to deal with going forward for a while, right? So I would contact your new manager. I know, sneaky. Okay, so, all right. So I feel like, if you do that, if you reach out to your new manager, you got the 2 of coins, which is balanced energy. Um, and again, there it feels like it's I don't know, is this up in the air still here? Um, because the 2 of coins is like I feel like they're gonna talk to the other one, but I feel like they want to approve it because they want to be the good guy, being the new manager. But I feel like they do want to check with the old manager. It does feel like with the 2 of Pentacles, it feels good. So I feel like right now the energy feels like you are able to. How will the weather be when you go? You got the Queen of Cups. Yeah. Very rainy here for the last 2 days. Well, you got the Queen of Cups, the ruler over water. So I feel like there's going to be a little bit of rain going on there. Um, and that's all right. You're not a witch. You still have the 3 of Cups, which is joy and celebration. So it's still joyful. I do feel like there's going to be a bit of rain there because that's funny. The ruler of water, she's going to be there, but I still feel like you guys have a great time. So, uh, you know, it kind of makes it even fun running through the rain together. To get out of the rain. So it feels good. So I like that. Your fortune cookie is you've got courage. Yeah, I like that. Especially asking for the time off. Fear is a natural part of growth. Bold action leads to powerful breakthroughs. So step outside your comfort zone today. Act despite fear. So just act and reach out to them. Self doubt may be holding you back. Trust in your strength is the flip side of that. So I would definitely reach out to your new manager today, whatever today is for you. And that way because that's next week. Can you believe it? That's next week. All right. And that's for number 2. So for number 3, we got 43 of 52. So here is for that one. Boom, boom. And so this is Shayari. Okay, so these 3 people your 3, sorry, yeah, will these friends be able to go, and will they go on the 17th invitation? If yes, how will the day be? All right, let's take a look here. So we have 3. So I'm going to probably just not do well with these names, and I apologize up front. I have Shayari. We'll take a look at that. And then Indranil. Probably, again, I'm so sorry. I'm just not super good with different names, but Tathagata for that. All right, so we've got those 3. And then we'll find out if they're able to go here, and then how will the day go with who's able to go. Yeah, you got the 2 of Swords. It's going to go exactly as you want it to with the 2 of Swords. 2 of Swords is the power of story, that regardless of whatever happens out here, it's meaningless until it gets in here. So how are you going to choose to look at the day? Are you going to choose it to be disappointing? Then it will be disappointing, and you get to enjoy that emotional stuff that comes with. Or is it going to be a fantastic day of joy and hilarity? Then it's going to be that, because you get to decide with your wonderful, wonderful mind, um, the story that it is, and then the emotional soundtrack that goes with it, right? And your choices. It's like if you ever go on a vacation with someone who's determined to have a bad time, it doesn't mean you have to have a bad time. You can be like, all right, you want to stay in the hotel room, and all right, well, that's okay. I'm gonna go. I want to go see this beach, and I want to go to this store, and I want to do this, and it's gonna be so much fun. And I'm gonna stop and get something to eat. So I'll text you on the way back, see if you want me to bring you back anything. But hang in there. I'm not gonna let you know, uh, my story have to be what I don't want it to be, right? That's what's kinda coming in here, right? Let's see here. So, first of all, Shayari, we got the 8 of Cups with them, which is walking away from emotions or relationships that don't serve anymore kind of energy. I don't feel like she is able to go. Um, Indranil, we do have the Emperor, which is Aries action energy. I feel like she's on the fence, but I feel if she'll get out of her head and into her heart, I feel like she ends up deciding to go with that. And then Tathagata got the 9 of Cups, which is dream come true. So I do feel like she definitely goes. So you have one that doesn't go, one that was on the fence, which I feel like ends up going, and then one that's definitely going. So I like that. And it's going to be the day that you want it to be and decide it to be. I like that. So it all depends on your choices and energy that day. And that's what they want you to focus in on is that no one gets to decide what kind of time you have. So I like that. And then your fortune cookie here, you've got acceptance. I like it. Beautiful card, which says, embracing what is brings peace. Resisting reality only prolongs discomfort. Breathe deeply and acknowledge your current situation without judgment. Because on the flip side, avoidance or denial may create tension. Face reality with grace. That might help with your migraines too, right? Yeah, and then that little trip with your friends might be what you need to move beyond that migraine too. All right. And then for number 4, we're at 4804. So here's all of your timestamps. Hey, Michelle, peace to you. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Oh, thank you. And I did get your donation. I'll add you to the list here after I finish with this last one for Sudeshna. So hello, good to see you. All right, Sudeshna, the upcoming time in your career at Cognizant, please. What's coming and what will happen? All right, let's take a look here. What's going on with Cognizant right now? So what's going on? What's coming for you? And what is happening here? So we got that. And this is based on your current energy, your current choices. So let's see here. So what is coming? We got the 2 of Wands, the 5 of Cups. So there's definitely opportunity for lower vibration emotions, which no, duh, right? We know that the kind of the environment is not very uplifting. It's more feels like a sweatshop, right? Go, 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 work, work, work kind of energy. But the 2 of Wands coming in here as well is it doesn't matter what opportunities come out, you still get to decide. Kind of like we were just talking about in your previous reading too, right? That regardless of what is going on, what energy I focus on is what I experience and what I draw to me. So even in a place where everyone's miserable, I can still love it and be having a blast. And where other people are struggling, I could be easily moving up and moving through things too because my energy, right? If I focus on gratitude for what I love and what is and on joy and peace and play and laughter, then I have a life that imitates that because I'm drawing that to me and I'm creating that life for me. But if I focus in on the fears and the lack and the, conflicts and the rudeness and the lack of support and blah, 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 I get more of that because my energy is saying, you know what I like? Whatever I'm focusing on. And it's like, oh, okay, we'll bring you more of that. We talk about like going into a donut shop and pointing out all the donuts you hate. You're going to end up with a dozen donuts or pastries you hate. If you focus and point out all the things you love, all the donuts, you get a yummy, yummy box of donuts you love. You're probably going to eat the whole thing yourself. I would. So I love that for you here. This amazing energy that's coming in here. I do feel at the bottom of the deck, you have the 3 of Swords, which in this case, instead of being, heartbreak and disappointment, this is telling me the unexpected happens. And so that's what kind of gives us the opportunity of when something unknown and unexpected comes up, then that kind of shakes our cage a little bit because our little inner child hates surprises of the unknown, unless it's a nice surprise. Still doesn't like surprises, but it's more accepting of nice surprises, right? What's coming here for you? What's going to happen? Let's see what we have here. You've got the Chariot again, the power of choice. Look at that powerful card. Beautiful, beautiful. And this is about you know, the mind, the stories, your emotions, your energy, your actions that you're in control of. And I feel like that's the important thing. Again, we're going, what's coming? What's going to happen? And it's like there's a lot of the world stuff that's going to unfold. It's going to be doing what it does. But I'm feeling like all this energy here is you're really stepping into your power. So I feel like you're stressed because I feel like things are getting to a point where you either have to continue to hold on to these feelings of like you're being whipped around by the world, or you're stepping in as a warrior and saying, I'm the one that decides what things mean, how I feel, how I'm going to act, and my um, energy I'm going to focus on. I'm the one. And I feel like this is kind of where you're heading into here. Yeah, because you've got the Page of Cups, the Ten of Cups. You can choose joy. You can choose celebration through it all here. And you have the Ace of Swords too, which is you being able to see things differently from a higher perspective through whatever this comes in. And I like it, even, with the slowness of things happening as you're getting in tune with your heart to see where your heart is drawing you. You're learning through this situation at Cognizant. You're learning that, expectations are what sucks the life out of things. And when unexpected things happen, for a moment we can be, but then breathe, and we learn to breathe. We learn to step back, calm down, and go, okay, before this is how I'm supposed to respond to that. I'm supposed to get upset. I'm supposed to freak out. I'm supposed to, but instead, I'm going to choose something different. I'm going to choose to giggle. I'm going to choose to laugh. I'm going to choose joy instead, and going, all right, I love it. Here's a challenge to show what we're made out of. Let's go. Let's do it, instead of, oh God, oh God, oh God, it's like, all right. So I kind of like that energy coming in here for you, because I feel like there's just going to be obstacles there where you're at Cognizant, but you have the ability to choose what it means for you. Can't choose it for everyone else, but you can choose it for you, and you can lead by example, and other people can, glean from that as well. So hopefully that is what is helps there. And you got, yeah, receptivity coming in here. So emotional openness allows blessings to flow. The universe gives to those who are ready to receive. Practice gratitude and open your heart to receive love, abundance, and support. Because on the flip side, resistance to receiving may be blocking opportunities. Allow yourself to accept what you deserve. We talked about that in that Abundance Where It Be, episode 14 of my podcast. That's the receptivity is our inner child allowing things to come in, to the gates. So I think I already talked to you. I already recommended that for you. If not, check out episode 14, Abundance Where It Be. It does talk about that in there for you, right? So that's what they got for you, Sudeshna. Thank you again for all your donations. I appreciate those. So many, many blessings to you. All right, let me do some shout outs. We'll get back into the readings here. Hey, Debbie. Oh, we did. Here's your timestamp for your donation. We haven't done free readings yet, of course. So we will circle back around for that when we get there sometime. If not tonight, tomorrow, as we did. So, hey, I hope you're having a fun time. Good to see you. And okay, Michelle Smith, thank you so much for your donation via the Cash App. Um, and I see your question there. You want to message from your ancestor. So I'll just put that over here. Ancestor massage. No, it's message. All right, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So we got you on the list there. And I think that was everyone else. And Blueberry, if you're still here, I didn't see a question from you, just in case they didn't put it out there or YouTube decided to keep it a secret between the two of you. All right. And then we also have Michelle Hodzik in the house. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. And I got you on the free list here as well. All right. So up next, we got 2 for Maria P, then Crystal Ray, Sean G, 3 for obviously Cancer, and then Ruby, and then Michelle Smith after that. All right. So I'm going to take a quick sip here. Cheers, everybody. This is my wonderful beet juice with lemon juice and apple cider vinegar. Yum, yum, right? Good for the liver, good for the kidneys, good for blood pressure, all sorts of fun stuff. So cheers, cheers. Right, to good health. Salute. All right. I promise there's nothing else in there. I know I act sometimes like there's alcohol or drugs involved, but I'm not. I'm just silly naturally. All right, so let's jump in. Next up, we got Maria P, 5726. So Maria, here's your timestamp. And so you want Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Okay. Got that there. And then did he miss you on his Sons and Dragons trip? He said he wants to see you Tuesday before his work trip, question mark. You want to know why? And then a message from Wally. Okay. And what's coming for our really this month? Is that for your relationship this month? Probably relationship. And then work for you next week. All right. So thoughts and feelings of Wally. Yep. We got this death and rebirth energy coming in here. And it's not a bad energy. This is like a phoenix rising from the ashes kind of energy. So I feel like, but I do feel like there's a little bit of fear that things are going to end, because I feel like he is thinking distance is not good because he knows vultures are circling you, and you're paying attention to the vultures circling you, and he can tell. He's not stupid. He's a Scorpio. He's got secret powers of understanding. So he knows that. I feel like there's some fear around that right now. Does he miss you on this trip here? Got the 8 of Swords. Really feel like he's stuck in his head right now. There's so much going on. It's just like going, going, going. I feel like he's really in his head more than he is in his heart. So there's not a missingness that's there, because I don't feel like he has time to miss in between this appointment, going here and doing this and arguing, with the dragon but I feel like he's focusing in on his son um, with the trip. So, it's not personal that he doesn't care or anything. I just feel he's really focused in on son and trying to do the best he can, because he knows this will probably be the last trip that, they'll kind of take together before he's like embedded in 4 years or whatever of college, right? And then he said he wants to see you Tuesday before he goes on to his work trip. Yeah, the star card. You see, dream come true energy. So he definitely wants to assure you that he wants to see you, and he wants, you to be a part of his life still. So I like that. A message from Wally. Yeah, the world card. This is a beautiful, like a victory energy, but it is the ending, major ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And I feel like they're ready to kind of change things up a bit. Excuse me, in you guys' relationship with this energy, even with the death card. Both of these are ending, beginning energies. but it doesn't have to be like an ending. Um, the death card is like the phoenix, right? It's like something burning down for something to be reborn. The world card is reaching a culmination and ready to go to the next level. So the energy is a little different in it, but that's kind of what his message is. I'm ready. I feel like we've accomplished and made it through a lot. I feel like his message is I hope we make it to the next level. Um, so again, I feel like he's really sensing the kind of shakiness of where you're coming from. He's not sure where you're coming from. What's coming for your relationship this month? Yeah, you got the Queen of Swords. It's a balance between head and heart. So I do feel like things do go from feeling rocky to kind of balanced energy. If you choose to continue it, I feel like it does. And then work for you next week. You got the Three of Swords. Again, this is interesting. Usually it's like expectations equal disappointment and heartbreak kind of energy, but lately, at least today, it kind of feels like this is taking on a the unexpected is approaching. So I feel like next week there's something that happens that um it's not anything bad, simmer down. I just feel like it's like, oh wow, it's new information and an unexpected turn of events. Um, but they're not telling me what it is, for that, yet. So, because we have so many questions, we're just ankle deep. We're not going deeper. So that's what you get. Uh-oh. You're like, uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Yeah. And then you have, oh, I love that. Devotion is your um, fortune cookie. It says, love grows through commitment and care. What you nurture will flourish. I like that. Show up fully for something or someone you care about and give love freely. On the flip side of it, emotional neglect may be straining relationships. Reinvest in what matters. There you go. Mhm. All right. So that's for your first one. And then for number two, we're at 103.36. So there is for number two. And so you want to know thoughts on you today from Dr. Laura and Dr. Bob. All right, Dr. Laura. I think this one is Dr. Bob. And then what's coming for you this month for work based on current energies? We got that. Anything that you should know? Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. And what would he like to tell you today that's appropriate for YouTube? That's funny. All right. So, Dr. Laura's thoughts on you today. We got the Seven of Wands. Yeah, it feels like today you really stood out. Stubborn bull. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, if it resonates, but the Seven of Wands is about, you know, a sun shining bright, standing on a hill, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, but being yourself. But the energy that is really coming through is you shone bright, you showed up bright, you appeared bright, and shining. So good energy from her today. Dr. Bob, yeah, we got the full card, which is a world of possibilities energy, new adventure energy. Um, I don't know what this is that he saw you with fresh eyes today. Like there's there's a side of you that he didn't realize before, and it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing, but I feel like it's your I don't know, he's seen your fire before, but it's something to do with your fire that you do have this um, anything's possible attitude that he was like, "Oh, I didn't realize, that because you were a go-getter, but about the future and about, kind of this hopefulness that came through." And And maybe it's because he didn't feel that in himself for a while, but he has some renewed hope in his life, and I feel like that's why he saw it in you, which is a good reminder that other people's thoughts of us have a lot to do with going on with them, right? What's coming for you this month at work? You got the Ace of Coins. So there is abundance. There is a new opportunity that is coming here. We've been getting that for a long time. It's like it's piling up outside the city gates. Have you done that? Six of Pentacles, talking to your inner child, looking at who was it when you were younger that you felt you had to give so much to but got so little from? Have you done any forgiveness release work on towards that yet? Because that could be what's holding everything up if you haven't. Anything you should know? Yep, Seven of Cups. I feel like I just said it. Here's the zombie in the closet, the little inner child that needs to have some emotions released because those are the things that are holding back. So if you haven't done that, I would really encourage you. I think we talk about it in that podcast itself on how to kind of look back and see who it is that we can release from our wrath to allow the city gates to open up and allow stuff to come in instead of lining up on the outside waiting, right? And then Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. We have the Eight of Cups. Feel like, oh, what is this? This is walking away from relationships. Well, this makes sense. And I feel like it's a combo. There's like three different approaches to it. So they're thinking that, well, one, we know that they think you should walk away from Wally because you're not happy there. You should come over here. I'll make you happy. You know, he's afraid that you are going to, um, stick with them, which is in a way walking away from them and the kind of the flirtiness and the stuff that you guys have been kind of doing, and then he's also thinking maybe it's best for me to walk away. So he's got all these 3 things that are happening and inside of him, and he's just kind of in the midst of it all, not sure. He's kind of in limbo wondering what you're gonna decide, and then he'll decide. What would he like to tell you today? Yep, the Hierophant. The Hierophant energy, this is it's the ruler of change, the master of change. And I feel like with this, the depth of it, it's like I've changed. I'm not who I was before. And it would be different with us now. That's what he wants to tell you as the human, but I don't know. I would make him prove it first before you do anything, right? You're like, I don't know. Your actions to me right now seem to be kind of old pattern, not caring that I'm with someone else and flirting. Because if you're going to do that to me, I mean, do that with me, wouldn't you do that to me? Would you be flirting with someone else when you're with me if you'll flirt with me when I'm with someone else? Something to think about. And your fortune cookie is clarity. So, a clear vision directs energy efficiently. Know what you want and why you want it. Define your intention in specific detail. The more clarity you have, the stronger the manifestation. The flip side is confusion or uncertainty may be disrupting your focus. Yeah. Take time to refine your intentions. It's time to decide, woman. All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donations. I greatly appreciate that. So, cheers, cheers, everybody. So, up next, we got Crystal Ray and then Sean G, 3 for obviously Cancer, Ruby Grimm, and Michelle Smith after that. Sorry, is that irritating hearing that? Clink, clink, clink. Salud. All right. So we got Crystal Ray up next. 1:10:45 is for your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. That was via Z PayPal. And so we got 4 questions coming up for you here. So first, we want Corey's thoughts on you. The fight still has you sad in a way, even though we both have moved on. All right, let's take a look here. So what are Corey's thoughts? All right. And any message on the sadness? Oh, we'll do one card on the sadness. All right. So what are Corey's thoughts of you right now? Yeah, we got the 9 of Swords, which is nightmare and insomnia, a lot of expectations, energy. And then we have the Lover's card. So I do feel, that this is about relationships that I feel like they felt you kind of had a lot of expectations on what a relationship should be. And the Emperor energy, you know, so of course, remember, this is all from inside them. This doesn't mean it's actually true, but this is what's going on inside their noggin, right? Um, and it does feel here like they thought you had a lot of expectations around relationships, around lovers, and the Emperor is I'm just gonna say that you're kind of bossy, is his like, you make the decisions, you decided what was gonna happen and not gonna happen without talking to me, It was like, "You decided this is over, I'm going somewhere else," and that's his point of view. Of course, he missed all of the other signals and all of you asking questions and all of this. He didn't pick up on the subtleties, and he calls them subtleties. For you might have been like, "I clearly said hey, are you if you're not acting interested in me, I'm gonna go somewhere else and find someone who is." Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's, that was a subtlety, to him, which is like, wow, right? So I feel like, they're kind of looking at the reasons they're kind of focusing on the reasons why that it wasn't a good match energetically, 'cause, obviously, I feel like you guys were on different pages here, different expectations, different power power concerns about who's in power, right? So, and then what's the sadness here too? Yeah, you got the Page of Swords. It's like there's you wanted you want understanding of things, and there's of course there's a sadness when and that we're 'cause I don't feel like you're mourning the relationship you had with him. I feel like you're mourning the relationship you saw you could the possibility of what the relationship could be, not what the relationship was. Let that sink in for a sec. You were loving and excited about what the relationship could become, the possibilities, and that's what you're mourning, not what you actually had, because you thought, "Oh, but that it's a lost dream," kind of energy, and instead, if you really look at it and going, they would never have been able to get there, because that's not who they are right now, and it would take a long time. Longer than your patience would last, obviously. It would be a lot longer even, if you hadn't exited now, it would be a year or more before they would even take a step towards that, and so it just wasn't meant, to be there. So hopefully that helps. And then does Corey regret threatening you, like, that he was gonna call the police on you or other threats? I don't need to know. That's the important thing here. Um, we do want those. Okay. So we have this here. We have the 9 of coins, 9 of pentacles. 9 of pentacles is like a hermit energy. It's very much a self energy. Let me see these other cards. I don't feel like he's a person of regret. Yeah, because you got the King of Swords very much in their head, not in their heart. right? I got the 5 of swords too, which is conflict energy that's here, and the Knight of Wands, his fieriness, you know, his, reactionary kind of ways that he is. Um, so I don't feel like he's a regret kind of person. He's looking at his success, his safety, his world, and I feel like he's like, "Oh, people say stuff when they're upset." So I don't feel like that there's regret. And this is rooted in the energy of living in a black and white world. I'm either a success or a failure. If I have to admit to doing something wrong, then that means I'm a failure. So I've got to blame other people for situations or write it off to, something's just, that's the way things are. People just get upset sometimes. Why are you being all worried about? Why you I feel like he would say something, "Why are you dwelling on that? That's old news. Let's move forward." He's all about what's next, not about what has been in the past. So hopefully that helps there. And then what are Justin's thoughts of you? So we got that, we got that, and we got that. Oh yeah. So we got the magician energy, this divine masculine energy. Um, energy. So I feel like, this is action. Um, and they like that you take action too. Let's see what these other 2 cards are. Yeah, you got the 7 of Wands and the Temperance as well. Yeah, Sagittarius, Temperance energy, and the 7 of Wands. There's like this, he likes the balance that you have between being willing to take action, but also willing to wait. And the 7 of Wands is about shining bright and being true to yourself and going, here I am. And, you know, I don't, you don't, um, he feels that you don't play games. And I don't feel like you play games either. You know, we do have manipulational kind of tools in our wheelhouse, as they say, that we've been, when we don't get our way, we act sad to get people to do what we want. And if that doesn't work, we get angry. If that doesn't work, we use rejection. That's how we're taught. Those are the 3 stages of manipulation. Depth con 1, 2, and 3. Sad, angry, rejection. If that doesn't work, then we act sad about that the rejection didn't work. I can't believe when I didn't call you back that you didn't come after me. Why did you stop so quick? Well, so we've got all that kind of, energy that's in your wheelhouse. So there is manipulative options that are there that sometimes slip out, but it's not your norm. You don't play games normally. And he likes, at least from his perspective, you haven't played games with him and that you're just true to yourself. What you see is what you get. And you are just like purely you, and he likes that. And that Sagittarius temperance energy, the magic that, you know, it's patience, allowing things to unfold. But then there's also times where um, with that, you have kind of like this divine masculine energy where you kind of take charge, like the emperor energy that Corey was, sometimes you're just like, this is what I want. And you stand up like an Amazonian woman, and he thinks that's hot. That it's like, okay, I like that. Not that you're bossy all the time, because I feel like you balance it with them. Um, because Justin is different. Corey acted like a child. You almost had to act like a parent with him, right? But Justin acts like an adult. And I feel like that's the difference that you'll see in the relationship too. So interesting, right? So those are some thoughts that Justin has there for you. And then, will you get the apartment you want? So based on current energies, will you get the apartment you want? Right. You do have the 6 of Cups and the Knight of Coins. I feel like it's eventually here. Because the Knight of Coins is an energy of It's the slowest moving knight, the Knight of Pentacles. On the bottom of the deck, you do have the Page of Cups, which is an energy of happy, happy, happy time. But the Six of Cups is talking to me about your child, inner emotional child energy. And we might have talked about it before, but my podcast, Abundance Where It Be, that just ruminates with that. And so when you're searching for something, and if I've talked about this before, you know, you can watch it again if you want, but the abundance where it be episode talks about our energy that draws things to us and then our inner child who rolls over our rate of exchange, what it feels, what it learned when it was 7 years old and younger, that you have to give so much to deserve so little, that can be a block. And I feel like if you look at that, that you can release some energy, open up the city gates that allows it to come in sooner. But this Knight of Pentacles, this slow roll, feels like it's your inner child going, no, not yet. We don't deserve that yet. And it's like, you do, but it believes you don't because of that out of balance, unfair rate of exchange. So I would look into that. And that can change things and move it sooner to you. You do eventually get it, but if you want it sooner, I would check it out, right? All right, and then, because your donation was $5 or more, you do get one of these Whispers of Healing oracle. So let's see what else Spirit has here for you. Okay. This one? All right. So you have Answers Within. Yeah, here's your inner child going, "Come hither, parental self. I have something to talk to you about." Card number 19. Let's see what we have here. Don't look externally for the source of your problems. When you feel triggered or distressed, look within. You may have been conditioned to place blame on others or on your circumstances. Realize there's no one against you. No one is looking to hurt you. Dissect what is going on for you. What is it that you are really feeling? Break out of limiting patterns. As you overcome the cause, you will diminish the effects. Ooh. Create a space each day where you can take an emotional inventory. Find a place to sit quietly and relax your mind. Ask yourself questions. Take note of any new insights that emerge during this process. Examining yourself and your role in a situation will help you become more self aware. Soul searching and listening to a trusted friend can lead you to your best answer. You will recognize the right answer for you as it will feel uplifting. You might be able to see a positive solution for all involved. You will feel inspired or comforted as you listen to your own wisdom. In this picture, a fairy rides in a rose high above a landscape. She holds a candle that represents the four main archangels: Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, and Uriel. The candle reflects the light glowing in your soul. Green is connected to health, wellness, and happiness. The sweet smell of the rose induces a feeling of calm. The fairy's beautiful wings lend emphasis to the freedom of your soul. You can rise above this situation and transform as you do so. All things are constantly moving, developing, and changing. Trust the cycle of change that you're currently in as you emerge with more awareness. Ooh, I like that. So that is your fortune cookie in case you didn't get a good look at it. Here it is again. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. We'll return to those quick. Let me just do some quick shout outs here and we'll get back into the donation reading. So we've got Healing Readings by Donna Marie. Hello again. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We've got May in the house. Hey, May. Good to see you. I get you on the free reading list here. And we got Silver Pony. Hey, welcome back. Good to see you. All right. Let's take a look here. I'll get you added on to the free list here. Absolutely. Might be a while for those. Of course, if for anyone on the free list, if you want to get moved up to be prioritized, a donation of any kind will get you moved, up on the list. Otherwise, free readings are first come, first serve. So I think I've got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, probably around 20 free readings right now. And for donations, right now I've got Sean G up next, then obviously Cancer times three, and then Ruby Grimm, and then Michelle Smith is where we're at right now. Right. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Let me finish up my little beet juice here before it gets lukewarm because nothing like lukewarm beet juice. Had to get that last bit. Slurp, slurp, like a malt at a malt shop. All right, everybody. Absolutely, Silver Pony, you are on the free list right now. Okay, so Sean G, you're up. Hey, good to see you, Sean. Thank you for your donation via the Cash app. And you want to know, will your sister give you a hard time signing the paperwork for you to take over your father's estate? Let's see here. Based on current energies, what kind of reaction does the sis have here? This one too. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck, I mean, we got the Ace of Pentacles. That's a good sign. That's an abundant sign. So that's good as the underlying energy to start your reading here. We do have the Death card. So there's this death and this rebirth right next to, what is this card? The Four of Wands, which is a joy and celebration energy here. A celebration of life. There's something here about your father's actual death and I don't know if there was a funeral or a celebration of life kind of energy, but it feels like whatever the gathering was for his passing, there's something about that that comes up here. And so I'm not sure what that is. It just feels like that's an issue for your sister. Something about what happened, or if someone didn't go or um, did go or whatever. It just feels like this is a thorn in their side kind of energy. It just feels like there's something that needs to be resolved regarding it. Um, and it could be that it needs to be paid for, and she wants to make sure once the estate gets done, if it hasn't been paid, that it gets paid for, that, there was extra stuff. And it's almost like there was stuff that was paid out of pocket that they also want to get reimbursed for, kind of stuff. It's that kind of thing. Like it just feels like there's concern around that, if that makes sense. Beyond that, Ace of Cups. I mean, we've got this, good positive energy. So isn't that a beautiful card, Sean? I feel like that's something you would create. Actually, I don't think I've seen your art. Have you shared your website with us? You should share your website with me. I'll share it on the page. But I feel like with the Ace of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups, that it's positive energy here. Yeah, and you got the World card, which is, again, abundance, ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's positive energy there too. You got the Two of Wands and the Ten of Wands. I do feel like it makes a lot of difference on how you approach it with your energy. Sorry, this is scary looking. Just this is what I see when I hold up two cards for you guys. Ooh, look. I don't know why I feel hyper today. But anyway, I feel like, yeah, if you go in with joy energy and higher vibrational energy, right? not looking at it as a burden or looking at it as down, but looking at it as abundance and higher vibration. What are you grateful for? I'm grateful for that, they've been handling and they've been doing all this and everything you did. And, you know, I just feel like if you go in with gratitude and not as a power grab, that, that she might see it as a power grab and then resist. But I feel like if you go in from, and we've been talking about vulnerability, that kind of comes in here, right? So I like that. So it looks good. It looks like it'll turn out in a good way there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings into. And you've got eternity, which says life is a continuous cycle of transformation. What ends will always lead to a new beginning. There's that world card energy. Embrace endings as opportunities for renewal. Trust in the infinite flow of life. On the flip side, it says you may be clinging to the past. Accept change and allow fresh energy to enter. So, with your sister, let the past go and enter with fresh energy. So, I like that. Right. So, that's what they got for you, Sean. Sean, again, thank you so much for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. Obviously, Cancer, you're up 132.26. Whoa, that is not, those are not call ins there. All right. There we go. I think I drifted off the keyboard there. There you go. Here is your timestamp. And so thank you for your multiple donations. So for your first one, you want to know, what does your person find most attractive about you? All right, let's take a look here. So this is the current person of interest that you have, not the future Queen of Cups that you got last night, right? So what does your current person find most attractive about you? Got that. And that. All right, let's see what we have here. All right, bottom of the deck, you do have the Chariot energy. It's funny. The Chariot is ruled by the moon, which is Cancer, right? The Cancer moon energy. So it's interesting that one of the things that is below the surface, even though it it's resistant, like she's resistant to it, we talked about, right? Um, that she's still at her core, her inner child loves the nurturing because she didn't get nurtured when she was young. She didn't have a whole lot of healthy nurturing, and so that's what freaks her out, but it also is something that she really loves that you give. If she could trust and change and open up her heart, things would be different, but I don't feel like she's in that transformative stage of her life right now. But so I feel like that's something that they really like about you. Yeah, and also you see things from different perspectives. You have the 10 of Cups too, which is you see the perspective of relationships in a different way because 10 of Cups is a relationship energy. And um, different from her. And the way that you look at it differently, really, she likes that. But underneath the surface, yeah, the Ace of Cups energy that she has, this is the need for self love, right? That in order for her to be able to like exist in that world that you have shared, like this is what a relationship can be, from your perspective, this heightened kind of hanging upside down, a different perspective from her energy is, I would have to love myself in order to love you, because we can't love someone more than we love ourselves, nor receive love from someone else more than we love ourselves. So since she has a really, really low self-love, that's all she can give, a little thimble, and that's all that she can receive. Even if you give her an ocean, as cancers can do, you have the ability to give so much emotion. They're like, "I can only take this." That's it. The rest of that is too much, I can't, and then we feel bad, right? I can't accept all that ocean. All I can drink is one at a time, so sorry, and this is that energy. She loves that about you, but then that's the thing, is that it also, um, makes her feel, well, she feels guilty. You don't make her feel anyway, but she feels guilty. She feels worth less because this is all I can receive, right? So, I feel like that's what, I feel like they're saying the thing that they do, but also the thing that is keeping her from accepting that and being able to go, "Wow, I love all that," but there's always a but. We also have the 8 of Swords energy here, along with the 7 of Coins and the 3 of Wands as well. 3 of Wands is about, like with, um, new information or new experiences, it's about walking away or going in a different direction kind of energy that's coming in here. And, the 7 of Pentacles is, a very patient person. They like your patience, but I also feel like they're like, even as patient as you are with this 8 of Swords, like they know that they have a lot of mindsets that they need to let go of and work through. But they're like, it's going to take a long time. And even though one of the things that they find attractive about you is your patience and your perseverance, is like, even you won't be able to wait that long. And I feel like that's why there's these walls. That's why she, acts this way. Yeah, because we have the 9 of Cups. And they like this dream come true, this, you know, romance, this beautiful picture you have of what love could be, but you can kinda look at it as she feels like she's a three-fingered person and you're a five-fingered glove. And then, yeah, you would be perfect for her. You would give her everything she ever could need, but and there would even be 2 rooms for 2 more fingers to grow if fingers could grow back. And, um, but you would feel empty. And that's the whole thing, is eventually you would feel the emptiness, and I would have to see every day what I'm not giving you and how I'm not giving back to you, because those 2 fingers would be just, 2 gloves fingers would just be flopping around because there's nothing in them, right? And I feel like so there's a lot of things she does see about you, and, but there's also a lot of things that it's a mirror that she looks and goes, "Eek," it makes me feel smaller because I see what you have the capacity to be and what you would like me to be for you, and I can't be that, and so I feel less because I see those 2 flopping fingers. Spirit's funny. So, we got gratitude energy here for your fortune cookie for that one. Gratitude unlocks abundance. Recognizing what you have attracts even more blessings. Write down 3 things you're grateful for today and shift your focus to appreciation. Because the flip side is focusing on lack may be limiting your manifestations. Celebrate what is already. So, and that's something, I mean, I think we might have talked about that too, one of those nights when you were like, what can you do? It's If we focus on who someone's not being, we get more of not being. But if we, we get this energy of, you know, I love this about you. I love this about you. Um, you know, that can, in a lot of circumstances, um, draw in more things to be grateful for you, but I feel like they have such a small self-worth, self-love, that when you say something, they won't believe it. They're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah," and they're like, "Why wouldn't you believe it?" There's a movie somewhere, it says, "Well, the bad things are easier to believe," and it's from a movie, I forget which one it is. You Google it these days, but, not that the movie's important, but I feel like that's kinda where she would be with that, so alright, so that's what they have for the first one. Let me do a couple quick shout outs here, and we will, go on to your second one here. So, Crystal Ray, you're okay, very good. I'm glad you're checking that out. And then Mama is in the house. Hey, hey, happy Thursday to you. Guess what? Your VP, John, announced that he's leaving the company. We talked about that, right? That he's headed out. Wasn't he the one that he was also looking at leaving? You're mortified. Yeah, he was. So, that's alright. It's part of the journey. Yeah, he'd be leaving soon. Little did we know. Well, did he say when he's leaving? Alright. So, well, thank you for the update. My goodness. Yeah. The rats are abandoning ship. July 3rd. Oh, wow, that's a few weeks. All right. Well, let me jump back into the readings here, but thank you for the update. I'm not surprised, obviously. All right. So, obviously, Cancer, let's jump into your number 2. 142.34 is for your second one here. And so you want to know here, what can we tell what she wants from you? All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. What does she want from you? Let me tap into her. Let's see. I was going to say tap into her heart, but feels like her mind is more in control than her heart is at this point of her adventure. All right. Anything else? None of those. Oh, thank you. Okay. What else? All right. Yeah. The bottom of the deck, I mean, we've got the Page of Cups, and I kind of have a dual, kind of a split mind that she has. Because on one side, um, there's this, um, I would love to have like that, like we talked about. She goes, I would love to be in that relationship, but I don't feel like I can be that. So what I want from you is for you to find that love with someone else because I can't be that for you, right? And we've got the also the 8 of Cups and the King of Swords. So her mind, and this is just confirming this is in her mind, not her heart. Her mind is it's best for you to walk away. This 8 of Cups is walking away from a relationship that doesn't serve you. And it's kind of that, you know, there's a little bit of that. What is it called when you're begins with an M, I think. Not a matriarch. It's when the you take on the pain and, uh, I forget. It begins with an M word, but you probably know what know what it is, but it's like a sacrificial kind of energy of like, well, I will be this um, punished one, and I will take the pain, and you go and you be, happy as what I want you to be because I don't deserve it. Um But, it's that kind of energy that's kinda coming in with that here. I'm trying to think of the word. It's gonna kill me. It begins with an M, I think it has a martyr, thank you, spirit. I go, it has an M and a Y, and they're like, "Oh," they filled in the rest of it, like Wheel of Fortune. Ding, 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 martyr. It's kinda that martyr syndrome of 'cause I understand pain, and I'm more comfortable with being in pain than I am being in love and in that happy, happy place energy. So, um, I feel like that is what she's wanting there. Yeah, and kinda like she wants you to be at peace of mind with the 4 of Swords. The Justice card is balanced. Again, both of this mental balanced energy. And I feel like, this is that thing, like, you deserve and she's putting all this on herself, right? You deserve to be in a balanced relationship. You deserve to be able to have a restful mind, not always worrying, and you will always have to worry about me, and so I feel like she's, like, playing the victim energy, the martyr energy, and that's what she's known, you know? Um, so it's what she what helped her whenever she acted sad and hurt and everything, she got the negative attention, and that's what she knew. That's how she learned to get attention, and I don't even feel like love, but got attention. At least it's negative attention, it's better than no attention, and I feel like that's kind of the pattern that they have. Um, and we've got the 7 of Swords. Yeah, it's interesting. She wants you to lie to her, she wants you to cheat, she wants you to deceive her because then 'cause that 1, that's what she feels she deserves, and the other is that then that can be then it can end, and then I won't feel bad anymore, you can be free, but in the inside, she, of course, you know she wants, the love, and she wants that energy, but she also knows it's too scary, it's unknown, it's a dream, it's a wish that doesn't happen in reality kind of energy. So so hopefully that helps. I know that hopefully that resonates with what you pick up from her, um but, that's it's all because of the she does we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So we see this world projected from our pain and or our experiences, and I just feel like that's kind of how she's seeing things. Let's see here. Yeah, got initiative. Here's you walking away. Like that 8 of cups, is that what you want from me? Alright. But it says, "Waiting won't bring results. Taking action is the key to unlocking new opportunities. Step forward boldly today. Act on an idea without overanalyzing." And on the flip side of that, fear of failure may be causing inaction. Take a small step to break the cycle. Interesting. What cycle do you recognize going on between the 2 of you? Is it that victim that she does that to get attention and then rejects you again to get more attention or causes something to get attention? Um, and that's because that's her, you know, in a way, what does she want from you? The negative attention, not that positive crap. I think that's something she would say. But hopefully that helps. We'll go on to your 3rd question here in a sec. Let me just, do a quick shout out, and, Silver Pony, I, the free readings are first come, first serve, so they're gonna be a long time. So if you need to go to bed, please do. I do post a pinned comment at the end of the session listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. So if I get to the free readings tonight, um some nights I don't, and then I complete them in the morning. but, uh, you'll be able to look for your name in the pinned comment, click on the timestamp, which takes you right to your reading, so you don't have to be present for your reading. I will complete it eventually, but um, donations get first priority, and then free readings are first come, first serve, and you're last on the list right now. So go to sleep, and we'll circle back for yours eventually. All right. And then Mamacita, thank you so much for your donation. Let me get you on the list here. Appreciate that. Whoops. Give that a love and a like there. Whoops. Oh, keeps on moving here. It can be hours actually. And I may not even get to it tonight. Depends on if because donations when they come in, they get priority and you're like 20th on the free reading list. Like last night, I was on 8 hours. I only got to like 18, I think 18 of the free readings. Some nights I don't get to any of the readings and then I come back the next day and do those. So um, it's hard to tell since we're so far away from where you're at on the free reading list. But if you want to hang out and to see, can be a couple hours at the very least. But I feel like it's 2 or 3 hours at least right now, maybe. And if that's not a guarantee, right? So, um, all right, let me just take a look here. So, Mama Sita, let me grab your questions and get them on the list since you have them here. We got that. That sounds like her. You're at a loss. Yeah. I feel like obviously cancer that she does need, I don't know if she's going to counseling, but counseling sounds like what she needs to be able to be free herself, because it's the state that she's in can't be happy, can't be fun. But yeah, you don't want to chase her, will only make her run, push you away even more. But I would like to know what to do, wait for in order to, come into union with her. Is that your second one here? Okay, I see. So yes, that'll be the second one there. Yeah. No problem, Silver Pony. Sleep tight, rest well, and come back. Just find the stream in the morning or when you wake up, and after the stream is ended is when I post that pinned comment. So, all right. So, Mamacita, I got all of your questions on there. So, let's continue back here. Let me take another quick sip here. So, obviously, Cancer. We've got 153, 42. Yeah, it's funny that it's like your timestamp has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in it, but it's all out of order. It's scattered all over the place, and that kinda represents their energy a bit, right? It's just, like, all over. Um, yeah. So let's take a look here. Yeah, you give her space while being consistently present, and you don't wanna chase her. Almost feels like she's an avoidant. Have you ever heard the term avoidant and anxious attachment? There's a I've been hearing that a lot. In fact, when I was at the gym last week, because I've been talking a lot about it, and I've been having a lot of that come up in conversations, and sure enough, there were these 2 women that were working out on a machine nearby, and I heard them talking about, "Well, you're an anxious attacher, and they're an avoidant, so, you know, you need to have this," and it was so funny. Yeah. Mirror, right? 'Cause an avoidant an anxious attacher is someone who chases, who I need connection, right? And that's you. You need connection, you want connection, but for her, connection scares the crap out of her. That's the avoidant. Attachment is scary. Um, Safety is being alone. And then for people who are anxious attachers, The connection is what makes us feel safe, and when they're distant, that scares the crap out of us. So there's the cycle of running towards and, all that, right? Yeah. She agreed, but is she gonna do it? No, it's scary. All right, well, let's take a look here. Advice for leveling up in love. She's been pushing you away, so you give her space while being consistently present. I don't want to chase her. All right, so let's see here. What advice for leveling up in love, in addition to what you already know there? Um, and that there, and I feel like this one. But there was one more. Nope, they didn't want that one either. Okay, this one here. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. So, at the bottom of the deck, you have the Magician card. So, here's that action energy, but you even got the Emperor energy underneath. But the Magician card, and this is your underlying energy for your entire reading, so it's kind of like the foundation of it, is, being aware of whatever we focus our energy on is what we either push away or draw toward us, right? So, if you know, we have this strong need, this want energy, right? If we feel like we fear that we're not going to have that, our energy is actually pushing it further away, not drawing it toward us because our focus, we're taught focus on what you want, but want energy, need energy is actually lack energy because if I feel I don't have everything I need in this moment, then that means I'm lacking something. So if I want something and I need it, then that actually is, you know, will push it further away from us. When, and I know that's kind of goes against some of what we are taught growing up, right? But so when I'm focusing in on that, I want to be with them and I want more, I want to level up, our love. Um, well, the biggest thing to do, they're saying here, is have gratitude for the love you do have and let go of trying to control it. Because the more we try to control it, like you said, that's kind of like the chasing it, the more it pushes them away. Instead of having gratitude for what is and appreciation for what is, and even saying, you have security issues, you need to work on that to help our relationship. We basically told her, you're not good enough. You are lacking something and you need to change. That's how that was her filter, right? She's like, okay, I'll work on that. And then it just, oh, you know, because what she longs for is to be appreciated for who she is in this moment and that it's enough and that I don't have to become something else, right? And that's kind of the energy. It's like, are we in love with the possibilities of who someone could be or in love with who someone is? Because if we're in love with who someone is, then they don't need to be anything else. And so that's something to think about and really, kind of ruminate a little bit. That's a big, deep message. That kind of hits pretty hard, I know. But it's like, wow. All right. So that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what else we got here. We do have the judgment card, which is, seeing things from a higher perspective. And let's see, you have four cards together. Let's see what all these are. Yeah, we got the death and the rebirth card as well, along with the devil card, another major arcana, which the devil card is, this big shaking and rattling, energy of questioning a lot of our long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets of the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, the gotta be, kind of energy that's there. Yeah, and the Knight of Wands. There is this quest of stepping into our power. It's like the magician. So all of this is about realizing that I can't control anything over there. I can only control my story, my emotions, my energy, my focus, and my actions, not anyone else's, right? So I like that. All right. Well, I appreciate you don't have to defend your actions with me. I'm just the messenger from spirit. So you ask the questions, I bring the messages from spirit, but you don't have to defend anything. Um, you can just take their message or leave it, whatever resonates for you. Okay. And then this next little group here, you got the Queen of Coins, the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. And I feel like this has to do with you. You have the Nine of Cups as well. And you also have the Page of Wands. Yeah. So again, here's this focusing on using your energy with this Page of Wands to focus in on yourself, right? And that's because that's all you can do, right? You don't have to, um, try to, change or do anything out there. This is about you nurturing yourself. The Nine of Cups is the hermit energy of your self-love and your energy, right? And because the more we're out there, the more we feel out of control, and that feels uncomfortable. We come back to what we control, and I feel like this is what they're saying. How do you level up in love with someone else? You level up with love within yourself for your self-love, because you raise your love vibration, then and you focus in on you, because when we move into gratitude for who someone is and just loving them for who they are now, then and you have gratitude for who they are, then that grows. But if we're focusing in on they need to be this, this is where we should be, we're not at the right level, all that lack energy and the focusing in on, and the devil card is those long held beliefs of, well, by now it should be this, or they should be doing this, and, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. Words like that, when they come up, it's a way it points into our expectations, which is this energy of, realizing that that's all rooted in fear. And the judgment card, the death card, the devil card, the Knight of Wands is all about stepping into our power, realizing what I can control and what I can release, and just go, you know what? It doesn't have to be anything different. And it's important if I feel like it's supposed to be something different, why? And what what will change with what you think needs to change in the outside world? There's been a question that's been coming up that just really was amazing question Spirit brought through, which is what what can you find out there that you don't already have in here? And I feel like that's an important thing because that's our drive. We're thinking, I need this to be different so that I can have something that I don't have in here right now. When we can identify that, we can kind of reconcile that. The magician card is I have everything inside of me that I need. The outside world is an adventure. It doesn't mean though, once I find that I am the love I'm looking for and I have everything I need inside of me, doesn't mean I don't want to have, this wonderful mirrored reflection from the outside world, right? But um but the focus is let me raise my own love, my personal love vibration. The card under that, yeah, is the 10 of cups. That's what brings us joy. That's what brings us relationship. That's the underlying energy. because it starts in here. And um, when I'm trying, like I said, when we're trying to change the outside world, it's like we're trying to have something fall into place so that we have somehow attached our worth to something in the outside world, which makes us feel unstable because all the 3 buckets of things that we attach ourselves to in the outside world are unstable, right? Relationships with humans, situations, and things. All of those are unstable in the outside world. They all point us back to our self-love. So I feel like that is the mess there. You got these last 2 cards, you got the 2 of coins and the hermit. Yeah. So we have the hermit, which is stepping back, focusing on yourself, connecting with the spirit world. And the 2 of coins, the 2 of pentacles energy, is it's a balancing energy. It's like I find my balance within myself, right? And um, so I feel like those are the messages that they have. The last thing with the magician card is that they have all 4 elements in front of them, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Swords, the Ace of Wands. What am I missing? Cups? Oh, Ace of Pentacles. So they have the 4 elements, and those represent the 4 areas of our life that we make decisions. But one of the big things the magician in order for the magician to, like, manifest stuff is to understand the power of the 4 elements, which my power of story. What story am I putting to things? Higher vibration or lower? Motion, higher or lower? My physical actions, higher or lower? And my overall energy, higher or lower? And when we realize if I can change my stories to those of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and play, and also my emotions that go with that story and the energy I put behind it, my actions I take in the physical world, that's how we change things, but it all starts in here with empowerment. So hopefully that helps a little. Let's see here. You do get a Whispers of Healing since this donation was $5 or more. You do get one of these. Let's see what else they want to add in here. This one. All right. And yeah, we've got, is that modify? Guess we'll see here in a sec. See if I can get it to focus in a little bit. There it goes. Wow, what a beautiful card. Card number 20. Let's see what that says here. Yeah, I think it is modify. It says, work on releasing your fears and learn to affirm the good in a situation. Positive emotions are linked to effort, focus, energy, and inspiration. Your emotions and actions influence your body. They can raise or lower your energy and impact your physical body and health. Positive thinking will enhance your energy. Fake it until you make it. That is, you may not feel happy or powerful, but act as if you are. When you make the adjustment and act as if you are happy, your mood will shift positively. Take steps to create positive change as you adjust to your new life. Are you holding on to past situations and dwelling on them? Be willing to release the past and let yourself change your thinking. It is important to remember that your soul is having a physical experience. Your physical body is not your soul. Work to embrace this belief, and it will transform your attitude toward many things in life. In this picture, a maiden flies on the back of a Pegasus amidst birds and angels. It is believed that Pegasus came from Atlantis. He represents the time of new consciousness. The angels bring awareness to how your thinking influences your world and what you have no control of. If you are stuck when it comes to modifying your viewpoint, call on your guardian angels. Angels can help you find the positive in any situation. The group is moving into the dawn of a new day. Fine tune your thoughts, quiet your mind, and listen for your intuition. The feathers and wings acknowledge you have the freedom to push through this period. Wow. I like it. Mention some of the stuff we talked about, right? So that is what they have for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know it's not an easy situation. I've been through several of those. So my heart goes out to you. But hang in there and many blessings. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I really appreciate those. Right? Isn't that a nice one? It's like boom. All right. So, many blessings to you, obviously, Cancer. And up next, we do have Ruby Grimm 21115 coming in hot. Let's see what we got here. Ruby, thank you again for your donation. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free because energy is always changing, right? But definitely, the more you work on your own energy and gratitude for what is instead of what is not, that helps change things too. So I like that. All right. So, Ruby, you want advice for finding an attorney for your husband? All right, let's take a look here. Cheers, cheers to you. Let's take a look here. What advice do we have for finding an attorney for your husband? That, we got that, we got that, we got that, got that, and I do want that one too. Also these two. All right. Oh, I know. Patience, grasshopper, patience with temperance. That's funny. That's the energy on the bottom of the deck. They're like, slowly trust the process. You will find something here. I feel like, um, and patience is actually a lack energy. So when I say patience, that's not really what we want. It's more, uh, trust the process is a better way of saying it. But the more anxious we become and the more pressured we become, the more we push things away. When we move into that solid grounding energy of gratitude and trust of the higher realms and laughter and peace and unconditional love and joy, that energy, that's what draws things in instead of pushing things away, right? So let's see what else we have. That's the bottom of the deck. We got three cards that came out together. You got the Six of Cups. Hmm. That's about someone from the past. Got the 10 of Wands. This is that energy of changing it from a burden to a blessing instead of focusing on the burden, oh God, and focus on the gratitude energy around it, right? And we also have the 5 of Wands, which is friends energy. It can be drama energy, but with the 6 of Cups and the 5 of Wands, I feel like there's someone that you guys know in a friends group or someone that you guys used to know. They either know somebody or so if it someone should come to mind really quick here for you of going, oh yeah, so and so had an attorney, and I wonder who it was. Let me just find out from them. Say, hey, long time I know. Yeah, we're going through it or whatever. But you had an attorney that handled the blah, 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 right? Yeah, they were great. Hey, do you have their number? I do. I got their card here I got their phone number in my phone. Here, hold on. I'll send it to you, and then you can reach out. It's something like that. I feel like it's through a friend, but it's 6 of Cups is someone, and it's from a situation from the past that they went through. You got the 3 of Wands, the 7 of Coins. Yeah. So I feel like, the 7 of Pentacles, it's like what's been what you've been doing right now hasn't been working. It's time to try a different way, right? The 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It's one of the slow, energies, but it's like that hasn't been working. So now, you know, go with the flow, go this other direction, see what happens here. This is part of the process of the temperance card. Trust the process. You've been hitting walls, um, because those are not the ones for you. There's someone that they have in mind for you, right? You got the 7 of Cups. Yeah, this is like all of that, all of these emotions. There's been all of these things. You got the High Priestess and the 2 of Coins. So there is this balancing energy that comes in here. And I feel like they're saying here it's important. The High Priestess, very, of course, uh, attached to their spiritual gifts, their empathic gifts. They feel things very big too. And all that 7 of Cups is feeling all the emotions. They're like, breathe, calm down, and then think about who it is that from your past in your friends group um, had a lawyer that was just ecstatic with how they handled whatever your husband needs an attorney for. Because I feel like someone is in the same situation as your husband is, they were before. And I feel like I feel like it should just come to either your husband's or your like, oh yeah, and reach out to them. But you need to be able to think about it. You got to be out of stress. You got to be out of the, oh God, we got to find someone in the feeling of pressure. You got to, like I said, big deep breath in, hold it, slow exhale out, hold for a moment, breathe back in, hold, and just calm down. And then go, all right, spirit, bring back to who was this person that had that? And you should get like a name that comes in there for you. Jerry. Jerry. Does that sound familiar? Jerry. Jerry Springer. No, I don't know. That name came flying into my head, but it may not or may not be them, right? All right. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Yeah, you got manifestation, baby, which says your thoughts and emotions are actively shaping your reality. So focus on what you want, not what you fear. Write down your intention in the present tense as if it's already true, and then feel the emotion of already having it. Because on the flip side, your focus may be scattered or negative. Shift your energy by practicing gratitude and visualizing the best outcome. So I love that. So that is what they got for you, Ruby. Hopefully that helps. And do we have a free reading for you down below? I don't think you did a free reading, right? I don't currently have one on the list. So if I did, let me know if I missed it. All right. So thank you again, Ruby, for your donation. And then we got Michelle Smith, 21836. Michelle, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation. Here's your timestamp. Boom, bada, boom, bada, boom. All right. Good to see you. Oh, I get to connect with your ancestors. I love it. Let me take a sip here before we do that. Cheers, cheers to you and your ancestors. All right. So, Michelle, ancestors. Let's see what we got here. It's funny. I got a howdy as I went into your ancestors tree. Like, what is that about? Do you got ancestors from Texas or the South? Howdy, or the West, the Old West? What is this about? Howdy, 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 howdy. All right, what else? All right, I knew there was more here. We got these 3. This one, 4. All right. All right. Let me just scooch these so I don't knock them off the table here. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 5 of Cups coming in here. That 5 of Cups energy represents like a calling of yours. And we talked about before, I'm sure, about how you're helping the family ancestral line to transmute some old emotions, and that's the number 5, right? It's changing emotions from lower vibration to higher vibration. If we haven't talked about that, surprise, there you go. That is part of your mission. That's part of your purpose of why you wanted to come down in this particular body and deal with these particular individuals, and have this be a part of this family tree. Because you are one of your own ancestors, you've been in the tree before in the past. That not that the past exists, but in the timeline of how we go through these things, you are in the family tree. And not only this family tree, but others. But this one, you're involved in. They're saying here that you also purposely were part of trees that influence this family. Because, everyone marries from different family trees, right? Usually, or sometimes people marry a lot from the same family tree. They're close to each other, so a lot of people get married. Cross pollination of the trees. But I feel like they're saying you were purposely, you took lifetimes that interacted with their family, married into the family to help transmute and do things throughout the family tree as well. So I like that. Let's see what else you got here. So you got the devil card, you got the ace of wands. So again, there's a lot of this energy coming in here of the shaking and the rattling of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, right? Of the family tree. And that ace of wands is the energy. It's like you've been given a gift with this ace of wands to specifically help with that in this family tree. And what we would mean by that is like, doing ancestry work, even shamanic work, that you're given like a magic wand that um, allows you to, it's almost like a key, a pass key to go into the Akashic records of the collective of the family tree. I never heard of that before. That's interesting. So, we all have our own Akashic records, but there's a whole aisle for the collective Akashic records of the purpose of that particular family tree. Interesting. I did not know that. So you've been given this key so you can get into the restricted section, like in Harry Potter. You get to go into the restricted section because you have work to do to transmute stuff. So I love that. Let's see what else we got here. What else are we going to learn? My goodness. Yeah, I got the moon card, the queen of coins. So there is, of course, Mother Moon energy and the Mother Nature, Mother Nurture joining together here. And we've got this huge moon presence, of course, this giant moon here. And so there's something about the cycles of the moon and using the moon energy to transmute some of these emotions, which makes sense since she rolls over all the emotions, the moon does. But Mother Earth, you know, is in partnership with the moon, um, can nurture this because, of course, Mother Earth rolls over our human existence, and the moon energy rolls over the emotions. So they're in partnership helping you. So you can ask Mother Gaia and the moon for assistance in that. The moon transmuting emotion, and Mother Earth anything to deal with anything else. She says, "The moon, let her handle the emotions, but I'll handle the physical body. I'll handle any mental stuff too. Anything energetic because I'm loaning all of my energy of my planet to be to allow these humans to have characters upon it. So I got you for the rest," she says. I love their energy. And then you got these two cards that came out together. Yeah, there is the Knight of Cups. It feels like there's a lot of this is the quest for emotional transformation regarding the Three of Swords. So there's a lot specifically that you deal with through heartbreak and relationships shattering, it says, throughout the family tree. And I feel like this is a lot of this energy here. I know they're saying, "We got a message for you, for your life, but we wanted to make sure you knew that, like, you're something you wanted to accomplish while you were here." They're like, "I know I didn't expect this ancestor message to be about." No, it's not responsibility. They're not like, "You need to do this." They're like, "We just wanna make sure you know you have this power and this ability. You have these resources, and you have a specific, um, expertise from past lifetimes on dealing with shattered relationships and, able to help people recover," and this feels very shamanic, help people recover pieces of what they feel are pieces of a broken heart. But of course, our hearts are so powerful they can never break. But we have, they're saying we have pretend hearts that break, and we break them, go, "Oh, look, my broken heart." And we're like, we help put those pieces back together metaphorically, but also energetically. We help find the pieces to help people feel, for the sake of the game, to put together the pretend heart. And that's interesting. I never heard it put that way before. And then you have the tower and the page of coins. Yeah. So I had this beautiful abundance energy, and they are kind of starting to kind of roll over into your experiences as this human, that you've had tower moments where, people or situations were removed out of your way on purpose, for a purpose, to really put you in connection with your page of pentacles, your page of coins, which is looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. So you've kind of experienced some things along this lines, so that for you, right? So that you could be set free from limiting beliefs, so that you could stand in your strength of who you are. And then in that strength, help, you know, kind of work back from the ground up back into the family tree. So I like that. So I feel like that is what they wanted to know about all that. And then they gave you 4 cards, which is their message right now for your current life. So remember, 5 of Cups is part of your big uh, assignment that you wanted to sign up for here, which is to transmute emotions in your family tree. And you can help others along the way too. It doesn't have to be limited to your family tree, but it's one of the big things you wanted to do. And then you've got here, you got the Ace of Coins. Yeah, so Ace of Pentacles. We're going into the sense of your worth here. So that was that, like I said, it was a little kind of segue into here, that you've had opportunities and taken away out of your life on purpose for you, and people in other situations too. Yeah, and you have the 9 of Coins, 9 of Pentacles. You have become so strong. 9 of Pentacles is feeling alone, but not being lonely, because you feel spirit around you. And through these experiences and these adventures you've been on, it allowed you to feel that self-sufficiency in being with spirit, and that I am it's like I can be happy alone, because if I can't be happy alone, I can't be happy in a relationship. And I feel like that's something that you learned through this, and that is something, again, like, that you can use to help the others. You also have the Hermit again. Yeah. So definitely you have this, you had the solitary confinement feel for a while in your life. And, this was to give you the silence to be able to hear the whispers of spirit without people blabbing around you all the time. And I like that. And the strength card too, Leo. And it allowed you to connect with your higher self, so that you could find your inner strength again, so that you could help others. But I feel like this is a celebration and an announcement that, you know, if you're not in a relationship and you want one, that there is something unfolding here for you, and it's like the temple doors are being opened that were locked, which is now not that you couldn't, uh, have gone out, anytime you wanted, but now the doors are opened, so now you can, you know, your vow of silence is over or whatever, and it's time, and I like that. It's time to put what you've learned into practice. So beautiful message. Let's see, because your donation was $5 or more, you do get a Whispers of Healing oracle. So let's see what else they want you to know here. You have negativity. Oh, woe is me. Here's that lower vibration emotions and the shrooms. Are you doing mushroom um healing? I know someone. Do you know them? I know someone who does that in another state. Negative feelings are a natural part of the human experience. Grief and anger are ordinary, healthy reflections to the loss of a loved one, to someone mistreating you, or when life seems to be spiraling out of control. When you are emotionally healthy, you can acknowledge your feelings without becoming stuck in a negative spiral. When a challenge comes along, many people have a default mechanism that automatically goes to the worst case scenario. For example, you could become overly concerned that a small mistake at work will cost you your job, or that a thoughtless comment will end a relationship and you'll end up lonely forever. One of the best ways to heal negativity is to focus on the positives. It may take baby steps to bring this healing about. Your every thought, word, and behavior has a huge impact on your overall health. Take steps to consciously monitor your pessimism. Interrupt your negative thoughts with positive ones. It may take time, but gradually you will train yourself to let go of the negative. You can reprogram yourself to be in full control of your emotions and make the healthier choice to remain upbeat and positive. In the card, a fairy lies under a tree with her arm across her forehead, portraying depletion and distress. The hand on her head draws attention to worry and mental activity. The mushrooms surrounding the fairy symbolize the human soul's ability to grow through darkness. The task at hand may seem overwhelming, but you have the fortitude to change the outcome. There's that energy of changing the negative lower vibration to the higher, that 5 of Cups energy. So I love that for you. So hopefully that helps and resonates. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All righty. So, Mamacita, hello, hello. You are up. Thank you so much for your donation. Always appreciated. And I got your 4 questions up here. I can't believe that. Wow. I mean, I can believe it that we knew they were going to be leaving, but that soon, boom, here they go. Right before the 4th of July, before the fireworks hit, right? So you want to know, will John talk to Angelo about settling with you before John leaves the company? Let's take a look here. Shuffle these up. I feel like I need to kind of do a little mini shuffle, shuffle, shuffle here. All right. So based on current energies, will John talk to Angelo about settling with you before he leaves? Okay, that's the bottom. All right. Let's see what this is about. We got the Ace of Cups on the bottom. I need to understand more about this because there is a bit of an energy around kind of self preservation in a way with the Ace of Cups, self love. And it's like, well, let's see what that means here. So let's see what these other cards are. So the first one is the Eight of Coins, the Eight of Pentacles. So I feel like this is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, getting the reward energy. This feels very much like I'm working to get things like done for myself, right? The audacity of him. I know, right? And this feels like I'm just finishing up the work so I can be on my way kind of energy. Let's see what else we got here. We got the Wheel of Fortune. Um, oh, tax and accounting, right? Yeah. So, yeah, this makes sense with the Wheel of Fortune. I feel like, again, this energy of the coins and the Wheel of Fortune just feels like they are wanting not to ruin anything for their own, abundance energy that's coming in here. Um, got the Seven of Wands, which is just about being about true to ourselves, not defending ourselves, not asking permission to shine, but it's just, I don't know, I'm getting this energy of a lot of self because it reminds me of the sun, which actually, of course, is uh, Leo energy, which Leo energy can be a me energy. And let me see what this last card is. And I got the Seven of Swords, which is this is deception, lies, cheating, um, thievery energy that's coming in here. Let's see what's underneath that. We have one card underneath that, which is the Ten of Cups, which is the joy, joy, joy card that comes in here. So I don't feel it's almost like I feel like a lot of self-preservation energy here. And it's I almost feel as if I don't feel like I feel like John is probably one of the nicer out of a lot of them, but I don't feel like he's untainted. I almost feel like with the Seven of Swords, they've got like stuff on him where he doesn't want to draw attention to themselves, that will end up hurting them. And so I kind of feel like there's this, self-focus. So I don't feel like they're gonna talk to John. I mean, I don't think John's gonna talk to Angelo about settling. I feel like they're just kind of gonna keep my head down, keep my job, try to stay on everyone's good side as much as possible before I'm out of here. I wanna escape un you know, unfazed by it. So, yeah, I don't feel that energy of them stepping forward, more of them protecting themselves energy. So I'd have to say a no on that with all that information there. Yeah, a lot of blackmailing. All right. And then for number 2, you wanna know when Angelo, Carlo, and Kay hear the news about you taking the FMLA, will this put them under pressure to settle? All right. So based on current energies, they have until June 22nd to decide before you submit your FMLA claim. Ooh, all right. Let's take a look here. So let's look at each of them, their energy around Angelo, how that impacts their decision here. And then who's this? Carlo. And then we've got Kay. All right. Well, I'll have to take a look. We'll see what all these come in. We do have overall the Seven of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, its patience, its delay, its slowness of things. So let's find out what we got here. So first of all, Angelo. Will it change it here? Well, we've got the Ten of Pentacles. Um, you know, this is the bottom line. The money, the money, the money, um, is really what they're focused on here. So I feel like they have more of their eye on the end game, this, Angelo, right? Oh, yeah, that makes sense about him moving up so fast, right? Um, so, yeah, I feel like underneath that, again, yeah, we have the Ace of Cups. So here's that energy again of self-preservation, and the Four of Wands, which is an energy, it's a balanced energy. They're just trying to keep things the way they are for now. It's like they're just trying to keep things afloat kind of energy. So I feel like that's the 7 of Pentacles kind of feels like they're playing the long game and just, well, if we have to do the FMLA, that's still, for how many? For, a month, 2 months, whatever. All right. Well, we'll at least have back. We can stay afloat enough, and then you'll be back kind of energy. I feel like that's kind of where Angelo is at. Carlo, we got the 6 of coins. Yeah, it's all about the coin again, which is we're looking for the victory. We're looking for what's best for the money energy. So I don't feel like that's going to change their mind either. Yeah, we got the temperance underneath there, which again is like a 7 of Pentacles. It's the take oh, and then also the Knight of Pentacles. I was gonna say like the Knight of Pentacles. So the 7 of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles, the Temperance card, 3 of the big slow roll process energy, right? So I feel like both Angelo and Carlo are more about, no, just pay the claim. We'll do that. And we'll, because the impact of losing you and settling is worse. So when they're looking at the whole balancing of everything, they're like, "Well, I feel like that." Well, let's see what Kay thinks too. We got the Hanged Man. Yeah, she's all about the pausing energy. It's like a cocoon, seeing it from trying to see it from a different perspective, but it's still a pause energy. So it feels like they're just pausing things to try to keep things afloat as long as we can. We got the 9 of Wands, yeah, a blocking energy, and the King of Swords. Yep. I feel like it's all about in the head and not the heart, kind of energy here. So, you know, I don't feel like it's gonna change their mind here. It feels like they're kind of determined just to go, how long could it be? And it's not about the money with the FMLA and all that, because they're like, um, yeah, even on the bottom, they got the 8 of coins, which is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and get the results kind of energy, that's coming in. And kind of some of the cards that we got for, your boss who's leaving. So I kind of feel like they've got instruction to try to keep you on as long as possible. That could be why he's not going to say anything, because he already knows what they're wanting, because they might have already told him, this is your your assignment. You keep her here as long as we can, right? So I don't feel like they're going to do that based on that energy. Yay. All right. And let's see here. You want to know what was Kelly's energy with you breaking the news to her about your foot surgery? All right. Let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers, cheers. There's plans within plans within plans with them. They have their reasons and they have their suspicions, and I feel like if they have you in their employment, they feel like they still have some control with you, but you also help out the company quite a bit and you help it be profitable. So kind of they're like, you know, these are reasons to keep you keep you as long as we possibly can. Um, because I feel like they know the ship is sinking, I feel. They're like, "We just need to keep it afloat as much as we can to do our little other plans. Then the ship can sink because we have lifeboats and we already have offshore accounts, we have other things going other places kind of feel to it, you know? It's like, "That's okay, that boat is gonna die. We just need to keep it up for how long," kind of energy. Interesting. Alright, and then 3 is what was Kelly's energy with you breaking the news around the foot surgery? Alright, let's see what's going on with Kelly, Bo Kelly. I got that one, I got that one, I got these. Alright. You feel imprisoned, right? Trapped, trapped. Alright, we got 1 card and 2 card and 3 cards, so she feels like something is growing and brewing here with all this. On the bottom of the deck, we do have it's a victory card, it's a movement card. Um, there is this power of choice card. It's a power of choice energy that's coming in. So I don't it feels like kind of supportive, or I wouldn't say supportive. It's not destructive. It's like, "Oh, well, oh, I see what you're doing," kind of energy. I see your actions, I see your choices. And all right, that's what you need to do for you kind of energy that comes in here. Underneath that, well, you got the so your first card is the 7 of Pentacles here. Um, and this makes sense here because here again is that same card showing its lovely little head, even though I put it in the middle of the deck, came flying out for you again. So it's like, um, because I feel like they see that, oh, we see that you're trying to, is this going to move things along? Is this going to speed things up? But I feel like I'm not sure who Kelly is, but I feel like she's kind of aware of this. They're trying to keep you here as long as they can, you know, and it's a nice try kind of energy, I feel. Good try, but I don't think that's gonna unfold the way you think it is, I feel like is where she's coming from. Let's see what we got here. Got these next 2 cards. Yeah, we got the Fool card, and we got the High Priestess. So, I I feel she knows, of course, that the High Priestess is about going away, going into your high temple to be alone, and, even the Full card is about a brand new start with it being the 0 energy that's coming in here. So, I feel like, uh, I mean, she knows you're leaving or wants to leave or has an inkling that you do, that you wanna be off and away and away from all this and start a new life kind of energy that's coming in here. Um, so I feel like she knows that, and she understands your motives, with all this. Um, got the Ace of Swords. Yeah. Oh, your new manager. And oh, okay, and then the Moon card, yeah, the hidden and the unseen coming to light here, and the Temperance, yeah, again. So this is your new manager. Well, yeah, that makes sense that the 7 of coins and the Temperance show up again. That, yeah. I feel like if she acts surprised, she's aware of it. Yeah. She says they didn't disclose it to her, right? But, I feel like her assignment is like your old boss's assignment. Keep her here as much as you can. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it could be. Is she a VP as well, or is she just a manager? But I feel like they have told her, "You need to keep her here as much as possible, as long as possible." Kind of energy here, because I feel like she knows a lot more than she's letting on here, because that moon card is about hidden things, coming in there. The moon card is there is some unseen, um, in regards to her. So there is secrets, and she might just be very good at pretending. Oh my god, what? Are you serious? You know, maybe she's a hired actress. But I feel like that's the energy regarding Kelly there. And then let's see here. And then for number 4, you wanna know what will be the stakeholders' energy about you being gone on FMLA for 2 months. Alright. So overall, the energy, because each stakeholder will, see things differently, of course. What else? Doing that. And then these two. I feel like there's 3 different camps that are here. So I don't know if there's like 3 different kind of groups. The dirty doings. Uh, I don't feel she's as naive as she's bringing herself across to be. But for these, stakeholders, we got on the bottom of the deck, we got the 10 of wands, which, there's this, she's terrible at her job. Yeah, so maybe she's there because she's someone's niece or lover. We're like, "Well, we know how you got your job. It's all the family." But, anyway, the 10 of wands is an energy of burden or blessing, because you can look at it. So I feel like it's some people are looking at it as a burden that will turn into a blessing. There's other people that see it as a burden and other people that just see it as a blessing. So I feel like that's the 3 camps here. We'll see what these are. So the first camp we have yeah, oh my god. So they're kind of in alignment with, who was it? Was it Angelo that had the 6 of Pentacles and the king the Knight of Pentacles? So there's one going, "Yeah, we just need to keep you here as long as possible. It's best for us here, so it's something that we have to do." So better 2 months than gone and not having at all. So I feel like that's one camp is going, it's, um, it's, uh, something that has to be done, right? And then the second camp, oh yeah, these are the ones that are freaking the F out. We got the 5 of swords and the 5 of cups. Um, you know, which, they've got this, people are emotionally upset and mentally they're just like, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" Right? Oh, yeah, she's someone's cousin. That's funny. Yeah, so whatever this group is here, this one it's the ones that are just really going, "Oh my god, what oh my god, oh my god, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Who's gonna do the work? Who's gonna do that? Who's gonna do that? Who's the backup? What's the process? What's gonna happen here?" Right? So I feel like someone's going to be reaching out here. Um, because what do you have? July 10th was the date of the surgery, so you got a month to get things in place for your absence. And so I feel like if they haven't had that discussion, they will be having that like tomorrow, like, all right, we need to well, all the responsibilities we need to find out what are we going to do while you're gone. But that is definitely I feel like I feel like that's the largest group out of the 3. The other ones is like, "We gotta keep you here. We gotta keep it. It's for the benefit, you know, it's fine. We'll make it through it. We'll find a way." The other ones are going, "Wow, my god, what?" Panic, 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 right? And then the 3rd group, yep, the 3rd group is probably the smallest group, but they have the Lovers card. These are the people that have, um these would be considered anybody that you collaborate with, that you have a good relationship with, um, and they understand, and I feel like these are not freaking out, um, they can drown. Yeah, um, but there's this, and I feel like that's the 3rd group, which is, "We'll figure it out, we'll get it going." They trust you, they trust that you're gonna have things in place, and that's why I feel like it's the small group. 'Cause they're like, "You won't screw us over." I feel like there's a few, right? Yeah, July 2nd, yeah. So, there's this energy, you know, of, um, we'll get things in place, we'll have these, but I get this 3rd group feels like you'll, um, you'll make sure they're taken care of. That's why I feel like it's a small group. That's the smallest group out of them all, is like so these are the few that you have a good working relationship with there, so, kind of interesting. Right. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too, because your donation is $5 or more, you do get one of these whispers of healing energy. So, let's see what we have that comes in here. Yeah, they know that you may not respect a lot of the people there, the management, but you do respect yourself, and you do have a high integrity of the job that you do. You wouldn't let them drown because you'd be like, "That makes me look like a bad person," or not even a bad person, but that speaks to my work, but my work, I'm gonna show you. Boom, kind of energy. And I feel like that is it's like some see it as a blessing in disguise because of that, they're like, "Well, if you're gonna be gone for 2 months and we create the, um the processes and procedures, if we can do it without you for 2 months, then that takes some of the power away a little bit too, right?" Um, but they still can't do it as good as you. But still, if it keeps them afloat, that's their main thing. What we have here, yeah, you've got your power of choice coming in. Look at this beautiful card. See if I can get it to focus a little in there. Maybe, maybe. Card number 39, blowing bubbles. Oh, your actual colleagues. Oh, I get it. So somewhere along the way, you have given up your right to decide. That's probably why you feel trapped and imprisoned, right? This can happen for many reasons. You may have quit making choices under the pretext of being agreeable or putting someone else's needs before your own. It may be that decision making is too overwhelming right now. You have so many options. Each choice you make can take you closer or further from your desires. So it's imperative that you start exercising your power of choice. If you feel confused about a decision, evaluate what is going on. Come up with a list of possible outcomes. Make your list as long and elaborate as you need. Ask yourself what is blocking your ability to decide. Are you trying to please someone else? Are you afraid of making a wrong choice? Choosing not to decide is a choice. So decide to make healthy choices that meet your needs and desires. In this picture, a fairy blows iridescent bubbles filled with possibilities. Bubbles represent hope, wishes, dreams, and the array of choices you have in front of you. Bubbles may also indicate a need to raise awareness, as there are extraordinary moments of magic appearing to you. The bubbles also represent happiness, amusement, and the innocence of childhood. The castle in one bubble represents your home or feelings of safety and security. The Pegasus is a symbol for rising above difficulties, and the Pegasus is a guardian. Its appearance here is an acknowledgement that you are supported in your resolve. Once you begin to make choices for yourself, it will become easier and easier to choose what you love. I'd like that for you. Yeah, because you got a lot of important choices to make, right? I like it. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. And yep, it feels like here comes some stuff, right? But I do feel, yeah, they're still holding on to you. But uh, I don't know. The focus of your energy, I feel, will be, be a different, it will be a source of the change as you focus in on what you're grateful for that is happening in your life, not focusing in on what's not happening. That's changes stuff too. So really, the more you focus in on gratitude and higher vibration, you draw in the stuff that matches that. When you're trying to control, right, and you're focusing on the stuff that's not happening the way that we think it should or in the timing, we actually push it further away. So I like that, this energy that's coming in. So I like it, like it, like it. Cheers, cheers. All righty. So we got Gene XO in the house. Hey, Gene. Good to see you. Hello, hello. You are very welcome. I am so glad that you enjoyed your reading. So, that is it for donations, and we've hit 3 hours, so I'm going to take a quick break because 'cause I'm trying to, go every 3 hours instead of every 4 hours or just so I can get circulation through my buns. I appreciate you too, Gene. Um, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get some more coffee, maybe and one of my, protein drinks. And then we'll start in on the free readings when I return. We'll do at least 30 minutes of free readings. Go, 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 go. And then if any donations come in, we will complete the donations and then just keep going back and forth and finish out the free readings too. Yeah, it'll be good for you to get a nice little step away there to reflect and see what's my next steps, what I want to do while you're sitting there healing in Vegas. I'm just kidding. So, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I will return here in a momentito, and we'll get back into the reading. So, cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you again for your patience. You're welcome, mamacita. Enjoy. All right. Oh, crack, crack. Right. I filled it way too full. Had to drink some hot, hot coffee to so I could carry it without spilling it all over the place. So thank you guys so much for your patience and appreciate the break. I have circulation again. That's important. All right. So we will jump in. Hey, footwork. Val, actually, I just finished all the donations. I'm starting my 30 minutes of free readings. So if you do a donation, you'll be up next after I finish my 30 minutes of free readings. And that's where we're at. Okay, very good. All right, so let's jump in. We got Mini Heal 31002 is the starting point for the 30 minutes. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Here we go. So you want to know what your future spouse is going to love and like in you in any specific trait. All right, let's take a look here. Any specific trait in you, right? All right, let's see here. You got the Hierophant. Like this teacher student energy that's coming in with the Hierophant and the Fool card as well. So I feel like a specific trait that they really love and like is, and I feel like there's two here, and they're kind of related in a way, but anyway, the Hierophant is like this desire to learn. It's like you're a perpetual student. You love to learn, you love to grow, you love to question. And the Fool card is kind of like having an open mind. Not a ton of expectations, but like you look at a world of more of possibilities. At least this is the way they perceive you. And and that's kind of the traits that they like, because I feel like they're an adventurer. They like to go and seek, the adventures um and requires open-mindedness and just to go seek and find out what something is, so that's that learning and that sense of adventure that they like about you, because they like to do that too. Kind of Sagittarius, like learn about other foreign countries and travel to foreign countries and learn things as well along the way there. So I feel like those are two of the things that kind of intermingle, but they particularly like about you. So I like that. So hopefully that helps Mini Heal. That's what they have for you there. All right, Val. So a free reading, you'll go to the bottom of the list, and there's like probably 20 or so people ahead of you. So just so you're aware that that would be the wait for a free reading. So I'll put you on there for now. If you change your mind, let me know. So up next it would be a donation after the 30 minutes, but I don't think I'm going to get to um, all of these in 30 minutes. So I go to donations. If there's any donations, I go after the 30 minutes, and then I return back to free readings after that. So just in case for everyone. All right. And then Debbie O, we got 31258. Thank you for your donation earlier. So thank you so much for that. Oh, okay, there we go. And you're looking forward to turning into a butterfly. I know, right? So whatever spirit wants you to know while you're in Cali on vacation. Let's take a look here. What do they have here for you here? All right. So you've got the Six of Cups and the Judgment card here. So the Judgment card is like a calling card. It's your higher self pulling you to, see things from a higher perspective, this drawing energy. And you do have the Six of Cups. The Six of Cups, I do feel like, this is like someone, uh, like past life energy with someone. So I feel like you do have this pull while you're there to go talk to someone. And I feel like there is like this kind of past life connection that you guys have. So you're gonna feel comfortable with them, you're gonna feel this draw, this familiarity, this camaraderie with this individual, and I feel like you guys do strike up a great conversation, and I don't know if it's the flirty one that we talked earlier, but I do feel like you guys have a draw where you do hit it off with someone, and you're just like, "Oh my gosh, I feel like I've known you forever." And it's not someone you've known in this lifetime, but it's this draw. You're just like, "Where do I know you from?" And they're like, "I don't know, but you look familiar too." And you guys start talking, and it doesn't need to be romantic here, though. I don't feel like a huge kind of thing, but I feel like it is an interesting experience because you're just like, "Wow." And I feel like you guys are, like, hit it off, and it might even be with a female energy I'm kind of feeling in. It's like, and so you guys are that's why probably it's not romantic, right? 'Cause there's, like, this energy of, like, "I know you from somewhere," and you're like, wow, and they just you get along, you laugh, and then you end up, like, exchanging numbers, you guys text, you it's that kind of energy that I feel, and so be open for that. If you feel that pull, just know that it's drawing you to an old friend from another lifetime. So I like that for you. Right? So that's what they got for your for that, free one there, Deb, and again, thank you so much for your donation earlier. All right, then we got Swaroop Bobby. So Swaroop, whoops. I need to move my keyboard over just a tad. I keep on hitting the wrong button. There we go. So, how will your future spouse be like and when will you meet? All right, let's take a quick card on what will they be like. Right. And then when will you guys meet? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, of course. Is this one here? So, how will they be like? You actually got the 3 of Wands. The 3 of Wands is like a different route than you would expect. So it's a different direction than you would like you think, "Well, this is how I'm gonna meet them, who they're gonna be, et cetera," but they're off path. They're off road, as they say in the United States. It's like when you take a Jeep and go off-roading off of the main road onto dirt roads and over mountains and dunes, and there's no roads. It's, uncharted territory. That's what I feel like it's someone that totally unexpected, and in a good way, though, because you have all this, "Well, this is the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be," and you're like, "Whoa, who are you?" And intriguing and unpredictable, and I know that can be scary sometimes, but it's the unexpected feel is like, wow, how refreshing. It's you're learning from them. You're seeing them differently. You're seeing the world differently through their eyes. So then it might even be, having been in a different country and raised differently. They could have, uh, and gone away to college or gone away somewhere and they're back. And so they have all this different kind of ways of doing things that you're like, wow, how interesting. It's not just fitting into a box. It's like an adventure instead of check, 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 check. So I like that for you. When will you guys meet based on current energies? Well, I get the 3 of Wands again, but in this deck. So this one's March 31st to April 10th, which would be next year. But the 3 of Wands does tell you that it can be sooner than that because when you're looking at Wands energy, it's about possibilities energy, and if you change your energies to focus on gratitude as you raise your love vibration, letting old thoughts and beliefs go, emotions go, energy go that doesn't serve you, things in your physical world that don't serve you, you open up this space for raising your love vibration, and that speeds things up. So, based on current energy, you're looking at that time frame next year, but the more inner work, not inner work, I call it freedom work, right? That you do setting yourself free, it allows you to move forward and allows things to come faster as well. So I like that. Right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then Maria P, you're up 31903. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your timestamp and a general for you. What is this? Wow, I love it. What does Spirit have here for you? You got the Magician, the Eight of Coins. Yeah, I mean, there's this transformational energy with the Eight of Pentacles, Eight of Coins. It's like a caterpillar that's transitioning, turning into a butterfly. And this is all about, you have the Magician card too, which is about, you know, having your energy kind of rerouted rather than it being faced outward to what's going on in the outside world. It's like there are all these fingers pointing inward as things kind of rumble in the outside world. It points you inward to go, you have power in here. Whatever you're focusing on grows and expands in either higher vibration or lower vibration. And there's a kind of this nudge to look at your inner transformation, your inner work, your freedom work on those things that you can um, notice about your mind, because they have the magician usually has all four elements in front of him: the ace of cups, the ace of swords, the ace of pentacles, the ace of wands. So all of that energy of mind and emotion and physical action and your intention and focus energy is all in front of you, and it's learning to control those things, learning your power in all four of those areas is what can transform your life. But when we're so focused in the outside world, we don't do that inner work, and we just kind of doing what we've always done. Things unfold as they've always unfolded, and we just keep repeating cycles, right? So I feel like that's what message they have for you right now, Maria. Hopefully that helps. All right, many blessings. And then we've got, speaking of butterflies, we got ascending universal butterfly 32121. Look at those repeating numbers. I think you had repeating numbers last night too. At least that's what they're telling me. So you would like a message from the ethers. Ooh, how fun. Let me take a quick sip here. Actually, let me take a sip of my protein drink. Got to stay nutritionized. Num num. All right. So let's see here. Let's connect with the ethers here. What do you have for Miss Butterfly? Right. So you got the Two of Coins and the Eight of Wands. Yeah, you got the Eight of Wands, I think, last night too. Or this energy of communication from the spirit world. And that's the Eight of Wands, right? A lot of messages from all over the place, both in the mind, where they're just touching, a memory and bringing stuff back, out of the blue. I might think about something. What's that? Or even people on the other side that bring back a memory, letting you know that they're there. In the seeing things like um, license plates and bumper stickers, a rogue email, overhearing conversations, having floods of energy, floods of emotion. They're communicating a lot to you in a lot of different ways. The Two of Coins, the Two of Pentacles energy is a balanced energy, but I feel like they're talking about you existing in two worlds at the same time kind of energy. The ethers, they're saying, yeah, you are down there, you're up here too at the same time. That, you're in many places right now. Your human expression is just one of millions of different expressions that you're living across galaxies and different dimensions and different frequencies and different, you might even be like I don't know, like a molecule somewhere experiencing it. I mean, there's so many different experiences, and I feel like they're wanting you to realize, and it's kind of an emphasis on the um, you're in many worlds, you're from many worlds, you're connected to many worlds. And I feel like they just want you to know that they're communicating you a lot from the ethers, but you're all over the place and you just don't realize it because we're veiled here as humanity. But I feel like they're saying, even some of your other selves who are aware because they're not veiled communicate with you from other dimensions. So I love this. It's like this, whoa. It's almost like all of these are all the different forms of you. Oh my gosh, yeah, because I thought it was just his hair, but I think they're connected to yourself. It's like you can connect to them and go visit their world if you want while you're in the ethers, in your dream time, you can go visit, and you probably have visited other worlds. You might just not remember it when you wake up, so your head don't explode, or you might think that was a bizarre dream. But I feel like that's what they have for you right now, butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right, Ruby, you're very welcome. Here, let me quickly I'm gonna grab your donation up here, and we'll get that on the list here. I'll give that a love and a like. I just want to make sure I have that. And then I do have you on the free reading list too. All right, very good. All right. And then up next, we do have a Polite. Hey, Polite, good to see you. Welcome back. And I hope you got your reading last night. I think I completed yours this morning. And I provided that link earlier. In fact, maybe I'll put it in the pinned comment. Well, I put it in the pinned comment in last night's stream if you want to go look at that. It's down there if you want to go check out your other reading. So, a general, let's see what we got here for you. What does Spirit want you to know here? You do have the Ace of Wands and the Emperor. Wow. There is this action energy that's coming in. Ace of Wands, of course, is action, movement, the gift of focusing your magic wand. But the Emperor is actually Aries energy. And the Emperor, they cleared the throne room, right? They're like, everyone's yapping, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be about what the should be happening in the empire and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And when they're all that noise, they're like, wait a minute, I'm the emperor of the empire. This is my life, really, is what it represents. It's let me clear the throne room. Thank everyone for your opinions, your information. Leave them in the box on your way out the door. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shush, shush, shush. Then they sit still and they get out of their head and they get into their heart. And they go, what do you want, heart? What do you want to create in this lifetime? And then they make a plan and then they put the energy, the action behind the plan and get movement going. And so I feel like it's time. You might have been already kind of formulating, what the plan is, but it's time to act. It's time to, not worry about all the thousand steps. Just go, I have enough of the steps planned. Now it's time to take the first step. And I feel like that's what they're encouraging you to do is it's time. It's very auspicious for you right now to step forward in that. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Polite. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Blueberry. We got you here. Actually, I think I might have mentioned to you earlier. I didn't see a reading, but that definitely is there. So, hey, Blueberry. So, a general reading. Let's take a look here and see what do they want you to know here. Right, we got this and this here. And whoops, we got the Six of Cups and the World card. Interesting energy because the World card is, of course, an ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of um, a new adventure. And the Six of Cups, both of these, I feel, are bringing in an energy of it's like past life connection because the World card is the last card in the major arcana, which then brings like an ending and then a new beginning, like death and life, right? And the 6 of Cups is bringing that energy of past life. Sometimes it's someone from the past coming back, but this feels like you are connecting with a past lifetime. So you're either like having memories or a pull to go somewhere because it's like this connection to a past lifetime that you had. So if you're being drawn toward a location, I feel like this is what's being activated. I also feel like this is that someone from a past lifetime will come across your path. It doesn't have to be romantic if you're not looking for that, but I do feel like it's an important connection because there's something here about a past lifetime. There's something that you learned in that last lifetime that comes in and that you can use in this lifetime to see from a different perspective. It's almost like being like in a past lifetime, you know, you were a slave and now in this lifetime you're your master. Not that we have that anymore, but that's the kind of example they're giving where you're like you experience this, but now you get to experience what it feels like to be in a position. Maybe it's like a supervisor, right? Where people feel like they're a slave, but you get to see from that perspective in different perspectives. That's the kind of energy that's coming in here. And whoever this is, there we go, that you're bumping into was the person that was on the opposing situation, whether it was, you know, um, an overlord over like someone who was in the military and you were the city that was overtaken by the Romans or whatever. And now in this lifetime, you're the one that's taking over something over them, kind of energies. But I'm not sure exactly the exact thing it is, but they were just giving you some examples. But I feel like this is like this aha that you get, and you're like, this feels familiar, except I feel like I can empathize with where the other person is and what's going on with them, kind of energy, because you experienced it in the past. Ooh, deep, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry, for this one. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Chelsea, you are up. Hello, hello. And here is your timestamp. And yeah, so you're having fun at the new job. And yeah, the overwhelmed. You're used to being the expert. I know. And now you feel like you're the freshman instead of, it's like when you go to grade school and you're at the highest grade in grade school and you're the top, and then you go to, you know, high school, right? And then you're the freshman, and then you feel lost and at the low end of the pole again, right? But it's an energy that we get to deal with. And so you've been sick the past day and feeling behind already. So, should you take the day after more to feel better so you can dive in again on Monday? Um, oh, because today's Thursday, isn't it? Wow, has it been a week already? Isn't that crazy? You almost feel nervous about the new manager. Seeing you feel overwhelmed, this is a new industry for you compared to other new hires you like to use tomorrow and weekend to study. All right, let's take a look here. What's the energy if you take off tomorrow? You get to decide, right? We got the Ace of Coins, the Four of Wands. You know, it is the Ace of Pentacles is that energy of abundance. There is celebration, balancing energy of the Four of Wands that's, coming in there. I'll do a quick card. What if you don't take the day off tomorrow? What kind of energy do you have tomorrow? Yeah. It's like you get a balancing energy tomorrow with the Justice card. And the Eight of Wands is about, so you get energized tomorrow, it feels like. But there's this balancing energy. Things kind of suddenly kind of click a little bit with the Justice card. So if you don't, I feel like it just feels like, day four, because day one, you didn't do anything much, um, as far as learning, right? It was meetings and stuff or whatever. So I feel like there could be good balancing energy for tomorrow too. But there's no right or wrong. Whatever energy resonates the most with you there is what you get to choose. But it does feel okay on either side. So hopefully that helps, dear. We'll send you some beautiful recovery energy. But it feels like maybe stress is getting to you there, and I feel like a nice restful weekend will help you out too. All right, so many blessings to you. Let's see where we did at 3:10, so it'll be 3:40. Yeah, we still got about 6 minutes or so. So we got Betty Joe up next, 3:34:41. So Betty Joe, you are up. So what did they think of the caption if they thought it was referring to them? Oh, okay, let's take a look here. So what did they think of the caption? At this. All right. Oh, wow. Interesting. Got the apotheosis, which is about kind of a time for evolution and a time for transformation, a time for significant change. In a way, there's two special cards in this deck. And the Nine of Swords is the expectations, the nightmare and insomnia, a lot of expectations kind of energy. And I feel like they think, eh, yeah, I mean, there is this energy of, um, I don't know why they would think it was. I mean, you know what you said, but just like there's a lot of, you know, supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's, and it's almost like they feel this pressure of, oh, you're wanting me to be someone else. Is how, for some reason, they're interpreting this like you want me to evolve, you want me to change, kind of with this combination energy. So I do feel like if they thought it was referring to them, they they kind of took it in a way that I'm uh, I'm not who you want me to be kind of energy. Like you want me to change something, if that makes sense. So very interesting. Hopefully that resonates for you there, Betty Joe. But and that's the whole thing. We don't know what's going on in someone's head. They might already be feeling insecure, and so all they need is someone to kind of hint that there's something different about them, or that you could do better in that. And, oh, you want me to change me? You want to change me? I'm not good enough. It can spark a bunch inside, not intentionally, right? But all that stuff can just inside. So hopefully that makes sense, Betty Joe. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Hey, Chelsea. Oh, you're very welcome. Glad it caught up there. Let's see. So I think I have time for another one here. We got Lotus of Serendipity, 337:27. So good to see you too. Hello, hello. And you like a general reading. All right, let's take a look here and see. What do we have here? Got that one. What else? And this one here. Actually, you get three here. So you got, oh yeah, Six of Swords, Page of Swords, Four of Wands. So, there is this, and I feel like this is around maybe thoughts around marriage with the Four of Wands energy that's coming in here. And so, there is this Page of Swords and Six of Swords energy, which is, this seeing things from a different perspective, leaving old ways of thinking behind, and seeing things from that higher place. It's moving from a choppy waters to calmer waters. And so I feel like the general energy around this has to do with that you're entering this period of kind of having some of your thoughts and beliefs that kind of switch up and change because of these obstacles that come up to, either you're seeing it in the outside world through other people experiencing it or even dreaming about it, or something's being and the outside world is triggering something within you, but it's like you're being kind of drawn in to think about it differently. Why, what do I want with marriage? Um, what expectations do I have that no longer serve? That kind of energy. And it's a good transformation because it's freeing you from these, you know, restraints that allows because if we have this much, that we're looking at, then we miss all this. So as we let expectations go, there are more possibilities that are there. So I feel like that's kind of what's going on here, and it can be something along the lines of, the who and the how and the when and the what, you know, kind of things that are below that. So hopefully that helps with what's happening right now. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, let's see here. I think we're at 3:40. So that's been 30 minutes. Yes, Val. You might not have heard me in the beginning. I was talking when you were making your donation and all that, that I was going to do 30 minutes of free readings. And then I go back to donations, and then I go back and forth if donations get priority again. But at some point, and I was at 3 hours and I had completed all the other donations. I try to get to some free readings. So thank you for your patience, though. You probably just didn't hear me. All right. But you will be up next. You're the first donation that is up. So we will be going to you. But let me do a quick couple shout outs. Make sure I got everyone on the list here. See, these came in a little later. So we got Ruby and got for your freebie. Let's get you on the freebie list here. And then for your donation, thank you for that. Whoops. Try that again. Oh, come on. There we go. Got it. Got it. So we got you on for donations. And so I'll give that a love and a like since I did grab that. And all right. Yeah, you just didn't want to wait. All right. And then let's take a look here. We got Maria came in here. And for two more. All right. So Maria, let me get you on here. There's your name up here. So we'll get you for two more donations as well. All right. All right, Val. Sorry, I thought you heard me what I was going to do, and then you made a donation, so I thought you understood. Otherwise, I would have done differently if you had have spoken up. So, um, sorry. Nothing I can do about it now. Can't go back in the past. All right, so let's jump in here. We'll get you squared away here. We got 34211, and you still wanted a free reading too, right? For a general, because I have you on that list, or did that ixnay that? Yes, I do. All is good. Okay, very good. All right, so for Val, let's see here. Thank you for your donation. And we'll see what we got. What does Spirit want you to know right now? What is on the plate? All right. I got those. All right. Let's take a look here. Looks like we do have something kind of unfolding that seems kind of out of order because you've got two cards and three cards and then one card instead of 3 2 1 or 1 2 3. You got 2 3 1. So it's like something is kind of you know in like I said, out of order. Not like out of order, like broken, but out of the regular order. On the bottom of the deck, you do have the Page of Cups. So it does feel like this has to do with like romance energy, relationship kind of energy that's coming in. And I don't know if you've been talking to someone and haven't met him in person yet. That's the kind of impression I get where the first thing that kind of happens is we meet someone in person and we get to know them. but this almost feels like I get to know somebody and then I meet them in person later. So I don't know if that's something that resonates. No, not at all. Or maybe that's something that's coming your way that's coming up here. So, I feel like you might meet someone. I don't feel like you're like on any dating sites and whatever, but this might be you meet someone through work or through skating or something like that. And you have conversations and you get to know them. And you've been developing like a friendship over the phone or computer or emails or whatever. It's that kind of energy that I feel here that kind of comes in with this. And, um, but you haven't met them in person because they're like across the country. I don't feel like they're in another country. I just feel like they're across the country. Um, so let's take a look here. The two cards here. Yeah. So I feel here, of course, we've got the Knight of Pentacles, which is a hermity energy, and the High Priestess as well. So there is like these, and it's almost like there's, um, this represents both of you, like you're away by yourself and they're away by themselves. And that's how you guys meet is that, but I feel like this is through, I don't feel like it's through any kind of dating site or whatever. I just don't feel like you do that. Um, this is like, again, it just feels like through a common interest or work or your passion, which is skating, right? And, I feel like there is that, kind of things that, comes in with that, right? So, yeah, I don't either. So I feel like that is how it starts off here, and then we've got the Wheel of Fortune, the Death card, the Hanged Man. Yeah, wow, 3 major arcana. So the Wheel of Fortune, um, this is like a faded energy. It's like it was meant to be for you guys to come across each other's path because you got the Hanged Man and the Death card here. So I feel like you guys have both been, going through your own little rebirths. Like you've been in your cocoons transforming, changing, um, evolving yourselves. And that's why both of you, someone's been off in their cave and, someone's been off in their high priestess temple, right? Both of you working on yourselves. And it could be, um, there's a lot of 10 with the Wheel of Fortune endings and beginnings energy in the Death card, all this transformation energy. So it does feel like you guys have been evolving and changing independently. But I feel like you guys don't meet for a while with all this too. Um, yeah, and then when you guys meet, you have the Ace of Swords, I feel like you eventually do meet in person, but I don't feel like the intention here is like you're not you guys aren't going somewhere to meet each other. You just happen to both be going to the same place. And this is where you guys get to have like your first conversation in face to face, later as well. So it would be like, and I keep on getting back to skating. So I don't know if it's like someone that you're talking to that's coordinating something that you guys hit up a conversation, you have a great conversation, and you're like, "Oh my god," and blah, blah, blah. You just have all this commonality things that kinda come in here. But then I feel like you guys do meet in, like there's a convention or, sort of competition or something that you go to because of what you do, either for teaching or for skating, and it's like you get to meet each other. And I and let's see what the underlying energy is here. I just feel like they wanted to have the story unfold. Yeah, you got the 5 of swords, and I like that here in the beginning, there was a little bit of conflict between the head and the heart, which makes sense with it starting off here as, you know, business or, you know, that. And it's like, I like this, but then, the heart is like, I like them too, kind of energy, right? But the mind is like, no, psh, Bzz, bzz, bzz. We don't do that. Rah, rah, rah. That mind likes to control the heart, right? And then as things progress, you got the two of coins. Yeah, the two of pentacles. Things balance out. And there really is this um it's like we're two similar people just on different hands, different sides of the country kind of energy. And it's like, wow, so many common parallel kind of lives. And I feel like that's why you guys have so much to talk about. And you're like, oh my God, you went through that too? No way. And you're like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, oh my God, you did go through that. Then you know all about it. It's just got like kind of that energy, right? And then the moon. Yeah, there's a lot of emotions below the surface uh, come out on a full moon. That's when you guys meet. I feel like the emotions really, you know, revealed themselves. When you guys meet in person eventually, and you realize, that there's more to this than just um, friendship in a way. But I feel like you develop it a strong friendship first. And so I feel like that's what Spirit wants you to know right now, just to be open to that, to kind of get used to the idea so we're not resistant to it, right? ah, ah, relationships. But in your heart, it's something that you're wanting, at least a close friend at the very least. Um, someone who, like I said, a lot in common. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And we've got empowerment. Boom, boom. Which says, you hold the power to shape your reality. Take charge of your actions and decisions. Own your choices today. Take full responsibility for the direction of your path. On the flip side, it says external influences may be draining your power. Reclaim control of your decisions. I like it. Right. So that's what they have for that one. And then, like I said, we'll circle back around eventually for your free reading as well. Um, for the free readings, we've got Lauren and Katmia and CJ and JV and Livier, and then Leslie and Lemon Lime and Melissa, May and Silver Pony, and then you. So it's like 11. Once I get to the free readings, we'll get to that there. And then Ruby, you're last so far right now on the free readings. You're up next for your donation. Let's see, do we have? Yeah, we had one earlier from you too. So we will go into that. Then we got two from Maria P. And if I don't have any other donations, we'll return back to the free readings as well. Let me just take a swig of my protein shake. This is my dinner. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's in the distance. My host got a new puppy, a little pit bull puppy. He's so cute. And she's got a black lab as well, a big black lab. I think they were rough housing, if you could hear it. Bub, 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 bub. And she goes, "Hey!" I can imagine they're like puppies again. So fun times. You're very welcome, Val. Thank you again. All right. So, all right. And then Ruby, thank you so much for your additional donation. Here is both of your timestamps. Like I said, we got you on the free list too. We'll eventually circle back for that. And you would like a general reading as well. Let's take a look here and see what we have here. All right, we got that one and that one here. Oops. I want more than that. They're like, it's not a free reading. She gets more cards. I'm like, oh, that's right. All right. And then this one here too. Okay. Wow, how funny. That I put this card back in the middle of the deck, but the bottom of the deck, you ended up with what Val had on the bottom, which is the Page of Cups. But for you, it's different energy, of course, because I think you're already in love. But this Page of Cups is a happiness energy. It is a higher vibration, um, emotional energy that comes in here. So I like that. Um, we've got here the King of Cups and the Knight of Swords. So I love this energy because the King of Cups is a very balanced energy between the head and the heart. King rules over cups behind the scenes. All the kings get swords energy, which is the mind energy. And you got the Knight of Swords that comes in, which is a quest for clarity, which is a quest for seeing things from a different perspective, a higher perspective. And there is a lot of this. I feel like there's this kind of nudge, is the energy I'm getting here, of realizing and getting clarity around how you are so compatible. It's like there's this compatibility of yourself with yourself, but also just how compatible you are for the love of your life, kind of energy that's coming in. And I feel like this is what this is about. This Page of Cups is about this self-love journey. And I feel like they're really pointing you inward to go, do you realize how much you have to offer? Do you realize, how balanced you are between your head and your heart? And when you get behind all of the walls and all of the conditioning and everything, just what a wonderful, um, strong individual that you are. Once you get out of those mindsets and you clear those things, right? Let's see what else they have here. Yeah, because you have the Star card, which this is your like connection to your higher self energy and to remember who you really are, that you are this character that you're playing. The actor behind it is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. There's this amazing, you know, uh, awareness of that. So you can see yourself differently and from this higher place and realize this human is an expression of your higher self. We got a lot of conditioning growing up and telling us who we're supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, and creating all these, you know, emotional fear monsters. We're not really in danger, but emotionally we're like, oh my God, I feel like I'm in danger. Why? Because of all the influence we had when we were growing up. And there's this great transformation. I feel like they're saying that you're in, and um, and I like that. Because you got the 10 of swords, yeah, letting go of expectations of the past, all that's supposed to be, should be, need to be. I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations and trying to make everyone else live up to mine. So there's this great awareness that comes in here with the 10 of swords. And it's like you're reaching that point where I'm just tired, right? And you have the 6 of wands, which is a victory energy, and I feel like it's in a way they're telling you that it's like celebrating what you've done, how you've done this, how you've moved through this, right? And, how much work you have done, and it's important to celebrate that. And you have the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles. It is time for Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, allowing yourself to be a focus, not the outside world, but you, your inner children, your little emotional inner child, your mental inner child, your teenage physical inner child, and all of them, deserve that energy, deserve that um, attention, right? That nurturing. And you have the 5 of wands. There's this transformation of energy that's coming in. Let's see what these other ones are. We got the Queen of Wands as well, with the 5 of wands and the Page of swords. So this is about stepping into your power and the knowledge and the clarity that you have coming in here, because you got the Queen of Wands, which is, you know, realizing that whatever you focus your energy on is what you whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. So if you're focusing on, the lower vibrational energy, we get more of that comes in, fears and lack and need and want and those kind of any of those emotions related to fear or the higher vibration, right? Unconditional love and um, gratitude and play and peace and in those energies that helps us draw in things that match that. And that's that 5 of Wands is you're realizing I'm the one that changes the energy. No one makes me feel a certain way or imposes their energy on me. I'm the one that can take it in and, uh, you know, kind of match that energy, or I can change my energy. I don't have to do that. And so, a very empowering time for you, it feels like right now. But celebrate how far you've come and what you've done already. And there's a great more empowerment that's coming, more freedom that comes as you're questioning these expectations, these thoughts, these beliefs of supposed to be and should be and need to be that do make you feel kind of trapped and restricted with that. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. Whoa, this one came flying out. Yep, transformation, baby. The butterfly, which says a period of deep change is occurring. Like we said, release what no longer serves you to make space for growth. Let go of an old habit, belief, or situation that's holding you back. Embrace the new with open arms. And on the flip side, fear of change may be creating resistance. Trust that transformation is necessary for evolution and revolution, right? So hopefully that helps, Ruby. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, so I got 2 more donations from Maria P, which I will jump to in a sec. Let me just do a couple of quick shout outs here. We got Ankita. Hey, Ankita. Good to see you. I'm doing good. How are you? We'll get you on the free list here. And we also got Anshuman. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Hi. We'll get you on the free list here as well. And then JFee did the free read start. I did some of them. I did 30 minutes of them. Did I get to you? No. You were still 4 away, so I didn't get to yours yet. Once I get back to free readings here, you'll be number 4 in line there. So almost missed it by that much. All right, let me just crack my back real quick. Oh, there we go. Worked out today and went walking. So when I sit still for a while, crack, 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 crack. Even though I took a break, an hour ago. So, all right. So I just have 2 more donations for Maria P. If I have no other donations, we'll be diving back into free reading. So, all right. Where are you? Up here, up here. There we go. So Maria 40225 is for your 3rd donation. Let me move that over here. And this will be it right here. All right. So you want to dive in to what's coming at work next week. So what is it? All right. So for work, what is this unexpected thing, right? Is what was from your other reading. And then you also wanted to maybe dive into something about Wally, right? So we'll semi-dive into both of them because 2 readings, 2 questions, right? So let's take a look here. We've got here, what's this thing coming in for work next week? We've got the 10 of coins. It's the 10 of pentacles. There's some sort of abundance energy that's coming in here. Let's see what this is about. Got the 4 of wands. It's a celebration, joy energy. So it does feel maybe this is the announcement that's coming in that we're expecting, but maybe no one else is, right? So I feel like there's something that comes in here. We've got the ace of wands. It is something about movement and action energy with that Ace of Wands, and the Hanged Man, something about transformation that's coming in. So maybe this is the announcement that they're coming in about the changes that are happening in the business next week. Um, and maybe it's gonna happen in July, so they're giving people kind of a heads up because I feel something like the 4th of July kind of energy, but the 10 of coins is an abundance. It's a feeling of success and a positive thing. So it doesn't feel like it's anything negative to be afraid of, but it does kinda have that energy of a celebration about action and transformation energy that's coming in. So I do feel like that's kind of what it is gearing about there. And then for Wally, what can we dig in about Wally? We've got the Seven of Cups. Yeah, they got a lot of emotions around their little zombie child there. So they've got a lot going on. They're very kind of conflicted with it there. I feel like there's a lot more emotion he has about that he's going away than he's really fessing up to, but also that he's not really realizing what's impacting him as well. Because I feel like, we've got the Ace of Swords, which is there is some clarity coming in about a new direction with the Three of Wands around with their son, and the Strength card. We got this Leo energy. There is this, what is this about? This almost feels separate because this is like the courage and the strength um, for this change, which there might even be this energy where I feel like he might he's trying to get the courage up to talk to his son about the change of direction that he's wanting to take in leaving the house and, you know, the relationship, and I feel like he wants to be able to tell him, um, and I feel like that's bugging him on the trip too because he's wanting to, you know, be honest and doesn't want him to find out, you know, um, in an awkward way. He wants him to hear it from him, not from the dragon kind of energy. So I feel like that's kind of some of the energy that's coming in there. Little bit of insights into both of those situations. And I don't know if you heard in the beginning. So for like dollar readings and stuff, we're not diving deep into there are more ankle deep readings. And then when you have two readings, ankle deep, then we don't dive uh, very deep into sticking the toes into those instead. All right. Yeah. So go with the flow, baby. Go with the flow. Flow energy. It says alignment brings ease. When you surrender resistance, things move effortlessly. Allow life to unfold without forcing outcomes. Follow the path of least resistance. On the flip side, it says you may be forcing things. Step back, relax, and realign with the natural flow. Right. I like it. Right. So that is for your number four. I mean, number three. Number four, we've got 40756. That's what we have here. There's your timestamp for that. Let me back out of this one and dive into this one here. All right. And you want to dive into Jeff. Whoa. So you wonder if he listens to your conversations with coworkers in the gathering of at work yesterday. All right, let's take a look here. So was he listening in? All right. And okay, we'll find out there. Okay, and then what was their response to that, right? Okay. So we got the 9 of Wands. Well, the 9 of Wands is more of a it's more of a barrier energy than it is a listening in energy. Um, so it doesn't feel like they were listening to the conversation, at least not all of it. I feel like it was hard for them to kinda hear, um, and they didn't wanna, impose kind of energy that's coming in. So I don't feel like they did. The bottom of the deck, they've got the page of coins, the page of pentacles, which is looking for an opportunity, in the physical world in the future. And, when we're looking at diving into Jeff, I mean, we've got the 10 of coins, the 10 of pentacles, which is relationship energy, which, in relationship to you, I feel like they are, concerned about your relationship and wanting, of course, to see what a relationship might be or if it's possible. Because we've got the 8 of coins, 8 of pentacles. This is transformation energy. Um, and I feel like they're really waiting to see what transpires with your relationship, kind of energy before they like take any kind of significant actions. Got the 7 of wands, which is an energy of like, um, like being on a hill, just being seen, not shrinking, not, backing away, but they're just gonna continue kind of shining the way they are, you know, trying to keep a boundary of some sort, until they see what happens with your relationship. Yeah, we got the 8 of swords, which is, it feels like they're letting things fall away, cut away. And they're like, I'm just going to go with the flow with this 8 of swords. I'm just going to go with the flow. I'm going to continue to communicate, let the communication flow since you're returning conversation and you're engaging with them now, whereas before you had once, stopped it, I feel, but then just allowed it and picked it back up again. That they're like, I'm just going to keep doing this and we'll see what unfolds with that, energy that's, coming in. Yeah, and the Knight of Swords. So continuing, you know, the conversations, I feel is like where they're at with it. Just seeing, waiting for the opportunity. And but I feel like they're waiting a lot on to see what you do with the relationship. So they're gonna keep, you know, that open as long as you're keeping it open. So I feel like that's what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you have, yep, duh, passion. Emotional intensity fuels creativity and purpose. Follow what sets your soul on fire. Do something today that ignites your spirit and awakens your creativity. I feel like this is the energy around Jeff, though, that he has for you. And on the opposite side, emotional suppression may be dimming your light, reignite your passion. So, with where you're wanting it to grow, right? So, I feel like that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And we've got Sudeshna. Hey, good morning or good evening to you. We'll get you on the list here. I'll give that love and a like there. Hello, hello. If you didn't get all of your other, whoops, well, you'll get them all here in a sec because you're next. I don't think I had any others come in. So yeah, you'll be up next. So you'll have all of your 5 donations. You'll have all the timestamps. And we got Artist Tarot in the house. Hello, hello. 1111 where you're at, huh? Must be on the East Coast, at least Eastern Standard Time. So hey, good to see you. Did you get your reading from last night? If you didn't, here is the link for last night, and they have there's a pinned comment in the timestamps there. I went on this morning to finish out all the free readings I didn't get to last night. So if you wanna click on that, it'll go to the other video of the morning session, and then there's a pinned comment that lists all of the readings, um, all the names with timestamps, and just click on the timestamp, it takes you right to your reading. So, if you wanna check that out. So there you go. Alright, and we got, Donna Marie back in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Alright, so let's jump in here. So Sudesh now we're at 4:14:26 for you. Look at the difference between your timestamps. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, so thank you for all your donations today. Appreciate those. So, regarding your night shift allowance, you checked and your shift time was updated in the portal. Yay! So, will you receive allowance for the month of June? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on your current energies, all right, we got those. Anything else? Oh, okay, I guess so. And these as well. All right. So, we have here, you got the Justice card, the 10 of Cups. All right. Yeah, I feel like this is good news because you got this balancing energy of the Justice card, um, and then the 10 of Cups, which is joy, 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 joy energy. I like that. Even on the bottom of the deck, you've got the 6 of Swords, which is moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. And again, it's the 6 of Swords kind of feels like leaving 3 swords behind, seeing things from a higher perspective. 3, again, this balancing out of things. This we're being replaced by that. So, feels positive here. You got the Ace of Coins too. Cha-ching. So, again, it feels like you do get the allowance for June. What about the past ones here? There's this again, this balancing energy with the pentacles, and we got the Queen of Wands and also the Devil card here. This energy, this represents, like, your energy if you for the ones that you didn't get for the months that you did it, right? I feel like things can balance out in it, but it's about your energy. If you focus in on the lack, like we always talk about, we focus on our fears or the feelings of expectations not being met, and we get more of that. But if we focus on gratitude, for the what we have and what we have had, and hand it to the Creator and going, you know what? I've done what I needed to do. I've contacted the people. It's going to work itself out. And I'm so grateful it's in your hands. It's in the best hands. And I'm going to trust that, if I need to do anything, please let me know. And I'm going to trust that you're working behind the scenes to make this all work out right. So I feel like there can be some, you know, if you're due the past amounts, that they'll catch that up too. But I feel like the beginning is June, you get that one. So I like that. And then for your fortune cookie for this one, we've got expansion. All right. Stepping through the doors. Let's see what we got here. So your world is growing. So be open to new experiences and possibilities beyond your comfort zone. Say yes to a new opportunity today. Growth happens when you embrace the unknown. And on the flip side, fear or limiting beliefs may be preventing your expansion. So break free from comfort zones. I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. Thank you again for all your multiple donations. All right. To make sure I see, did I get everybody? Yeah, I did. All right. So we will return back to free readings here in a sec. Let me just drink some more of my protein drink here. My stomach's starting to growl. Got to keep it, full of something. All right. So we are going to return back to the free readings. And up next, we got Lauren Smith, 418. Yep, 48. So, Lauren, here is your timestamp. And you want to know, why did PJ look away when it happened? What is it? Did you have what is it called? A garment malfunction? Let's take a look here. Always talk about your spicy picks. Oops. Let's see here. Why did he look away when it happened? I feel here, we have the Ace of Wands, which is a reactionary energy, and then sorry, I was wondering. I was like, is that a Pinocchio nose? But it's someone behind him. Like, what is it going? What's going on here? And then the Knight of Swords is like a movement, like searching clarity, kind of energy that's coming in here. So that's interesting. But I feel like it was reactionary. Why did he look away? It's like, oh, I just feel like it doesn't feel like it was thought out, because the Knight of Swords is like a movement, a fast thought and a fast reaction. So I don't feel like it was like an intentional, oh, I'm going to do this to make you feel a certain way, or, look as, have a certain kind of thing happen. But it's this change. Like it was reactionary. Um, yeah, it's like, I, I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be seen kind of energy below the surface. I don't want to be seen looking. I Is there, but it's that I don't know if it's embarrassment. I feel like a little of embarrassment energy, and I'm not sure why, but it feels like I'm like, "Oh," and that's the kind of feeling that I get. It's like, I shouldn't be looking kind of energy. So, hopefully that makes sense to you, Lauren. That's what they got there for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And I've got Debbie O. Oh, your wingmen are going to protect your castle and your garden along with the mountains. You are funny. I love you, Deb. So I'm glad you enjoyed your reading. You're so funny. All right, then we got Honored in the house. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list here. So you'll be up next. And we will dive into that here. Let's give that a love and a like, Debbie. You cracked me up. All right. So Honored, thank you for your donation. We got 421.51 for your timestamp here. There you are. And you want to know, how is Kay feeling about you right now and why? All right, let's take a look here. So, how is Kay feeling about you and why? Boom, boom, boom. All right. So we got there. Oh, and you got the apotheosis on the bottom here. This is one of two cards that are unique to this deck, and this is kind of like this evolution. It's time to shine and evolve, and for things to transform and change from the inside out kind of energy. So that underlying energy, this does have to do with something happening for you, for your own growth. So we'll see what that is coming in here. So how is Kay feeling about you right now? Right now. We got the Three of Swords. Yeah, there's a little bit of expectations equal disappointment. It's not heartbrokenness, but it does feel like a little bit feeling like they're a disappointment, or they disappointed, let you down, or they feel let down. It's that kind of energy. I do have the Knight of Wands, which is a lot of fiery energy, passionate energy, but it can also be fiery depending on what is going on between the two of you. But we also got the Four of Cups. Four of Cups energy is an energy about um, kind of feeling like emotionally numb in a way, or emotionally just kind of calm. It's not up, it's not down, it's just kind of, you know, beep, and it's not dead, but it does I do feel like a bit emotionally numb, but passionately active, or my fire is active. And I'm feeling this disappointing energy with this that's coming in here. So, and why, right? Let's find out why are they feeling this way? You got the 7 of coins, 7 of pentacles, which is an energy here of the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but there is an energy here, also of a bit of like once the fruit starts to grow, it's like, is this what we really want kind of energy? Because we've got the hanged man and the high priestess, which is an energy of kind of this is cocooning and transformation. And this is like being away in a high priestess temple, trying to see things from a different perspective, trying to gain clarity, trying to understand what's going on inside of us, our self energy. And so I feel like there's what's this? I feel really withdrawn, and I feel like I'm searching for love, but I'm not finding love in the outside world. All I find is my passion. And I feel like this is why they're kind of feeling this pull inward, because that's what we go through when we're searching outside of ourselves for our self-love. We'll look and we'll look and we'll look. We'll look in relationships with people in situations like jobs and education, etc. And things like our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, and we find that those are empty. And that's what that 4 of cups brings in, is this empty feeling when we're looking to the outside world. And so I don't feel like it's personal necessarily toward you, but it is about you because you're the current character that it feels like like they're in front of you here. But this apotheosis, which is about this inner transformation and this inner change energy, is this um kind of the underlying thing that's going on is they're going through this internal evolution, and they're realizing I'm not happy with things in the outside world, their job, their friends, their family, whatever. They just kind of feel empty. They have the passions. They're like, well, that's fun, but then it ends, and once we the passions over, then that feeling of distractions over, and then I'm back to that feeling empty on the inside. And I feel like that's where that disappointment energy is coming in, is they're in this huge reflective kind of transitional time in their life. It's almost like a little mini uh, midlife crisis, where we're like, why? What's the meaning of life? Who am I? Kind of energy, right? So I kind of feel like that's what's coming in here. Hopefully that resonates, because even under apotheosis, we've got the hermit, which is that same energy like the high priestess in a way, where we withdraw into a cave to figure out what the heck is going on inside me, kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too. But interesting, right? I can imagine this year is a huge energy shift for humanity. Surprised we're not all going through midlife, mid-decade, mid-year crisis. Yeah. We got tenderness here, which says gentle care softens the heart. Kindness towards yourself and others creates deep healing. Speak to yourself and others with kindness today. A gentle approach fosters warmth. On the flip side, emotional hardness or defensiveness may be blocking closeness. Let your heart soften. So there's something, and I feel like this might be their energy, not unless this resonates for you, of course. But I feel like it can also resonate for you. But I feel like that's really speaking to a lot of their energy. So hopefully that helps, Honored. That's what we have for you right now. So many blessings to you. I tell you what, I remember going through my kind of my identity awakening crisis. I survived, barely. All right. And then we have here, we've got Healy. Oh, yeah, Donna Marie. Hey, thank you so much for your donation. We'll get you on here. So you'll be up next. And then Honored, thank you for your additional donation. And we will go to you after that. All right. Boom, boom. All right. So Donna Marie, 429.31. Whoops, I did it again. Keep on hitting the wrong button. 429.30. There we go. That looks a lot better. So Donna Marie, thank you so much for your donation. And you want to know a reading on your finances. Will you get debt? Oh, you'll get your debt down before this time next year so you can retire. I know, right? All right. So let's see what we got going on here. So, just in general for your finances first, let's see what they have here for that. And then, based on your current energies and choices, will you get your debt down so you can retire next year? Right. What they want to know about that. All right. Very good. Yeah. Bottom of the deck, you do have, oh, look at this. You got threes and a couple, two threes here. Three of Wands is about a change of direction. And the Three of Coins, the Three of Pentacles, it's an abundance energy. It's a creativity energy that comes in here too. So I feel like you do um, make some choices and alter some things, and you find not creative financing, right? You cook the books. No, not that, but it's um, creative things that you do that help you, and it takes you on a different path in doing it than you thought you were gonna do before. So there is some, new ideas that come in and you're like, "Ooh, I wanna do this." And it's about being true to your authentic self, not doing what everyone else wants you to do and how, but you're like, "You know what? I wanna do it this way." And I feel like you do that. Just generally in finances, you've got the 7 of Cups. So there is some emotional energy below the surface around uh, finances. So there can be some beliefs, right? Oh, healing and readings after you retire. Corporate. Oh, very cool. Yeah. So you might even start those early and start easing into it, right? Um, I know it's hard to do because I know we're exhausted when we finish corporate. I didn't really launch into doing what I do now until I was away from corporate life. And after a year of doing like spirit had me decompress from the rat race in order for me to be clear to do readings, full time and everything. So it was interesting. But I know it's hard to do that. But there's something here, and I don't know if I shared this with you. Um, I have a podcast, and this particular one here. Oh, very cool. I love that for you. This one's at abundance, where it be in that we talk about our energy, which can draw abundance to us or push it away. And then once we draw it to us, how we get it in the city gates to us, not waiting outside. That's the inner child energy that controls the rate of exchange we have. And the 7 of Cups is reminding me of that just because there's this little inner child and it's all this emotional energy and it's all, kinda locked here in this, you know, zombie looking closet. So I feel like there's maybe some beliefs below the surface that can be looked at to help open the gates more often and even have them just open where things just keep flowing in for you financially. So if that resonates, I would check that out there. You also have the Emperor energy, and the Emperor is about getting out of our head and into our hearts, making a plan, and then putting action to the plan. So, because this is what your heart's desire is, I feel like if you will kind of create a budget, create a plan on what I need to pay off, and, you know, like I'm going to put this money towards this, I'm going to get rid of this, I'm going to sell this. It's like the things that you do, if you create the plan and you create the steps to get there, then the universe kind of follows you and supports the plan. But they're following us. We're the leader. And so, whatever we lead with our energy and with our actions, they will help us with. But I feel like it's important to, because the emperor is all about getting out of our head, clearing the throne, getting quiet, putting a plan together, and then taking action to it. So, I feel like that's part of what needs to be done for this retirement. We haven't got to that piece yet, but um, if we're wanting abundance, we need to have a plan kind of energy. You have the Hierophant, and this is that teacher student energy. The power of change with the Hierophant, they're the master of change with that major arcana number 5 kind of energy that comes in. What is this change? Is that the next card next to it? You got the King of Wands. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. King of Wands, again, it's a lot like the Emperor, and actually it's like the Hierophant is bookended by the Emperor and the King of Wands, which is the change of our energy, which we talk about in that podcast too. It's when I focus in on gratitude for what I have had, then I draw more abundance. If I focus in like on any need or want or lack energy, then that grows instead. Have you ever like gone, I need to pay off my credit card. I need to pay off my credit card, and the credit card just keeps going higher. It's like, how is that happening? It's because we're focusing on, I got to get rid of that instead of, focusing on our gratitude energy. At least that was my experience. Interesting with that. So, based on this energy, will you be able to get your debt down to retire next year? All right. And let's see what we've got here. And we got the devil card here too. Yeah, you definitely have the possibilities here because you've got the star card, which is the mental dream come true, which is to retire. The 3 of swords is expectations equal disappointment, right? And underneath it, we've got the devil card, which is a long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that can keep us feeling trapped and restricted. So I love this that they're definitely saying there are possibilities. It's the hope card, the star card. Um, and so they're very much are saying here that there is the possibilities of it, but there is some mindsets that we have to not work against, work through, transform, transmute, in order to free us to move forward. So there's some restrictive beliefs. And again, that Adventure 14, the abundance, where it be, talks a little bit about that energy in there. But I definitely feel like you can make it happen. But um, let's see. If you fail to plan, plan to fail, right? Is that the quote? So if you look at um, you know, monthly expenses and what's the debt and, a plan of, I use spreadsheets for mine because Capricorn rising, I like the organization of spreadsheets. I had all my credit cards when I was trying to get out of debt and, get clear of everything. I'm like, okay, where is the highest interest rates? I'm paying that off first. And then, and there were some smaller things that I could pay off. So just so I felt like accomplishments and I'd get things done and get things done. And then the extra money I put towards the big thing and kept on whittling it down, whittling it down, whittling it down, you know, and making it a priority, knowing that I wanted to leave corporate life by a certain date so that I could be free of all that other stuff and be debt free so that I didn't have to, do all that. And it's important. It's like, what don't I need? What is something, when you look at your budget of where all your, you know, where you're spending everything, it's like, where can I cut back? What's important, between now and then? And and we do it. We decide kind of cost benefit analysis. Is this something I want to keep and have to work another month or 2 or 3? Or if I get rid of that, you know, I can go 3 months earlier. And we get to decide, and I like that. So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie is hydrate. Master number 33. Let's see what this is about. Drink plenty of water. So water is essential for your health. As you probably know or have read, over 70% of your body consists of water. It really is problematic for your body and overall well being if you aren't drinking enough water. So, drinking water can help control your appetite, improve your sleep, increase your energy levels, and flush toxins from your body. One way to successfully increase your daily water consumption is to make drinking water easier. Having a refillable water bottle you can easily grab and carry with you. Set a regular alarm or use post it notes to remind you to drink water. If you don't like the taste of plain water, add lemon or lime to your water bottle. As a bonus, it is believed citrus helps flush toxins from your cells. In this card, of course, a maiden looks at a portal to the ocean almost as if she's testing the water. The ocean covers 70% of our planet. So, how synchronistic that your body is also 70% water. Ooh, I like that. The fish and mermaids rely on water to keep them alive. The same is true for you. So, your body relies on you to replenish it with water. The trees, flowers, animals, and all of nature are dependent on water for survival. And the tree in this image represents a guardian. It indicates that recovery from illness and another challenge is at hand. I feel like and if this resonates, the hydrating and everything, that's important, of course. But I feel like they're talking about how, you know, in order to make sure you hydrate, and make sure you have enough. It's about planning and doing things to remind and to keep us focused on it, right? And I kind of feel like that's what they're talking about too with, you know, trying to get our debt down. I don't want to focus on my debt. I want to focus on my abundance, but I'm going to keep track on where my spending is going, right? And do I really need that? You know, and it's a good habit to get into for retiring too, is, do I really need that? When we have abundance coming in, we're like, "Oh, sure, why not?" But when we're like, when you're on a budget, you tend to go, "Oh, I have so much clutter. How did I get all this stuff?" Then we start purging and we don't need to bring more junk in, right? More unneeded things. Um, but I like that. So, you're very welcome. So it looks good there, but, yeah, let me know if you have any questions on that, podcast if you do check that out, right? No expectations, just information. Alright, so many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Alright, and then honored, we're circling back around here, so 442.51 here. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Alright, very good. All right, awesome. Let me just drink the last of this honored here, and we're gonna advice for turning the situation to your favor. All right. All right. Put that over there. So it's a bit chalky. Let me just take a sip of this coffee. Get to the bottom of those protein shakes. It's like, is that paste? Guess I didn't shake it enough in the beginning. All right. So honored. Let's take a look here. So, how advice from spirit on how you can turn the situation to your favor. And is that by what spirit believes you're in favor is, or what your idea of favor is? Like, I want it to be so they um, choose me, right? Or is it for the highest good of everyone involved? Let's take a look here. All right. So on the bottom of the deck, you do get the three of coins, the three of pentacles. This is about being true to your authentic self, right? This is about um, not trying to be something you're not, but being true to you and letting the real you show forward, right? Not thinking that I have to shrink or try to become something that I think they want me to be, kind of energy that's coming in. Um, so, I feel like that's kind of the underlying energy. Yeah. I know, you say based on your previous read. So when we say, I want the situation, how can I turn the situation in my favor? What does that mean, right? Because from a universe's perspective, what if in your favor is that they choose to go somewhere else and then this amazing other person comes into your life, right? And so sometimes what we think is in our favor, we don't have a clue, right? Spirit does because they see the big picture, but we don't. We just think, I want that. And you're like, well, if you give that up, that little, you know, if you give up that little pint of ice cream, you get this whole big barrel of ice cream. But like, no, no, I don't want to hear that. I want this little one, you know. So that's what I was saying. Do you want the favor of what spirit sees as in favor for you or what you feel is in favor for you, which is, I wanna get what I want, not what is in my highest experience, because that's our humanness coming in, right? But I'm sure they'll come through here anyway. Let's take a look. So, do you have the King of Cups, the 8 of Cups? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I figured. So, you got the King of Cups, which is a balance between your head and heart. The Eight of Cups, so if you're wanting to get along with this person like you did before, the things that you can do is you have to let go of old emotions that don't serve you anymore, balance your head and your heart, and let's see the underlying energy too. And you have the Tower card. Yeah. This is like trusting that when someone or something is removed out of our life, that it is for us, and that we can trust that. And it's almost like you have to kind of surrender and going, you know what? Universe, instead of me trying to control something, I need to let emotions go. I need to let the old go and trust that, you know, if they do leave my life, that it's for me, that it's creating space for something that's in my highest. Not that it's going to happen or that's kind of what is happening, but there's this energy of I'm going to trust that what is removed out of my life is removed for a reason. What's brought into my life is brought in for a reason too, right? You got the Eight of Cups, the Tower. It is this movement of things. And like the King of Cups is, like a perfect compatible person kind of energy, like someone who just fits like a glove that you don't have to fight for, that fights to be with you. And, there is this, it's like, not that this is going to happen, but I feel like they're, you know, putting this before you so we can release and let go so that we can allow the flow of things. Because the more you fight for something, the more you push it away, the more you allow and you receive, and sit in gratitude for what is and what will be, what has been, and we that's that trusting that things will unfold. That is like I feel like that's these cards coming in. It's like being willing. So what can I do to turn the situation in my favor is let go, surrender, stop trying to control it, trust that things happen and unfold. And if they do walk away, it's for me, because who comes next? If I think they were amazing and they're moving out of my life, that means you're making space for "whoa" coming in, right? So I feel like that's important because it's our fear, right? The reason why we cling so much onto someone is because we fear, "I'll never find anyone like them again," or "I'll never find love again," or "What does that mean about me?" But when we realize, "Oh, they're leaving means there's something better coming for me that I deserve even more, well, bye," you know? Right. So that's one little piece. Let's see what this other one is here. You got the Knight of Wands, which is the quest of stepping into your power. Let's see what's below that here. Yeah, you got the Ten of Swords, the Page of Coins. Yeah. So, the Knight of Wands is like Wands energy is whatever you focus on is what grows and expands, right? So the Ten of Swords represents all of the expectations of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. Like they should be with me, they should do this, they shouldn't say that, they should say this, blah, 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 right? All these expectations. When we focus in on those, we're more focusing in on what they're not doing, not having gratitude for what they are. This Page of Coins, the Page of Pentacles, is look at the abundance, not the lack. So, something that we can do that helps instead of pushing something away by focusing on what it's not being or the fear of what's going to happen or not happen, want, need, energy, all that expectation, that's what pushes things away. We invite more lack in when that's our focus. With the Page of Pentacles, it's when we focus in on what we're grateful for. Like, what am I grateful for? What we do have, what we have had, not what's missing, right? Because missingness brings me more missingness. If I focus on have and have had, I get more have. It grows. If it's meant for me, you know, if there is something, if there is a tower where they're meant to just be a stepping stone and it's over, it's done, you have the information to learn from, but it's to help you step towards something amazing, even more amazing down the road, then it doesn't matter. Our energy is it's good to learn that because when you do, let's say that, you're learning to focus your energy on being grateful for someone, what they are being in your life, and it's helping things grow, but this person leaves anyway. Well, if it's a stepping stone, the next relationship, which maybe if it's that amazing one, a more amazing one, that extra, extra amazing one, if you're focusing on gratitude, then that grows big and huge as well, right? But it's like, whoa, whoa, wow. So you're learning along the process. But I feel like what you can do to turn any situation more into your favor is to focus on gratitude of what you want, what you're enjoying, and are grateful for in a situation instead of what's not happening. It works for everything, right? And then your last little tidbit here, you got Six of Coins, Knight of Cups. Yeah, there's a little bit of Six of Pentacles, some inner reflection energy here. And you got the Ace of Swords with it too, which is about bringing in clarity around this kind of tendency. I call it overgiving tendency, which is codependency. I'm a recovering overgiver. um, and that Six of Pentacles energy kind of speaks to that there's something that can be looked at inside of you, um, that was created by your inner child, which is the rate of exchange, how much you feel you have to give in order to receive. As a child, we learn like I have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back because of how we were raised and the experiences we had growing up. And, I posted, I don't know if you saw the Adventure 14 Abundance. It talks about it in there, but the two things that keep abundance from us are our energy, like we were talking about, and our little emotional inner child. Even if we draw them to our gate, if our inner child feels, no, no, we don't deserve you yet, they will keep them away until we bring up this subconscious rate of exchange that it's been housing since we were children, on that you have to give so much and receive so little. And as we talk about in that video about how to bring it down to one instead of 1,000 to 1, which then allows us to freely have things come in instead of having to earn it with so much that around that. So I'm not sure if you see that Adventure 14. I'll just repost it just in case you came in after it, or I'm not sure how that works, but there it is again. But I recommend that because that can also show you how you can draw things in. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. You can't control their actions, non-actions, words or their silence or whatever. All you can do is control your energy. Are you drawing things in or pushing things away? So, that's all you can do. And then, there's no spells, you know, to make someone choose us or return back to things. There is a spell, and it's about casting a spell upon yourself. Casting a spell on other people doesn't work because, you know, you want to draw the love of your life to you, right? And so it's like it goes kind of like this: like cast a spell upon myself to draw to me, that amazing lifelong um, partner that is the perfect compatible person for me. And so you cast a spell upon yourself, you will draw that to you. If it's them, you draw them to you. If it's not them, then you draw the person who is, and then you don't end up with the imitation, the less than what this amazing thing was, right? Anyway, hope that helps. Yeah. And then you have your fortune cookie is compassion, which says, your heart expands when you offer kindness. True power lies in understanding and empathy. So show unconditional love today. Offer support or kind word without expectation. There's that letting go of expectations, right? On the flip side, it says emotional detachment or self criticism may be blocking your energy. Open your heart to connection. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, honored. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings. Thank you again so much for your dual donations. I know sometimes it feels like we went through therapy, right? I know I learned so much. Oh my goodness. It's like group therapy. You are very welcome. Thank you for your donations. So cheers, cheers to you. Hey, Phoenix Oracle Healing. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Thank you for your donation. Give that 11 a like. You actually be up next here. All right. Get you in there. And then just for you guys waiting for your free readings, I do have Kat, Mia, CJ, JV, Livier, Leslie, and then Lemon Limes, Lulu, Melissa Hodzik, excuse me, Eric Scaping, May, Silver Pony, Footwork, and then Ruby Grimm and Kita and Ashuman. I have you guys on the list for free reading. So I will get to those eventually. So hang in there. I do post pinned comments after I'm done with every session, listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you ever come back later, you can find your reading just like that. Click on that timestamp, takes you right to it. So cool, right? Yeah, hi. Hello. Yeah, I've got my big heart. All you need is love. There's my heart. Whoops, my heart. All right. So Phoenix, you got 458. 46, I believe it was. Yes. So thank you for your donation. And you want to know, how is ER feeling about you currently? Um, is he posting music for you? And what are his intentions? Oh, okay. So he's posting music, and you're wondering, is that for you? Let's take a look here. Let me just shuffle these up a little bit. So I lose half the deck here. Okay. All right, let me shuffle one more time here. Traditional shuffle. All right. So, how is ER feeling about you currently? Let's take a look at that first. We got that and that. And oh, they want these for your second question, which is he posting music? And then what are his intentions? Do you want that one? I do want that one. I do want that one. Not those. Okay. Oh, all right. All right, I think I'm all set up here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Two of Cups. So a little bit of energy going in there, important relationship energy. So that's a good card to start off, if that's what you're wanting, right? Otherwise, you're like, but I know you're wanting this. So what is his current feelings? We do have the King of Swords, the Four of Wands. Yeah, they've got this energy here. They're really in their head, not in their heart. The Four of Wands is more about passion and mental energy than they are about feelings. So we'll find out more about the music and their intentions. But I feel like I don't know if they're kind of feeling somewhat cut off. Right. I feel like they're cut off a bit, with their heart, or their mind is really protecting their heart, and they express themselves through passion. But I do feel like they feel the passionate attraction, energetic and physical passion attraction, with four wands, two on each side, right? Kind of energy. So I feel like that is there. Joy energy that's there. Um, so that's good. I just feel like they're really caught up in their head right now. Are they posting music for you? Got the 10 of Wands, along with the Three of Cups and the Queen of Cups. Yeah. And I feel like that's interesting that they can't communicate their emotions through their words, but they do communicate their emotions through music. Music is amazing, isn't it? I mean, it does have so much emotion, and for individuals, especially straight men, who difficult for them to connect to their emotional side because it wasn't cool, or they were suppressed and told, you don't share that, blah, 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 that they can present it through music. So I know in our day growing up, way back in the days, you would make cassette cassette tapes of music off the radio. This is before they had all this other stuff. I mean, I'm old. I mean, this was like decades ago. But you would have a little mixtape. And then when CDs came out, I know this was before that. When CDs came out, you'd burn CDs with the favorite music, right? Now it's a playlist. I created a playlist for you, Times a changing. Um, but yeah, so that's a yes. All of that to say that, right? You burned CDs? Yeah, isn't that cool? It's like, yeah. Oh. So I feel like that they are posting music for you with this energy that's here. But what are his intentions? Let's see if he knows what his intentions are. Well, okay. I feel like got the Lovers card. So you got the Two of Cups and the Lovers card both here. You have the Seven of Wands too, which I feel like their intentions are to get to know you and to see what, can form here. But the 7 of Wands is, I don't want to have to dim my light. I don't wanna have to shrink or to ask permission to be myself or, to defend who I am. So I feel like that's kind of where they're at odds a little bit because, we'll see what these 3 cards are underneath, because I feel like they want a relationship, but they don't want, um, to lose themselves in the process, which is healthy, I think. So the Knight of Swords, I feel like they wanna get to know you more clarity, more communication. It's like the quest of clarity. The 6 of Coins. Yep, the 6 of Pentacles. This equal giving and receiving energy, that's coming in here. I like that. And the High Priestess. As well. And I feel like these are underneath the surface, but I do feel like eventually, like the High Priestess, she is like the revealer of secrets, the revealer of emotions. So I feel like they would eventually like to be able to open up and share their emotions, but I feel like that is something that is sacred almost to them, and to where, um, it's like they have to feel very safe and very sure before they open it up and go, "Here's my emotions," because other people that they trusted when they were younger just stomped on them, and so they're like, "I will not just willy-nilly give my emotions to anyone silly." So I like this. I feel like this is a good energy. Um, so hopefully that helps. We'll also get you a fortune cookie too here. Like, yeah. But so he's vulnerable through music, um, because he's sharing emotions through music, but not his emotions, right? Here's a representation of my emotion. It's like here's a what do they call it? When they create a fake one. Maybe what do they do nowadays? It's the printer, the 3D printer. Here's a 3D printer of my emotion, but you can't have the original yet. It's just funny. Let's take a look here. What's your fortune cookie say too? Yeah, I got resolve. The key. Let's see what this comes in here. It says, when you fully commit to your path, the universe aligns to support you. Make a firm decision today, remove hesitation, and step forward with complete conviction. The flip side of that is uncertainty may be delaying progress. Strengthen your will and trust your choices. So I like that energy. It's, well, I want to make sure that they feel this way, or what if they don't? What if this? What if that? Do we fear being vulnerable? And it's like, what are we afraid of, right? And I know that's scary as heck. I don't know where you guys are in your relationship, but um I had a close friend, and you guys probably know I talk about it once in a while that I'm gay, and um I had a buddy that I was hanging out with, a straight guy, and um I had a crush like you wouldn't believe, and I was like, I just had to tell him. I go, you know, I just have to tell you, this, and he was like, if I rolled that way, I would be so lucky and I would be with you. He goes, "But I don't." And I'm like, "That's all right." It didn't make it awkward either. He actually, like, a few weeks later, he met his future wife, and so that kinda just it went different ways anyway, but when he'd come into town, we'd all have dinner and stuff. It didn't make it awkward, which he thought it would be like, "Oh god," but, you know, real people, I love it. But sometimes it can, right? And that's alright. I'd rather know and it end something than to have a crush and not know, you know, and spend all my time pawning over somebody that wouldn't, and so that's kind of the boldness that we can get sometimes. But if that resonates for you, whatever you want to do with that. All right. So that is what we have for you, Phoenix. Thank you again for your donation. I don't think I have any other donations. So we are not spawn off, but spin off back into free readings. We got Cat Mia up, which is 50904. Here is your timestamp. Yeah, absolutely. So where will you find 100%? In the emojis of your phone, which has 100% in it. Ha 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 ha. All right. Well, the high priestess, you'll find it connecting inward and upward to spirit, stepping away, getting quiet, connecting, and it'll be revealed. It's like the page of swords here is new information. It's clarity that comes in, a new way to get there. And so you discover it. The answer is inside of you, not outside of you, which I love. With the high priestess energy, it's secrets revealed from the high priestess. And the page of swords is they will tell you, spirit will tell you how you can get to 100%. But I do feel like there's this importance to understand why. Why do you want to get to 100%? Like the how and the when and the how, the when. Yeah, the how and the when kind of energy can come from spirit. But the what and the why is important for us to understand. Why do we want that? Why do we feel that's important? Because I feel like that's a part of your inner discovery of it. So hopefully that helps. And that's what they got for you, dear. So many blessings to you. Right, then we got CJ and the cats. I like it. 51056. So CJ, here's your timestamp. All right, night, Debbie. Good to see you. And then, can you tell if the cottage is going to sell? Let's see here. Based on current energies, is the cottage going to sell? You got the Three of Cups, happy, joy. And you got the Five of Swords. There's a little bit of conflict that happens, but in the end, with the Three of Cups, there is a joy energy here. It almost feels here, too, there's a bit of a tribal energy with the Three of Cups. It almost feels like it's a member of a group, of a friends group or a tribal group that they end up purchasing it. Because there's conflict, I feel like conflicting interests. There's like people want to buy it, but they want to buy it really, really low. And then people want this, but then something goes wrong and their financing doesn't go through and blah, 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 blah. And I feel like in the end, the Three of Cups, the joy comes from someone that you know or a friend of a friend um, ends up purchasing it. I feel like that's the kind of energy that comes in there. So I like it. Yeah, make sure all your friends know that you're selling. If this is a cottage you're selling, but I feel like that's how it works. So I like it. That's what they got for you, CJ. Many blessings to you. Then we got JV 51244 for you. And anything you should be doing to cleanse your energy, or anything that you could do to cleanse your energy. Any recommendations from spirit to make it the most cleansing for you here? Let's see. We got the King of Pentacles and the Queen of Cups. Interesting here. The Queen of Cups, of course, very empathic energy. She rolls over cups, gets the second portion of cups behind the scenes. So she's the master of emotion. And I feel here, because I'm actually, my next podcast coming out is how to clear the emotional pipeline, and we'll be talking about some of this. So I'm excited to see what spirit also brings through on this. But there is this. It's almost like um, purging the pipeline. Something I talk that I'll be talking about in the future podcast is how we can, flood ourselves with unconditional love energy. Like if we're feeling all this energy from the outside world is, oh my God, and there is a lot of fear energy in the world at times and a lot of chaos, a lot of stuff, depending on where we're at and what we're doing, just all this energy. And it's like sometimes, we can put up a bubble and we can keep some stuff out. I find that sometimes just to like to cleanse our energy field, it's just to imagine that you've got this like bubble of light, that's our the core of our uh eternal unconditional love energy, bright, bright light, right? And then we just intentionally flood it where it just becomes so big that you can just feel it just grow and 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 grow, that it just cleanses all of our energy fields, our meridians, our chakras. It just kind of a reset in a way. It just anything that's not of light that won't convert to light has to it can't stand it. It's like a roach when you turn on the light, it has to scurry. Wah, it runs, right? And the things that wanna convert to light will become part of the light too. So there's this beautiful flooding that you can do with that. So I feel like that's something that you can do. The other thing with the king oh, that was loud, sorry. Whoa. Is my voice changing? Sorry about that. But I feel like the king of pentacles, this has to do with your self-worth, and it is kind of that inner and upper energy because maybe there's some sort of practice that you can create for yourself where you're looking at, when I define myself by the three buckets of the outside world, which are relationships with humans, situations, and things, I feel unstable because all those things are unstable. So when I'm connecting my worth to those things, then I get lower vibrational energy that, can impact me, right? And that's when we're cleansing. But kind of the root of a lot of the low vibrational is that I'm looking for my worth out there instead of inward and upward. And as we connect inward and upward to that eternal unconditional love and have that be the foundation of our worth, then we are filled more and more because that's where that eternal bright light comes from, right? That's what we are. And so when we connect that, we also get flooded with that energy. It's interesting that Tibetan monks created, um, you know, the singing bowl with one of the intentions that when we experience enough lower vibrational energy, it creates pockets in our energy field, and they would use the singing bowl to fill back up, and it would, the lower vibration because of the singing bowl, it would realign and vibrate all of that energy back into it. So you hear you just feel it. So any kind of just want to listen to it all night. We can listen. You can listen to singing bowls. You can buy singing bowls. Um, they got a lot of singing bowl music, of course, on YouTube and other places too. But those things you can do to help cleanse your energy field as well. So some fun stuff. So thank you for asking. Wow, I went really deep into that, but it's important. So thank you for asking. That's what they got for you, JV. All right, and then we got Livier Vagara, 5, 18, 26. When I go deep dive into a reading and go expand like that, it's more than just for you and me too. So I like that. All right. So Olivier, you want to ask current energies in the career movements coming up. What can you expect? Sent a message to a colleague. How will he take it? All right, let's take a look here. So, current energies of career movement. And then what about the colleague? So, you do have the Six of Coins, Six of Pentacles energy. Hey, my friend. Yeah, there's a little bit of, you know, we talk about this and that abundance where it be. It feels like there's a little bit of, something we can still look at here with that, it's not 1,000 to 1 anymore, right? Where this rate of exchange of what you feel you have to give in order to receive, maybe it's down to not even 100 to 1, maybe it's like 50 to 1. But there's something down there still, something to do with, and I'm getting dad energy, or a strong masculine energy when you were younger, 7 years old and younger. It's someone that really mattered a lot to you, that you wanted so much, you gave so much attention and tried to get their attention, and you got very little of it back. That's where some forgiveness and some transformation can happen, um, to open up the floodgates a little more. Because I feel like with career movement, there is a little bit like it's moving to your door, but it's not getting into your life. So you're doing the energy work, you're doing the gratitude, you're clearing up the mindsets, but I feel like there's some emotional release still down there that can help open that door to allow it to come closer to you. That's what I'm getting with that Six of Pentacles for you. And then what can you expect from your colleague? You got the Seven of Wands. Seven of Wands energy. Look at the bull. Brr. um, Seven of Wands. This is like a being seen energy. Um, I mean, I feel like his response is, "I've got to be me. I don't dim my light. I don't ask permission to shine." Um, there's that energy there, um, of I gotta be me. I gotta be me. And that's what I keep hearing. I'm like, and then it goes blank. So I feel like, they feel seen, but they're kind of, I don't know why I feel like I need to, you know, puff up my chest, like I need to defend, not, but it's like I don't need to defend myself, and that's what I'm feeling I need to say. I just gotta be me. I don't need to defend myself, and then, "Well, why are you defending yourself?" "Well, I don't need to." "Well, you are, so stop." I feel like they feel a little bit, I don't know what they feel with this. I just feel like they're triggered a little bit on about, I gotta be who I wanna be, not try to be what other people want me to be energy. So I don't know what's that's going in that, why they react that way to it. Yeah, it is. That's why we get defensive, right? Because we have a fear. So I feel like there's a little bit of that comes in here. So you send a message to a colleague and they're just kind of like in a me energy right now. And so if there's something that you're asking of them or anything that doesn't kind of lift them up, they're taking it as something trying to bring them down. The usual Seven of Wands, they'll have someone at the top and, people are poking at him, trying to knock him off the hill, and it's like, whatever, right? Yeah, yeah. I've got to, if you're trying to move up, it's like, oh, I feel like I'm down. You're trying to get above me kind of energy. That makes sense. Yeah. He's got a good work title. Yeah. So I feel like he's about me and not, and having people ask me for stuff. It's all about me right now. Why do people want stuff from me? So I kind of feel like that's what's there. You don't we don't need them anyway, right? Right, right? Cheers, cheers, my friend. Pardon me. Slurp, slurp. All right. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you there, Olivier. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we got Leslie, 52353. So Leslie, there you go. And any advice for this weekend, please? All right. Cheers, cheers. Thank you for all of your coffee as well, Leslie. For the weekend, joy, joy. Yeah, I like this. You got the Four of Wands, which is party on, Garth. What is that? That's from oh, that must be I forget, the name of the movie, but I remember I can see it in my head. But, yeah, it's about joy, celebration. This weekend is all about celebrating each moment, not about when or this or that, but celebrating now. And the Strength card, this is an energy of about it's okay to put yourself first this weekend. It's okay to lead and ask for what you want. Um, it is this energy of finding your inner strength by remembering who you really are, that you're not just this human character, you're that amazing actor behind this character who is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. So I like this energy that comes in with this card here for you because this weekend it's Leo energy is a me energy. It's a leader. They have this energy that just kind of draws them upward and outward and to be seen kind of energy. And I feel like that's this weekend. It's your weekend to be seen. It's your weekend to step out and to partay and enjoy. But joy, joy, joy is the theme. And I like that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Lemon Limes Lulu, 52555. Look at all those fives and twos. And advice from Spirit for the rest of the year in love. All right, let's take a look here. So, what's your advice that covers the rest of the year here? Let's take a look. Wow. You got the Lovers card and you've got the World card. And it's like the advice is to try to get rid of as many expectations as you can around what love is supposed to look like, who they're supposed to look like and be like. Anything that sounds like should, supposed to be, need to be, must, coulda, woulda. Could because um the world card is the last card on the major arcana, which is the ending of one cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And the new adventure starts off at the zero, back at the full card, which is all about a world of possibilities, no expectations, no guardrails. It's like when a child is born and it's first going, wow, it doesn't know about supposed to be or should be or need to be. It's just loving what is and enjoying the adventure, grateful for what, comes in. And I feel like this is like the advice is the more we focus in on expectations, when you have this list of everything that's supposed to be, what are we doing? Is that happening? Yep, check. Is that happening? Yep, check. Are they doing this? Yep, check. Am I doing this? Yep, check. Is that happening? No, it's not. Circle that. That's our focus. The not happening tends to be our focus. Whereas this advice is burn the list if you can and then focus on gratitude for what you are grateful for that is happening, not focus on what's not happening. Because when you focus in on not happening, we get more of not happening. When we're grateful for what something is, we draw that in, it grows that instead. So I feel like that's like the advice, I whenever I get invited to a wedding and I put in the card to them that remember why you fell in love and try to keep expectations as low as possible. Focus on everything that you love and remember why you fell in love, right? And I like that. I feel like that's your advice for spirit for the rest of the year in love. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And Sudeshna, hey, hey. We'll come back around to here. Let's see. So we got 528 to 50 is for your additional donation. Thank you so much for all your donations this eve or this morning or this midnight. So give that a love and a like there. So your friend has requested for a leave in her workplace for the 17th of June invitation, but her leave hasn't been approved yet. Will her leave get approved? What will happen? See, when we did that earlier, was she, which one was she? Oh, do I still have it up here? Was she the middle one? Let me see. Do I have they been erased yet? Oh, I think they have disappeared. Yeah, they've already disappeared. I can't see it anymore. Do you remember your reading? Let's take a look here. So, will she get approved? And what will happen? All right. Yeah, we got the 10 of Wands energy, which can either be a burden or an abundance. So, I feel like the energy with which we focus on, which she focuses on, will be her outcome. So, based on current energies, will she get approved? Well, I like it. We've got the Sun card, which is an abundance. It's a positive outcome energy. And the Knight of Pentacles is a slow process. I almost feel not like last minute, but maybe like the day before. They're like, oh, yeah, sorry, we approved you. You're like, what? Oh, my God. Wait, why are you waiting so long? But I feel like they'll tell him maybe 2 days before. But unless they ask, I feel like if they're waiting to see a response, um, I mean, it's 6 days from now. I need to make plans. Can you tell me if I'm approved or not, right? So I do feel like there is a yes, but it's kind of a delayed response. Um, what will happen? Yeah, again, delayed response, 7 of Pentacles. Got the 7 of Swords and the King of Cups. There's a little bit of I feel like there's a little bit of, conflict with the 7 of Swords, but in the end, it balances out with the King of Cups. It almost feels like there's this guilt trip kind of energy. "Oh, do you really need that time off? Because, we got this going on and da 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 da. Well, we can let you off. Yeah, we'll be fine. I guess we'll figure something out." It's like, wow, guilt people much. Um, and I kind of feel like I don't know if it feels a little power trippy in a way, just because I hold the power to approve it or not. I'm just kind of, you know, flexing my muscles a little bit, you know, um, with it. But I feel like in the end, I feel like they're able to go if they want to go. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. And then we got Debbie O in the house. Hey, Debbie. 5:32:30. That's right, because you're an hour in the other direction now. So it's only 9:33 where you're at right now. It's probably how I feel when we would go to the East Coast. We'd lose 2 hours. We come back, we'd gain it. You're gaining 2 hours and you lose it when you go back. Anyway, there's your timestamp. I appreciate that. We'll give that a love and a like there. And you want to know when you learn, say, oh, will I learn something new spiritually or do some more healing while in California? And will my sister get me to events on time? All right, let's take a look here. Cheers to you. All right. Yeah. Uh, Yeah, I am surprised you're still awake because you've only been there a day. You haven't acclimated yet. You're just probably hyper, and you're in a different space, and so you're kind of, like, unsettled. But you're ready. You're all ready to go to sleep. I'll try to talk really low, and then I'll make you go to sleep, Debbie. Alright. So will you learn something new spiritually while in California? Let's take a look here. And then will you do some healing while in California? Get those. And then will your sister get you to events on time based on current energies? All right, thank you. All right. Overall, for your entire reading here, you do have the page of um, pentacles, page of coins, which is an abundant energy. So I like that. Abundant times ahead here. As far as new spirituality, you do have the Three of Coins, Three of Pentacles. I like that. Let's see here. New spiritually, something new spiritually. You got the Emperor energy here with the Magician. Very powerful energies here. I feel like you learn here to really step into your power in new ways because the Three of Pentacles is about being true to your authentic self. And I feel like you're really peeling away pieces of you going, especially since you're away from home, you kind of feel like you're a new person, right? And you're like, I'm more willing to step outside of that energy, right? Of limitation. And you kind of feel a little more limitless where you're at because you're not at home in that with the energy of home and expectations. It's like you're in a new place you're kind of grants you more openness, if that makes sense. And the Emperor is stepping into that Aries. I get to decide. And I feel like you're stepping out of your mind more and into your heart even bigger. And I feel like you're getting this intention energy with the Magician and the Emperor. It's like, I decide, I get to choose what I'm experiencing. I don't have to depend on anyone else's opinions or um, perceptions or anything. I am creating my own. So I like that. I feel like spiritually, you're really stepping into this power of being more true to you and not worrying about what other people are thinking. So I like that. Um, and then do you do some healing while in California? Oh, wow. So you got one of these cards. This is the Apotheosis. I do want to read this. It's a special card. It's one of two special cards. And this one says it means ascending into the light and the transcendence beyond the material world. It embodies the ultimate realization of one's potential and the culmination of personal evolution. This card signifies a moment of complete transformation and spiritual elevation. You are on the brink of achieving a higher state of consciousness where your true self aligns with your higher purpose. Your inner power and wisdom are here and alive. Recognize your divine potential and unique gifts while acknowledging the light within. You are more powerful and capable than you realize. So it's like this energy is really combining. This is a time for significant change and growth. Let go of old patterns and limitations that no longer serve you. Align your actions and decisions with your higher purpose and seek activities and relationships that resonate with your soul's mission. When you invest time in spiritual practices that nourish your soul, you rise above limitations and connect with your highest self, knowing that you are aligned with your divine purpose. I think that's a yes on the second piece too. It kind of reinforces the first and the second. You have the Ace of Swords, yeah, so you definitely get some clarity. You break some chains, here as well. You also have the Hierophant. Yeah, you do see things from a higher perspective. the major arcana number of change. Yeah. And the star. You got this beautiful dream come true energy, this clarity, this I feel like you there's this balancing of chakra energy that comes in here too. So I love that. Boom, boom, boom. Like this here. So the reason I kind of chuckled when will your sister get will my sister get me to events on time? We got the 5 of swords, which is conflict and arguments. um and you do have the chariot, which is movement energy, power of choice energy, the high priestess energy, you know, um which there might even be, I don't know if you're like, "You know what? I'm going to rent a car." Because if there's that conflict and if you're that worried about it, she's on her time, right? So I don't know if there's, um, if you're checking into Uber's probably cheaper than renting a car or something, but I feel like, there might be, you know 'cause the chariot is your power of choice, but the chariot is also a car. It's two-wheeled vehicle, um, but it's your power of choice and your energy. The high priestess is an alone energy too. That's why I was thinking, I don't know if you have access to a car or access to, um, if there's a day that's especially important. I don't know if if you wanna try another route that you're in control of it with your power of choice with the chariot, but it is about your energy, and, um, you can always tell her, um, I kn the event oh, she does have an extra car, so maybe see if she'll let you borrow it, and that might make it easier for her too, "Say, I'll put gas in it." I know in California, right? You're like, maybe an Uber would be cheaper because the gas is so expensive out there, right? Um, but I do feel like, um, it's your power of choice and your energy. I was gonna say you can tell her the event starts at 8 AM when it really starts at 10 AM, and you can get there really early. She doesn't need to know. You're like, "Well, I like to get there early, so that was the start time." But, unless you already gave her all the times. Oh, they changed the time. But, when we come in with the chariot, it is our power of energy again. If I focus my energy not on that she's gonna be late, she's always on her own time, she's gonna do this, then you get to experience that. But if you are like, gratitude for who she is and gratitude for what you do have, then that can make things go smoothly as well. Oh, yeah, very good. Yeah, I like that. So and just ask her, "Would it be easier if I just use your car?" And that way you don't have to worry about it. I don't mind. If she's like, then she gets to decide, right? Yeah. All right. So I feel like that's what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. And we got this here. Yeah, she can show up and be late, and you can be on time. Yeah, I love it. Got kindness. Beautiful little card here. Got some squirrels on your shoulder and some birds. Number 37. Let's see what we bring in here for this one here. So, cultivate consideration and understanding of other people. This may entail a conscious effort to actively care about another person, like your sister, especially someone who challenges you emotionally or has a strong personality. Ding, ding, ding. Make a concerted effort to perk up someone else's day by doing something considerate, good, and loving. Acts of kindness show others that they matter and that kindness is a choice, even in the face of resentment, and self centeredness. Say something nice to a colleague or family member and show appreciation to the people around you. This is a great way to start acknowledging the goodness in yourself and reflecting it to others. Kindness tends to be contagious. When you share your kindness, others will be moved by your example and they will more likely do something kind as well. Look for someone who could use a friendly smile or some light conversation. There are individuals everywhere who need a bit of kindness. You could volunteer to read on a children's ward at the hospital, visit an aged care center, or chat with a neighbor who could use some company. A small boy receives a daisy on this um, card. A small boy receives a daisy from a wise old tree. Daisies are associated with simplicity, tolerance, and cleanliness. The gift of a daisy can signify devotion. The squirrels, birds, and rabbits are gregarious and relate to being sociable. If you've been keeping to yourself or staying at home, this is a push to get out and visit someone who might need company. Taking a little time to call someone on the phone and being a caring listener is an act of kindness. Trees are grounded in the earth and reach up into the heavens. They help you have a higher vision of the difference you can make in someone's life. The robin on one of the tree's branches brings a fresh perspective. Are you drawn to the child or the wise old tree? A specific relative may be represented here. An older or younger relation may very much benefit from you spending time with them. So consider how you can spread a little kindness today. I love that because you want to include her. And so I love this. I feel like this is a lot of what you're doing, right? Yeah, I hear you. Well, you get to choose for you though too. Like, oh, your sister's bummed. She wanted to, uh, you know, she wanted to go. Um, but if you can go earlier, um, maybe she can just meet you there. Can't we do both? Right? But generate options, right? So that's what they got for you, Deb. Hopefully that helps. And enjoy your adventures. The power, the power, the power, right? Or can your friend come and pick you up and then she can meet you guys there? You know, options. There's never black or white. There's always a sea of gray. All right. So many blessings to you, my dear. Enjoy your adventures. Sorry, I'm getting think that mushroom coffee. All right. So let's see here. We'll return back to we got the free readings here. So we got Melissa Hodzik, 54707. So Melissa, here's your timestamp. And so you got what does S think about you? All right, let's take a look here, Melissa. See what we got going on here. So what is S thinking about you here? Okay, we got those two here. Get rid of this thing. All right. So you've got the Page of Coins. It's an interesting energy. Let's see what this is about because this does feel like looking for a new opportunity that's coming in here. We got the Queen of Cups and the Five of Pentacles here. Yeah, you know, we've got the Queen of Cups is, an energy of a lot of emotion, right? She's the master of emotion. And not just the queen that rules with the king of emotion, but she gets two portions. All queens get a portion of cups behind the scenes. So she gets two, making her the master of emotion. And I feel like they think here that you're an emotional person. But, um, but I don't feel like it's necessarily a bad thing. I feel like they like that you can feel emotion and express it, and there's a little bit of they recognize a little bit of empathic ability because I feel like you talk about things and they're like, "How did you know that?" Kind of energy. They're like, "Which, which?" No. Um, but the 5 of coins, the 5 of pentacles is that there's a little bit of, and this could be, of course, a reflection of their self, right? When we wonder how do other people think about us, really, it's like when we think something about someone else, they're a mirror for us, right? So a lot of what someone thinks about us is a reflection of themselves. That's why there's a great quote that, other people's opinion of us is none of our business because it has a little to do with us, a lot to do with how they feel, what energy they're in, their upbringing, their conditioning, how they feel about themselves. It's all projection. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are, right? So this 5 of pentacles is fearing being left behind, being abandoned, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough energy, but more being enough. And I feel like they think that you might, kind of fear being rejected, fear not having enough, but that's a mirror, baby. I feel like that's kind of what's coming in here. But they are looking for an opportunity. I feel like to connect more with this page of pentacles. Um, but I feel like there might be some hesitancy here because that's what I felt. I felt hesitant that came in here, and there is that energy of like, um, but what if you feel this way? What I don't want to disappoint you. I don't want to feel the pressure of being responsible for your feelings. And they're not. We're not, right? But I feel like with this Queen of Cups, I feel like there's something to do with their mom that they were very emotional and they kind of, not that you remind them of their mom, but their mom was very like bipolar emotional. You're emotionally expressive. There's a difference, but they kind of are correlating the two, and their mom blamed them for how they felt a lot, and so they have this fear that that's also gonna happen. So I feel like this is, they wanted this opportunity, um, and just to see what unfolds, just to kinda see, it's almost like checking a minefield to see if when he steps on it, if anything blows up, because I feel like they're very hyper, because they grew up with that, they're very hyper aware. They're very empathic themselves, they don't realize it, but they pick up on a lot of people's emotions, and they haven't learned to bubble up like you have. Um, so I feel like that's kind of the little skinny on that. Hopefully that helps. Alright, so that's what they got for you, Melissa. Enjoy. You're very welcome, Sudesh, and I thank you again for all your donations. All right, we got May up 5:52:13. So May, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And why was he pissed that I posted it? All right. Whoa, okay. Cheers, cheers. Let's take a sip here. All right. So why was he pissed that I posted it? Okay. So we got this, and we'll get this here. Interesting here. So we got the page of wands and the 10 of coins, the 10 of pentacles. And the 10 of pentacles can be relationship energy, but I feel like this is family. Something to do with family and repercussions from family. This page of wands is like, fire energy, hissing energy. And the 10 of pentacles, it just feels like there's this energy of Um, yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm like, friends and family, what are they gonna think? I'm gonna get hell. They're gonna, this is gonna piss this person off, it's gonna piss this person off. Because the pissed off part, right? That's fight or flight. That's the fight in the fear energy when we go into fear. So, there is this underlying, like, I'm gonna get backlash from people, and I feel like that's why for some reason, they feel like what you posted impacts them. Not sure if it was a picture of them or, um, something along those lines, but I do feel like there's how can I put this? There's not lies necessarily that he's told different friends or family or whatever, but he's left them with different impressions without correcting them. For them, they feel, "That's not a lie. I didn't lie." "Well, you left knowing that they had that impression." "Well, that's not my fault." Some people consider that lying. If you know someone's thinking a certain way and you let it go. It's like sometimes they might even be the type of person where you have to be really careful how you ask the question because they will answer your question, but there's a lot of unspoken things that they're not answering. "I answered your question." "Yeah, but I meant this." "Well, that's not what you asked." And it's like, "Oh, I see." So you have to be very careful because they'll leave you with an impression that, and if you do a follow-up question, you bust them, right? So, hopefully that helps me, uh, bring some understanding here, but I just feel like they've left some people with impressions of things, and when you posted that, that's gonna bust them out to some people, it feels like. So, hopefully that resonates, makes sense, that's what we got for you. Alright, many blessings. And we got Silver Pony, 555. 46. So that's not a colon. Wrong one. There we go. So Silver Pony. And thank you guys so much for all your patience in getting to your readings. I know some of you have been waiting hours and you probably, hopefully, if you didn't need to wait, you didn't. Because I do post pinned comments, of course, with the timestamp. So Silver Pony, can we tell you when is your soulmate coming? Oh, that's right. You went to sleep. I remember now. Let's take a look here based on current energy when your soulmate is coming. So, based on current energies, when will they be headed your way here? All right, nope, nothing there. All right, so I do feel it's this one here. And you got the Three of Wands. You got March 31st till April 10th. That's the next year's energy. But the thing with the wands energy is that that's possibilities energy. Of course, the future is always possibility, but there is this energy of, going a different route. You can take a different route and get there sooner because, there's the scenic route we can take that takes a long time, or the freeway that gets us there really fast, or side roads that gets us there somewhere in between, the 2 scenic route or the freeway. Um, and how you change this energy and how you can, have it happen sooner is we focus on our energy, right? And I know you have, like, it sounds like you're in a difficult situation where you say your life is being abused. There's I know it's difficult when we're in lower vibrational situations to try to see our way out through higher vibration, which the more we focus in on what is happening that's lower vibration, we maintain it, we grow it even with our energy because our energy is when I'm focusing in it is saying this is what I want more of. So when I start focusing on, and I know this could be hard, but it can start as something as easy as, like, start a gratitude journal, that something every day that you're grateful for. Try not to repeat it. Just what is something I'm grateful for today? What is and then the next day, what is something different that I'm grateful for today? And we start finding the silver lining. We start seeing the gift of life that we have, and we stop growing, the energy around an abusive life to an abundant life. And the more we raise our love vibration by letting go of mindsets that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, energy that don't serve us anymore, even things in our physical world that don't serve us anymore, then that begins to raise our vibration. We invite in more things that match that. So this abusive life shrinks and shrinks and shrinks as your abundant life grows and grows. But the amazing thing that happens as you're doing that, raising your self love, raising your self worth, it spins faster and it draws people in sooner. But it's not your soulmate that's going to save you. It's you that's going to save you because you're not a victim to life. I know it can feel like that sometimes, but you're the one that's gonna save you, not them. So you are the one that has to take control of your energy. And what is my story I'm putting to each moment? What emotion am I putting to each moment? What energy am I putting to each moment? What physical action am I putting to each moment? And then in doing that, that helps draw in the life that you're wanting, not focusing on the life you don't want. I have a free podcast called The Easier Path, and it's free. I encourage you to, to listen to it if that resonates for you. The link is down in the description area, or if you click on my name and go to my main channel on YouTube, it's at the top, The Easier Path. And I feel like that might help you as well. So that's what they have here for you. What happened here? Sorry, let me just see here. Okay, we are still live. I think my iPad just not my iPad, my whatever pad this is, was acting up. It paused on its own. I'm like, "What happened? We didn't disconnect, did we?" Um, but so hopefully that'll help, Silver Pony. That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. Hey, Melissa, you're very welcome. Good to see you. All right. Your free one was number 2 on the list, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie. Here is your timestamp for that. Boom, a boom. I know, I'm so organized, I love it. Alright, and then we got Val, we got, 60121. So, Val, here is your free reading, and thank you for your donation earlier. So, a general for your free reading as well. Let's see, what do they want you to know here? Got this, and you got this here. So you do have the Magician and the Hanged Man here. I like this. When we get a card like the Hanged Man, which is a transformational kind of pausing, slow energy, it gives us the other card, tells us what you're learning during this kind of cocooning stage. And the Magician does talk about being aware of your energy, realizing that, you're a conduit, usually it has like someone with an infinity symbol, which represents your higher self. One hand to the heavens with the wand, one hand to the earth, and you're this conduit bringing this beautiful love from above through you and being expressed to the world in your own special way. And that's what the Magician is representing here during this kind of cocooning and transformation period that you're in with this Hanged Man. You're learning, I am more than this. I'm so much more than this human. And I'm came here to share love with the world in my own special, unique way. Like like for you, skating is a beautiful way that you share that with the world. Your creativity, your passion, your excitement, your love energy. And it is about being aware of how you're focusing your energy. The Magician usually has the 4 elements in front of him, the Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Wands, Ace of Cups, Ace of Swords. So it's all the 4 elements. And one of the big things that they can realize with their energy is my mental energy, I have this power to choose the story of what things mean. I have the power to choose the emotion that I want to feel, the power to choose the physical actions I want to take and the intentions behind it, and my energy um, of intention, of focus. I get to choose that. And whatever I choose and how I choose it is what I draw toward me, whether it's of higher vibration, right? We talk about unconditional love and gratitude, play, fun, peace, energy. We draw that in. If I'm focusing on lower vibration, I also draw that in. Anything that feels like lack and need and want and fears around those things. And there is no right or wrong choice, just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And if I'm experiencing something that I don't want, I get to change that and not the outside world. So I feel like it's a big energy of stepping into your power and realizing that you're driving the party bus, not you're not being driven somewhere. So I like that for you. So that's what they got for you, Val. Thank you again for your donation. Right. And then Ruby Grimm, you were up 604 53. Oops, was it 53? Yeah, it was. All right. And thank you for your donations earlier. I appreciate those. So for your freebie, can you tell me if my cats are all right? Let's take a look here. Based on their energies right now, they're like, heck yeah, we got 9 lives. Got the full card. We got the hanged man here. Yeah, the full card is on a new adventure, no restrictions, having a blast on new adventures. At least one of them. The hanged man, someone else, it feels like they're kind of cocooning and hanging out. Um, so I don't know, did you put your cats up for adoption or something? But because one feels very like sheltered in place and comfortable and feeling safe. The other one feels like they're out on an adventure and like just wow, 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 wow. So I kind of feel like there's two energies that are going on here. But I do feel here with both of them, both of the cards, both of the energies, that they're like, we're doing what we want because that's what cats do. No one can ever make a cat do what it don't want to do. So we're having fun. We're being us. So hopefully that helps. They're so funny. All right. So that's what they got for you, my friend. Many blessings to you. And then Ankita, you're up 60631. So Ankita, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And you want to know Abhishek's feelings or next actions towards you. All right. So let's take a look here. So feelings and next actions. Okay, this is it here. So what are their feelings? Well, there is a 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles energy, which, is an energy of, it's like abundance. It is one of the kind of relationship cards, but it is more of a, like filling a position in a life, not so much like I met you and I fell for you as I got to know you, I know I wanna be with you for the rest of my life kind of energy, right? This is I need to have someone fill this position. I think you'll feel this. I think you do okay with this position until not, and then if I fire you, I'll find someone else for the position. That's the kind of energy I feel around it. It feels, what do they call it? Transactional, not emotional. And the actions towards you, we have the 6 of pentacles, 6 of coins energy, which is a codependent energy, which is a taker finding a giver, an overgiver that will give to them where they don't give back. Someone who wants to give so much and they'll give back a little bit and then give so much and then give back a little bit and then give a little bit much and they give a little bit there. So, um, you know, I like that. I don't like that, but I feel like it's good to know that because I just don't I just don't like them for you. This is I know. I know. But that's what they have right now here for you. Just say no. Just say no. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right, Debbie O. You are very welcome. Thank you so much. And enjoy your day tomorrow. And we'll see you when we see you. Night, night. Sleep well in Cali, Cali, Cali. All right. And then Anshuman, you're up. 60907 is yours. So Anshuman, if I'm saying that correct. And you want to know what's coming towards you in love. You are single. All right. Let's take a look here. All right. I got that and that. Boom, boom. Come flying out here. All right. I feel like here you've got the Five of Wands energy, which is kind of this friend group energy, and the Devil card too. And so for love, I feel like right now it's about hanging out with finding this group of friends. And it's an important part of it because I feel like the Five of Wands is almost like a stepping stone energy where the Devil card represents the shaking and rattling of a lot of your long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about what a relationship should be, what friends should be, what life should be. A lot of this. And I feel like it's almost like these are stepping stones helping you question your thoughts about love, your expectations around love, because the Devil card challenges these so you let go of them and be free. Because I feel like this is part of the process getting you towards love. But there's a lot of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be around relationships. We all have them growing up, and it's clearing those away because those are the things that when we have need be, supposed to be, should be, blah, 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 we get this very fine-tuned, a relationship has to be this, and the creator and the universe say, this one is on back order for 1,000 years because that ain't happening in this lifetime. So as we question these beliefs and go, oh, well, let me release these. And as we open up, then we open up a world of possibilities to where a relationship can come into us sooner. And I feel like that's what's going on here is this clearing away of the clutter of beliefs around relationships so that a relationship can come in more easily instead of you having to become a vampire and live for 1,000 years so you can have it. I know if I could just be a vampire, screw relationships, I'll trade in to be a vampire any day. At least the traditional ones, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, my friend. So many blessings to you. All right, everybody. I think that is it for the donations and for the free reading. So I completed them all tonight. Shock, shock. It's the first time in, I think, a week. So we've been having some um, wonderful questions and donations, and I'm so grateful for all of you guys, and I appreciate that. If you haven't checked out my podcast, here's the last one. I'm working on another one. It'll be out any day now. I keep saying that, but here's the last one. Or if you want to check out the playlist, it is listed down in the description area of this video, or if you go to my main page, my YouTube channel page, it's at the top too, called The Easier Path. So till I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life that you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So, for everyone else, have a great evening. I just had a donation come in. As the elevator doors were closing, you stuck your foot in and so you made it. You made it. So I will complete this one. Thank you again for your donation. Bites gnome. And Let me get your timestamp here. So we got 6:13:23. Here is your timestamp. There you go. Give that a love and a like. All right. So can you tell me how she feels about you? All right. We'll check here. Cheers, cheers. Let me take a sip here. Well, 6 hours is still a long night, right? Maybe not an 8-hour night yet, so no problem at all. I didn't think I was getting anyone else, so no problem, never a problem. That's what we're here for. So let's take a look here. How, she feels about you. Let's take a look here. So we got this, we got these, and we got that. Alright. Yeah. You feel special. Oh, well, good, because you are. And we got the temperance card here on the bottom, underlying energy. It feels like she kinda takes things slow, very temperament. It's like, not a big rushing into things, not a big rushing into sharing feelings kind of energy here. So let's see how she feels about here. We got the 10 of swords. The 10 of swords is an energy. I'm trying to see, is this how she feels about you? Well, there is this, when we're asking about other people, how they feel about us, we definitely have this, it's a reflection, right? So we see a lot of ourselves in other people, and that's the stuff that stands out to us. And it's not the only thing that they are, but we can only recognize in others things that we recognize in ourselves, both the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? The 10 of swords is an energy of a lot of expectations, a lot of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's, kind of energy, right? All you did was play video games without her. That's fun. And, um, so it kind of feels like there is this, that there's a lot of rules, is how they kind of perceive you, but really that's such a reflection of themselves too. Like this is how things are supposed to be and everything, but you have these weird rules, compared to how she feels, right? No, no, you don't need to be quiet and listen, to her here, right? Um, oh, you mean for the about the reading here, right? Um, so this, the 10 of swords is that energy of, you know, because we all have all these expectations around what a relationship should be and supposed to be, need to be, and blah, blah, blah growing up. We think everyone else has the same as ours until we realize they don't. And then we're like, wow. Then we think other people have such strange expectations and thoughts and beliefs about what a relationship should be till we realize no one has anyone at all, right? And so there is this, kind of energy, cute but sensitive, needy. Yeah, and it's this, you know, but it's we have all these rooted in fear because we were taught these growing up that they have to happen in order for us to be lovable, and so we've got like that. So that makes sense that they come across as sensitive, but this is how she feels about you. And that's the whole thing is when we're pointing at this, there's 3 fingers pointing back at us, right? It's like, "You've got a lot of rules," and you're like, "Mirror." On the other side here, yeah, we have the World card, which is a victory card. It is this ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure kind of energy, and I kind of feel like they feel you're at um like a turning point in your life where you're ready to, leave some old things behind and transform into something new. And I kind of feel like she feels that, like you're ready for a change in your life, and she just kinda sense that you're ready. That Temperance card is kinda like the, "I'm waiting to see if you transform into this thing that I think you will," you know, kind of energy. Let's see what else we have in the middle here. I got the Ace of Cups. So there is a bit of, self-love here, and I don't feel like I don't feel like she thinks you're selfish, but there is a bit of confidence, that she senses in you that, you know, you kind of feel that you know who you are and what you want to do, right? Yeah, I don't know here, but there is this, like, eh, I don't wanna say it's about yourself, but that's kinda her perception is you're making things about yourself and not about you and someone else kind of energy. Let's see what else is in here. Got the 10 of Wands. Yeah, this is an energy, it kinda fluctuates between feeling like a burden with all these expectations and then feeling into abundance. So there's this fluctuating energy that it depends on what she's going through in the moment as well, right? And you got the Justice card, and you know there is this the Justice card. She's Libra, that rolls over the house of relationships, and I kind of feel like she feels like you are still trying to figure out what you want in a relationship, kind of energy, like you don't know what you want yet. And I feel like she feels like you're on the verge of a big transformation. And it's almost like she's kind of waiting, holding back a little bit with this Temperance card, going, let's see what, let's see what you're, it's like you're an egg, a giant egg that's about to hatch, and she's hanging around to see what that is when you hatch. Are you a dragon or are you a leprechaun? We don't know yet. Well, she did call you selfish for doing what I want, hanging out with people that are fun, but I only do that when she's not available. Yeah, I feel like there it goes deeper than that. And there is that the 10 of swords is she has expectations of what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do, what you're supposed to say, not supposed to say. And that's why she has a lot of those expectations that she projects onto you. Um, but, you know, I just feel like she's waiting to see what you do, and see what unfolds here for you. Um, yeah, because sometimes I feel she feels frustrated. The other times I feel like she, has this, um, like I said, she abundance energy, but then she can flip on a dime and go the other direction. Yeah, we can dive into that as well. Let me get your quick fortune cookie. We can move on to your second one here. Right. Oh, and that's your next fortune cookie. So this one is Destiny, the Wheel of Fortune, which says, your life is unfolding according to a greater plan. Trust in the divine timing of your journey. Embrace the unknown and align yourself with your highest path. Everything is happening for a reason, right? On the flip side, it says you may be resisting your fate. Let go of control and trust that the universe is leading you where you need to be. So kind of go with the flow energy, right? It is. It's a nice little tasty treat, right? All right. So that's for your first one. And then thank you for your additional donation. We got 623.05. So here's that one there. Give that a love. Whoops, a love and a likey poo there. So, what does she want to tell you that's appropriate for YouTube? Let's take a look here. All right, and this one too. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, underlying energy. You've got the Knight of Cups, which is the movement of romance. And yeah, so I feel like an underlying energy is I want to be romanced. Let's see what that means here. Um, so you've got the Devil card and you got the Strength card. So there's a little bit here. The Strength card is like Leo energy, being seen, me energy, and the Devil card, which is, the shaking, the rattling of this cage. And I get it here with this Leo energy. It's like, it's like a Leo lion energy. They don't want to be caged. They don't want to have all those expectations. They don't want to supposed to be, a should be, a need to be, a have to be, blah, blah, blah. They just want to go on an adventure. Can't you just go on an adventure with me without all of these rules, without an itinerary? Can't we just go on a vacation and see what happens, not have to have like every day planned? And, so it's like there's this struggle that's here. And I feel like she wants to cage the lion, but the lion doesn't want to be caged. And I feel like part of this, underlying energy is I I want I want to feel special, right? But I also, if I'm not available, like they did before, like I'm not available, I'm scared that you're out doing things with other lionesses and that you have a harem of lionesses out there, and then I don't feel special. And because of her, you know, um, insecurity, that's why she needs to cage the lion because she's afraid of what lions do. Because other lions have done that, right, in her life, and she likes the lion, but she wants the lion just to be hers. That's kind of the romancing. Part of it is I need to feel special. And it's like, that's why you're selfish by, this is her perception, right? That you're selfish by going out and having fun and doing all this stuff and knowing that it makes me feel uncomfortable. And it's like, well, I don't know that, but she expects you to know that, you know? So that's interesting. Let's see what else here. We got the 7 of Cups. Yeah, I've got a ton of emotions that I want you to recognize and understand I have all these emotions. And that's part of the romance, right? Is paying attention to what she's saying, what she's not saying, what she's doing, what she's not doing, and be able to pick up on it's like they expect you to be psychic. They expect you to be an empath to pick up on all these things. And that's an expectation, right? That's what can be out there. It doesn't mean it's a fair expectation, and it's about communication, right? Because you can say, I don't get, I don't speak emotions as fluently as you do, so I need you to dumb it down for me. I need you to tell me. I don't pick up on subtleties. I need you to tell me. Grab me by my ears and go, hey, I need this from you. Thank you. That's what I need from you, right? Yeah. Yeah. And that's her insecurities, right? So, there's a lot here. You asked what she wants to tell you. Yeah, and here's the world card. They're like, they're waiting for you to change and transform into something different, and because they feel like you're going to. Let's see what the energy underneath that is here. Yeah, again, they're like they're waiting for you to understand what a relationship really is about. And the 3 of Cups, is this, um, it's the fear of being cheated on energy that's there, right? Yeah. So, there's that kind of energy that this fear of being cheated on, this fear of not being enough, and that means that, they're not enough of someone. And that's all right that, they have all this stuff here. It's part of their conditioning, how they grew up, and their desire for you to change is their desire that they're wanting to change too. Yeah, it's resonating, even though it feels emotionally illogical, right? Because they do. The 10 of Cups, they want a relationship. Page of Wands, they want heightened energy in the relationship, but they want it on their terms, and they've got a lot of expectations, and you do too. It's like saying, like, "You shouldn't be acting that way. What you're asking is not correct." Well, that's the way she feels about you too, right? So it's about being curious about why people want things, and maybe even understanding what her love language is, because there's if you ever read The Language of Love, there's 5 of them, right? There's people who like being told that they're loved, people spending time with someone shows them that they're loved, gifts, acts of service, and touch are the 5. And so when we realize usually we have top 2, we probably as humans we like all of them, but there's usually 2 that stand out, and usually even maybe 1 that's, like, extreme, but there's usually 2. And when we realize, "How do you like me to show you that I love you?" What means something to you, you know? Because I wanna make sure. Because if let's say mine is time, let's example, right? Mine isn't time, but let's say mine is time. Um, then I think that theirs is time as well, when I don't realize that they like to be told, but they don't wanna spend time, they don't care about time, they just wanna be told or being given gifts. There's, like, their 2, right? And if you don't do that, but you're spending a lot of time with me, I don't feel like you're loving me, I just feel like you're too cheap to buy me a gift, and you don't take the time to tell me you love me. But you're like, "But I've been spending, like, all this time with you playing video games." I'm just kidding. Like, "Isn't that what you wanted? I was here." And they're like, "No, I want this." And so it's understanding and being curious, um, what people are wanting, and learning to communicate, learning to listen to each other, right? Because otherwise, we're just going through the rhythms, thinking that they know what we're thinking, and they think that we know what they're thinking, and that we know what they want, and we think they know what we want because we think everyone thinks the same, but we don't. It's like if you imagine they're an alien from another planet, you don't know how they work and how things are on their planet. They don't know how things are on your planet. Then you learn to communicate and share and learn from each other and get curious about each other instead of assuming and just getting mad at each other. So hopefully that helps. Yeah. Feel trust is her big one of her big challenges. She doesn't trust people. Have faith in the unseen. Everything is unfolding in divine timing, like your other one here. Let go of the need to control. Oh my God, it was just like almost the same stuff as you got in this other one. Oh yeah, because you had destiny. It was like trust in the divine timing of your journey. Everything is unfolding in divine timing. This one says, let go of the need to control, surrender to the process, and trust that the universe has your back. On the flip side, it says doubt is blocking your flow. Reaffirm your trust and release fear of the unknown. So I like this. I feel like it's important to, you know, if you want this relationship to continue, it's like getting curious. So what's going on? And tell me, I want to know what's important to you and how you like to be shown love. And They want a knight of cups. They want a knight in shining armor, this romantic person. And if you show them that you love them and that they can trust you, then that can change. But she has to do her, you know, you have to do another, you have to let they have to do their inner work. You have to do yours. You can't do it for them, right? Oh, very similar. I like it. That must be spirit, right? Oh, right. Confirmation. Spirit likes to confirm. So I like it. I like it. Hopefully it helps a little bit. But that's what they got for you. It's like dun dun dun. I love synchronicity. Spirit does like to communicate and talk with us. So you are very welcome. So many blessings. Hang in there. You know, relationships are an adventure. They're they're mirrors showing us what we want to see about ourselves too. Absolutely. That's it. My pleasure. Glad you caught it before the elevator doors closed. So hang in there, hang in there. Rest up, you too. Sweet dreams and enjoy. We'll see ya. And again, for everyone, I am on Wednesday through Sunday night. So I'll be back tomorrow night. So until I see you guys again, many blessings, sweet dreams, and we'll see you guys soon. Sleep tight.